Sirius XM. Sirius XM. It's the best of Opie and Anthony.
Say, look who's here. How you doing? Take a seat, sir. We're alive on the air, as a matter of fact.
Hello.
We like doing that. Get right to it. It's Andrew Lincoln, of course. He plays Sheriff Rick on The Walking Dead. I'm a huge fan, man. I've since the first episode, hooked. It's another one of those shows that, like, and there's been very few of them that you watch right from the beginning, and you're just like, all right, I'm in. It's
well, I'm glad you said. I mean, for me as well, it was exactly the same experience.
all right. Take the silly voice off. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
What are you
sorry.
doing?
Wait, I haven't seen the show. Do you speak?
No, have you spoken to John Bernthal as well? You've had him on the show,
Yeah,
because he said we just ripped it out of you. The fact that you're a limey, basically. Yeah.
You don't sound like that on the show.
No, he sounds like a guy from the South.
No, I do a southern accent. So.
You do it very well.
Well, thank you.
And
Thank you.
I have my sneaking suspicions. There's a couple other people in that cast that have English accents.
Who do you think?
I believe the daughter of the farmer.
Good spot.
Yeah, okay.
Stringer Bell.
All right.
Stringer Bell.
Stringer Bell.
Oh, wait,
right.
wrong show.
No, that was it's a credit to you, my friend, because
thank you,
I
man.
did not even know. I'm always amazed by that. I guess a lot of Americans are.
Well, it's such an honor to be able to sort of be, play American in your country, and you don't, I've got enough to worry about with the zombies.
Yeah, exactly.
Let alone sort of getting a dialect right.
Exactly. I watched the season premiere just last night. Had it DVR'd, and wow, just amazing. And again, The Walking Dead, and I was saying to Jimmy, one of these shows that are willing to do things that other shows will not do.
Yeah.
And it gives you those, what I call, and it is subtle, I could say this, holy shit moments, where you're just looking and you're like, what the... No, they didn't just do that.
Yeah.
That was a brutal scene.
Well, in the barroom scene?
The end of the last season and the beginning of this season, the barn scene.
Oh, yeah.
Where you have
with
to
Sophia.
take care of business with Sophia.
Yeah, another minor killing.
Oh, yeah, another child
killing,
being killed. It's,
Rick Grimes, constantly,
And you
dispatching the children.
Yes. And you're so toiled over it. You're not quite the typical hero guy.
No.
You're very troubled. You're indecisive a lot of times about things. You don't come off as
He's
this.
actually a useless leader.
Yeah.
Is what we say. Yeah. He's the worst leader.
The
Don't
worst
listen
leader
to him.
ever.
When will people get wise and go, don't listen to him? If he says, I guarantee something, never do it.
It's not going to happen that way. It is odd though that this type of hero in a show is not really the kind of hero. Did you have it pegged as that when you first read for the
That's
role?
why I liked it. Well, it's based on this comic book, this hugely successful comic book series, and I loved it. He's just an ordinary guy,
right?
And I read this quote that was really helpful because everyone's going, "Oh, you're playing this iconic hero," and it said, "A hero is a man who does what he can." And I love that. It's so simple. And it's just like, he just happens to be the guy that when everybody sort of takes a step back, he's the one left going, oh, right.
Yeah, process of elimination, you're it.
I'm the guy making the call. And it's a fascinating, I love this job. I mean, I love working down in the South, getting eaten by, chiggers and ticks and all the rest of it. And the crew are just magnificent. And it's just a wild show. It's like nothing I'd ever read before. And
it is. It really is. And another thing that makes it is, the special effects are insanely
How much
good.
of it is CGI and how much is makeup?
Well, most of it is makeup. And that's why we shoot on film. Because they wanted it to be on Super 16 just so there's something tangible about the makeup. I mean, Greg Nicotero, who's the guy in charge of the team that do the special effects, he's like the Willy Wonka of gore. I mean, he did this scene in the next episode coming up. We did this night shoot, and I called it Nose Off Night. And there was an actor that gets a gut shot from, I'm not going to tell too much, but basically he went away 20 minutes and then came back, and we were just all having a coffee while they were setting up the shot, and he came back without a nose. And it was like the most extraordinary bit, but they did it in 20 minutes.
Wow.
These guys.
And it just looked like his nose had been
it's horrific.
completely removed.
And we all watched it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. They're biting his nose off in this scene.
That's great.
Yeah.
So this is season 2?
This is season 2.
Oh, the first season was
First
short,
season was
right?
like a shortened season.
Yeah, we did 6. We did because Frank and they just wanted to, like you say, they wanted to establish this extraordinary world. And if you just did one pilot and then they just wanted time for it to kind of
It was a great
play
idea
out.
to do it that way because, yeah, like you said, with one pilot, it could have been a wow, that was cool, and then people just kind of forget it. It gave enough where you got so much character development, and you got invested in the show, and it was such a limited amount of episodes. You just wanted more.
Great.
You know,
that was absolutely their intention.
Yeah.
And I know AMC were great at doing that. They just said, look, have 6.
Yep.
There you go. And, you know, Frank Darabont is just a magnificent director.
Oh, Frank is the one who did, we had him in, he did...
Frank was better?
Yeah, Frank was better. He did that Stephen King movie, which...
The Mist?
The Mist.
That's correct.
Yeah, he came in, he was actually great, and that was a good movie. The effects were okay, but he said he worked with a really low budget. He said he wished he had more money on that budget. But yeah, I like him. He's very
he's
good.
the best, man.
Yeah, it's a fantastic show. Have you ever been fascinated with zombies or the such over the years?
Not really. I'm being honest with you. I mean, because I was talking about this. It's more of a the European sensibility is like vampires, isn't it? Bram Stoker,
right?
And all that kind of stuff. And I was just trying to work it out. If it's, I mean, we don't really have. I mean, of course, I watched the Romeros and the more sort of campy spoof things when I was a teenager, but then I didn't really sort of follow it up.
Americans fascinated with zombies.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
Thank God.
I think and I think
Frankly.
it goes along with what they call our gun culture. Because Americans, you know, we love our guns.
Yeah,
and
I've noticed.
Yeah. Oh boy,
I love your guns. Frankly,
guns are fantastic.
And zombies are creatures that you can shoot without repercussions.
That's right. We can get away with murder.
With literally,
and we do. Yeah.
With murder, and people just seem to like that. And we were talking before you came in that a lot of people have these kind of zombie contingency plans, and even though they're fictional things, people actually have contingency plans for these things. By people, I mean me.
Exactly. Nobody does but you.
Can we hear them? They might.
Well, I've discussed it many times on Twitter and whatnot, and other people do come on board from the institutions. I get it because they're mental patients. No, I just think you need. Now you know this just from the show. You need proper arms. You need guns.
Yeah.
Guns, very important.
It's hugely important. A bit loud. You don't want to attract too many of them.
That's true too.
Silenced
So
guns.
you need some kind of quieter means to remove the head or remove the brain.
Yeah.
The crossbow seems to work very well if you're good at it.
Yeah.
But I don't know many people that would be that good with the crossbow.
No, I know. And distance as well. And
Yeah.
But they are sort of reusable as well.
Yeah. And
I have a kind of question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I haven't seen the show, and I've heard about the show. Is it you're in one town and they're all coming, or are you mobile, like we were talking about being mobile?
Yeah, we're sort of moving around.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah.
And the second season, we have to leave Atlanta because Atlanta's fallen, basically.
Atlanta is where it happens?
Yeah, it's all shut. Yeah, it's all...
Jimmy Norton's going to be in Atlanta.
I'm flying there right after the show to do stand-up. Good. It should be terrific. I hope all the ones that they killed show up to my show and I make bonus. Oh, okay, so there you are kind of mobile. That's cool.
Yeah, the Atlanta scene was great, too, and that whole thing went down. Just the big explosion. And
it's madness.
Yeah. And insane. It just looks like you're watching a movie, which is great.
That was the intention.
Yeah.
They wanted the scale and the scope, and they wanted for people to be able to watch it on a DVD set and watch it. I mean, I know a few people. My hairdresser, weirdly, just went, I watched the whole first season in one go. You know.
Yeah, you could do that because it's like you're watching.
I can't believe I'm mentioning my hairdresser.
Yeah, look at you.
Check me out.
Nothing wrong. That's somebody who's you're very secure in yourself.
Very glamorous.
Very comfortable
now.
with my hairdresser.
Yeah, you can mention it. Could you get it on demand? Because I'll watch it. I'll just.
Yeah. It's fantastic. You definitely should search it out. You got it. The characters too are great. You got some really good actors on there, and the kid that plays your son,
he is amazing.
How old is he?
He turned 11 this season.
He's gone from the point of being this, like, you know, a little innocent kid to now it's almost hard to watch how cut off he is from any type of emotion and just cold and. You know, we are so lucky to have that kid. I mean, it's a huge part. But Chandler Riggs is just breathtaking, man. He's the real deal. And whenever you were getting a bit like, how am I going to do this scene? You just kind of listen to the kid. And he's just seamless.
How long did it take you guys to shoot a season? Because like when you looked at Lost, they had the kid who played Walt, and he was very good. But then they took him a long time to shoot a season, so he grew.
Yeah.
How long do you guys shoot for a season?
It's the same sort of thing. We do 5 months for a season, and you know he's a growing lad. I had to carry him.
Oh yeah,
For 2 weeks, and I was trying to drag him away from craft service, going,
yeah.
I've got to carry this kid.
Carry you,
and I put my back out actually, and I was like, I remember being at home and I was crawling. My wife came back and she saw I was crawling to the bathroom, and I was like, and I came. And she said, "What the hell happened?" I went, "Oh, the Chandler Riggs." I was just, and I said, "When's my action figure coming out? Has he got a crawl mode?" Do you know what I mean?
When like 2 weeks and he's going to be bigger, and then a month he'll be bigger. So I guess the carrying scene's that's about it. Huh?
No, but we're so blessed to have him, and he's wiser than his years. He's like he's a 30-year-old trapped in a kid's body.
It really is. He's done a great job of changing. All of you guys have done a really good job of just slowly changing the character. That's got to be tough too. You can't just go into it going, "Oh, this is who this person is." Because what's his name? Your partner there?
Yeah, John, who plays John Bernthal, who plays Shane. Yeah, he's
Shane,
gone on a huge.
He went
journey.
like completely batshit, and but it's a great storyline.
Yeah.
And
and he stood my wife.
And yes, he did. Well, they thought he was dead.
Yeah, well, 2 weeks.
Very nice. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Wow, she didn't wait long to start fucking, did she?
No. Something tells me there was a few problems in the marriage. Oh, yeah. Satellite's fantastic. Something tells me there was some problems in the marriage beforehand.
There were, okay.
I think, you were taking that job a little more serious than the
And in a
marriage.
zombie world,
I love the show.
In a zombie world, you probably fuck quicker because you know that you could be killed very quickly. So the grieving process is probably shorter.
It could be, Jim.
Instead of waiting a year, it's like, all right, he's dead. He's still warm.
Sped up a little bit.
Yeah, I imagine that's the way it is.
Wait till you watch it.
I really want, because I'd heard so many things about it.
I think John might be a bit upset if you said that to him.
Yeah.
Well, if she had sex with him 2 weeks after she thought you were dead, that is an inappropriately short amount of time. However, in a zombie culture, in a zombie world,
you don't know.
Anything goes.
Could be dead tomorrow.
Understandable.
In that world.
Did you live in the States when you auditioned for it? Were you already here acting?
No, I was in London.
How did they go? Like, did they go through a whole bunch of rounds of auditions here and not find what they want and say, "Look, we have to start looking over in Europe"?
I think that I was attached to a film, and my son was born a little bit early, and so I pulled out of this film. And so up until that point, I hadn't read any of these scripts. So they saw that I was available and they sent me the breakdown. And I'm sure the only reason I got the gig was because, my son had just been born. I hadn't slept for 2 weeks. And I looked like I survived a zombie.
You looked a little haggard, yeah.
Were you a little concerned? You were concerned, so you wanted to not do the gig, or you wanted to just take time to be with him?
Yeah, just take time out. Yeah.
It's great because there's no real set bad guys and good guys in your group.
No, that's
It's like everyone's got a little bit of each, and like I said, Shane has taken this completely different direction. But even him, I'm not looking at him going, "Oh, he's turned completely bad."
No, that's
like he's in that world. He's making perfect sense.
He killed this character Otis, but he saved my son.
What a great scene that was. He's got this guy Otis with him. They need some medical equipment to save his son, who has been accidentally shot. And they go to this place to get this gear. And as they're leaving, they're just overrun by these zombies. So they're trying to outrun him. And this Otis guy's a little rotund. He's having a little bit of a tough time. Shane has the medical equipment, and he looks and just pops Otis in the leg. Otis goes down. Shane continues running, and the zombies just, he used them as bait.
Well, you know what?
Just to fucking get away.
Let's be honest. He was probably tired of looking at fat Otis just lumping around the camp. I don't blame him one bit.
I didn't either. Because when it happened, instead of going, "Oh, poor Otis," everyone went, "Yes, what a great idea."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So times like that, you take it in the context of this zombie overridden world and say, he's doing what he needs to do. In the episode, the premiere, you in the bar with those two strangers that came in. That was badass, by the way.
I know.
Do you watch those?
I don't. I don't watch myself.
You don't watch yourself?
No.
Have you seen the episodes or no? You haven't?
No, I don't watch myself.
Oh, I don't.
Just watch that scene.
No,
you know how badass you look?
I lived it.
You whipped around.
Yeah, itchy trigger finger.
Boom, boom, behind you, and then you got to polish the guy off in the noggin. God, it was great.
Wait, why don't you watch yourself? Like, aren't you curious, like, what take they might? I mean, I kind of understand why you wouldn't, but like, say they do a couple different takes. Are you ever curious as to how it finally came out, or
no? I just enjoy the acting part. Yeah.
Are you self-conscious?
Wow.
Yeah, I think what happened is that I've been working for sort of 18 years, and the first 5 years, you watch yourself and you sort of go, oh, I like it when I do that. Hey, I look kind of sexy when I do that. And then you start getting, or certainly I did. I started sort of stopping myself and being really,
You don't want to turn into the Fonz.
Well, you know what I mean?
You were thinking how it was going to look.
Yeah, you become very directorial. It's a real problem. You see lots of people become pastiches of themselves. They turn into a caricature of their own performances. And I just decided that I would get myself out of the equation and just thought, I love just doing the acting side. And let's not censor. So,
damn, that.
Are you a good listener when you act? I'm obsessed with when I talk to like real actors because it's so hard to listen when you're acting. That
is absolutely, that's all it is. It's reacting. My acting coach has said, that's it. You got to listen and react.
Jimmy, you got to listen and react.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing now. He's like,
a little bit quicker, hopefully.
What?
So you don't watch yourself? I'm always late. Like I come back, I always ruin scenes by coming in late. Yeah. I'm fascinated with that.
Well, although I did do a French film, and I speak very, very little French. I speak sort of chalet French. I can order a baguette, and I just found myself being in scenes waiting for people to finish. You know what I mean? It's the worst acting I've ever done.
Your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn.
Okay, they want me to speak now.
So wait, you actually spoke in French?
Yeah.
That's got to be difficult.
It was the most terrifying thing I've ever done. And and then I did it again.
Do you know one of your lines?
Films.
Could you say one of your lines that you remember?
No, I can't remember.
Did you actually take French to do it or no?
No, I sort of learnt it phonetically.
Wow, how the hell do you do that?
Yeah, it was crazy.
It's crazy, yeah.
It was stupid. And I kept phoning people back home going, why am I doing this to myself?
How good are you? This fucking guy gets a movie in a language that he can't speak. I can't get cast in a commercial here for tampons. That's a great actor, man.
Oh,
that is a great actor.
It's hilarious. Wow, that is fast.
Well, they're telling us in our ears that we have to wrap you because you have other press.
Andrew is a busy man as far as
thank you,
the show goes.
I've loved talking to you guys.
Andrew,
and thank you for watching the show, man.
I'd love to have you on again. I'm a huge fan of the show. It's fantastic. It's obviously The Walking Dead. I love the show.
We'll be right back with more Best of O&A. Stay there. It's the best of Opie and Anthony.
We got the Book of Mormon guys outside the studio.
Yeah, I'd say the four of the main.
Oh, and the girl. Yeah, that's right. I didn't realize she was coming today.
4 out of the 5 main leads, I think, are here.
Wow. Hey, guys. Welcome to the show.
Yes.
How are you? Oh, wow.
Come on in.
How you doing? Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Josh, good to see you again, brother.
How you doing?
Someone could sit in the fun chair and the couch and just make yourself at home.
And in the studio, it's Andrew Rannells, is how you say it?
That's right.
Okay, Rannells and Rory O'Malley, Josh Gad, and Nikki M. James, who I'd say you are 4 of the 5 most important people in... without Michael Potts, I mean, I'd say that.
Well, you guys have always been obsessed with Michael Potts, though.
Yeah, I know. When I found out he was brother,
you got him in.
Did you get him in?
Oh yeah. He came in after
you came in. We're like, you know what? After Josh left, we booked him.
He said he told me they got me on the guise that they wanted to talk a Book of Mormon, but they really only wanted to talk about the why.
It really was. We were like, hey, Book of Mormon's great. All right, now to the business at hand. But I'm a complete fan of all of you. It's amazing how good. I've never seen a musical before. I don't like musicals. Right. Yours is fucking incredible.
Thank you.
Maybe they're all incredible musicals.
Maybe
if you've never gone before.
No, I never thought of that.
This is a pretty, like, I don't know. This is a very
Mamma Mia is
musical.
just like our show.
Mamma Mia.
Literally exactly.
Michael's Mamma Mia, Cats, Book of Mormon are the 3 most traditional musicals on my
Do you know how disappointing another musical is going to be if I go to see it and they're just fucking using like proper language and no one's being fucking
edgy?
Oh, it's going to stink.
Only come and see our show then.
Nikki, you got the Emmy, right?
That's all he's doing.
Tony.
I mean the Tony. I'm sorry.
She
I'm
won
sorry.
an
I'm
Emmy
sorry.
too. She won an Emmy.
Are they giving those away too? TV movie
Last
version.
night I got congratulated on winning an Oscar, and I was like, I've never even been in a movie. Thank you.
Well, congratulations on the Tony, of
Thank
course.
you.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. Anybody else get?
Weren't you all nominated?
No, we
Yeah,
were
we're
all
all
nominated,
nominated.
but it doesn't count as much.
Oh, that must be awkward.
Yeah,
Although
it is.
people
It's like,
still
yeah,
think-
we were nominated.
And what's
Someone
really
got it.
awkward is she always holds it up when we walk into the theater.
She's literally got it with her right now.
I
It's in her
carried it
bag.
around with me. I had them build a special pocket in my costume so I could wear it on
would do
stage.
that.
Yeah, they could all look like when they're all standing behind you, they can see it.
Sure. Exactly. So we don't forget.
How did you guys not win? I can't comprehend. And again, I don't know what else is out there, but I can't comprehend how somebody got more votes. You were great, by the way.
Wow.
I don't watch the Tonys. I saw your. I saw your performance was fucking. It was brilliant.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, who knows? Who knows how those things.
How annoyed were you when you didn't win? I mean, I love this.
I was actually relieved because you were sitting there for like 3.5 hours and really hungry and like hot and like kind of
And they wouldn't
just
give us any
getting like
water.
Josh
upset. You could
actually-
take water to the seat. It was very strange.
Josh brought in a plastic bag with goodies in it,
Nice.
candy, and we were all
You
like,
know where my
"Oh, that's
brain is."
so trashy, Josh." And by hour 3, I was like, "Josh, you got any more of that stuff? What you got in that bag? What you got? Give me some of them Slim Jims."
Did you really bring Slim Jims in a bag?
That would have been amazing.
I brought pretty disgusting food in there. But you know what? It was very smart of me because by the end of it, everybody really was paying with sexual favors for goods, and so it was really good for me. It worked out well.
Why would there no? How come you can't bring water to the seat at the Tonys?
Because then I think they want people, like when the camera sort of pans the
Well, who
crowd, you got a bunch of
cares?
people like drinking. Well, I
Who
don't
cares
know.
if someone's drinking water?
That's why things like the Golden Globes are like, you watch this, they're all just like liquored up
Wasted.
as hell.
They're just hanging out at a table.
Yeah, they just
Why?
sit at a
Why can't
table
we just be
drinking
drunk at a
booze.
thing?
They're all fucked up trying to get
Yeah.
them, stumbling over each other.
Well, that happened. There was the Drama Desk Awards. They tried to do like that, and they had like booze for everybody. And by the time our categories came around, I was wasted. They didn't really give you food, but like I think I drank like
We were doing-
whatever they would put in
That's
front.
smart.
We did shots.
Did we do a shot of tequila? I think
Yeah,
we did.
just like, and then I was like, and then there was a moment where I was like, oh fuck, if my name gets called, where I'm screwed because it's gonna
You can have like a Guns N' Roses MTV Music Awards moment.
down, knocking shit over. That would not be good.
Nobody would be surprised though. That's the advantage of doing the show you do. Is if you probably curse, nobody would be surprised because the show is definitely.
I guess
Yeah.
although we
We're
weirdly get
supposed to be
called out.
filthy people.
Yeah.
We weirdly get called out
Josh
for it
is
though.
anyway.
Yeah, well, Josh is just.
I'm just disgusting.
It's
I'm a
true.
disgusting human
I would think you want work, after this at some point also. So you can't just be a complete slob in real life.
Well, Josh has built a career on that. So
By the way, Rory, we're obsessed on this show with your moment in Turn It Off.
oh.
It's
We do it out of context.
we never. No one in the audience knows why we do it,
Yeah.
but there's nothing
Right.
better to me than turn it off. There's nothing that makes me happier than that little hand across the neck. Turn it off.
Good.
Oh my God, is that great?
After we saw it, we're in a cab just doing it over
That's
and over
all we
again.
were doing to each other in a cab, which was
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
Not that the rest of you weren't great, but there was that one moment that really got us. It was
be honest.
hilarious.
We're both idiots. We're going to take one moment and just talk about it. That was the moment. Rather
good.
be with a man, turn it off.
She sung her ass off. Holy
Yeah,
man.
people get
Nikki.
kind of choked up watching you because
Wow.
the songs are really brilliant and funny, and they're some of the stuff that is so, I'm not going to say harsh in a nasty way, but language wise, it takes you
Yeah,
off guard.
absolutely.
And then your stuff is just like, like it kind of, that is what's happening over there.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, I get to be the sweeter side, right? Of the flip side of the coin.
Yeah.
Which is fun, which is great and fun, and I'm appreciative of it. But I sometimes wish I got to say like some body jokes and stuff, and really outlandish. It's not that easy to be the straight man when you're working with like these hilarious.
Yes, but that's why you won the Oscar, isn't it?
Yeah, it is why.
And Emmy, too.
It had nothing to do with the cleavage either.
The
I'm
outfit.
like, why does this girl have such low cut dresses?
She is a sexy villager.
Times
She's
are hard in that
fantastic.
village.
Absolutely.
But this is what a delusional ass I am. When Josh came in, I'm like, was she single? Like, even if you were, like, let's be honest, you're around people who are in shape. This is not the route she'd go. Is it?
I don't know. I find out to see your wallet too, right? Is that
shit! You're talking my language.
An honest girl.
At least she's direct.
Oh God, I love
she's
that.
really acting up there when she's playing that sweetheart.
We did an interview the other day, and the first question the woman asked me was, "So how difficult is it to be nice?" or something like that. And I was like, "Are you implying that I'm not nice?"
Yes.
Yes,
that's what
As
she's
a matter of
implying.
fact.
But you are really sweet in that. You come off as very innocent, and there's a a very funny moment where certain naive thoughts are revealed by other. I can't say enough
It's
about the
really
show. So you don't want to give
amazing.
away the jokes. That's why we don't play the songs on the show, because every song kind of catches you off guard.
And the problem is you can't get a ticket for this thing.
no.
Yeah.
What's going on with that? Are you guys going to extend?
That's a big
Tell us
problem.
how to get one because we have trouble too. Yeah.
No, it's a problem where we sit because we're trying to tell everyone how great this show is, and then they're trying to get tickets and they're having a tough time. That's why I
Yeah.
say it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a good problem to have.
It's a
Obviously.
great problem. I mean,
Yeah.
we were lucky that we sold for, I don't know technically until when, but they do some,
Now
like,
and forever.
they do some tricky things where, like, every once in a while, like, a new block of tickets
Yeah.
will be, like, discovered and released if you have, like, an American Express
It's like the
card,
Dead
I
Sea
think is
Scrolls.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Every
couple
once
of
in a while,
months they
there's,
discover
like,
new
That's so corporate,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
But you know, there are tickets available for 2013 if you're really interested. So.
It's probably, you know what, you're probably not far off, because you can't get tickets. The wait line for this is, I was so happy to walk past all the scum because I had a ticket.
You're
so
privileged.
nice.
I mean,
You're a
I walked
fancy
past
man.
the theater on my way here, and there was probably like 10 people outside waiting for tickets for
Really?
tonight. Yeah, for
Well,
standing room. Because if you get to the theater early, you can wait for the standing room
It's first
line.
come, first serve, yeah.
And they do a lottery for the front row, and then there's also a cancellation line. I mean, there's people who
There are ways, and if you can see it by yourself, there's that's the best way. Go online and get a single ticket.
hopefully you don't have friends.
I love when a show like that just really just becomes very popular, and it's pretty much by word of mouth.
Totally.
And some of these other shows that they just hype bomb.
Some of these other shows.
But it's been
Some of these other shows.
It's kind of been the brilliance of the marketing team too, because as far as I know, it hasn't been done before. That the less is more approach, where people don't see anything from our show, they don't see any numbers, they don't hear any music generally, and so there is this almost mystery surrounding it.
The last show that was like that, Starlight Express.
That's right.
Wow.
Yes.
The skaters.
Roller skating. It's a musical about trains.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me?
I remember as a kid watching that commercial. Even as a kid, I'm just like, what? Trains? Really?
Well, what's so
Thought
great
this
about our show is that people who have never come to see musicals are coming to see it
Yeah.
and loving it, and that's not just good for those people. It's good for our industry to say, hey, if we try to do something different and completely original, maybe a whole new audience will show up.
That's to me what was amazing, just as a stand-up, watching people in their 50s and people that would find me repulsive on stage, and to see what they had constructed to get these people to laugh at. Like, if you said any of those things out of context, they would hate you.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you've almost cornered them, and now they can't do anything but laugh at it. It's fucking amazing, the things that you guys say that these people go
It's pretty
with.
crazy. Like, it's super confrontational, actually. And, I have of the 4 people in this room who do the show, I have the unique pleasure of being part of 2 of the most, sort of in your face numbers. There's the one where it's like expletive you God, right? And then
The Welcome to Uganda.
Welcome to the Welcome to Uganda here in Africa, and these are the and I remember the first night doing that in front of an audience, because we didn't do an out of town run, we only had done invited rehearsals. I remember being totally nervous about how the audience would react, and you can feel them sort of like fall back in their seats a little bit and then look around at each other, and when they realize that it's okay,
am I supposed
and
to
then
laugh?
they go for it. Yeah, and it takes a minute, and they catch up with you, right? So at first they're like a little shocked, and then by the end of the number they're on board. But it is really confrontational, and a lot of those stuff is like direct address. So we're looking right at you and saying like, this is what we're doing. Like, either get on this train or you're going to be pretty disappointed by the end of the show.
That's exactly, you know what?
Yeah.
It's almost like it's so completely not apologetic, and it hits you so hard so fast. It's almost like, well, if this is exactly what it's going to be, so if you don't like it, fucking leave because it's going to get ugly.
Because there's a line outside waiting for your seat. That's why you do it.
We should have a line for walkouts. Two people walked out. You two can come in now.
Have you guys had any? I'm sure you've had, like, you probably don't notice if one or two people leave, but have you
literally
had
a handful? I mean, no more than a handful. I think.
I mean, it is. Not, I mean, you know, I think we were all geared up for like their
protests.
Super shocking, and it wasn't. Although it is nice, like, you know, even yesterday we had two women, sort of like in the third row, right in the center, who could not wait to get out of the theater.
Oh, really?
They were so pissed and so
they left while we were bowing.
They left while we were bowing, and I was sort of pleased to see that, actually, because I was like, well, it turns out it is like you know, people were like, it's not that offensive.
Thought it was.
It's not that. So we feel like, I think I am sort of.
But I love that. I love, like, the first act where the most offensive stuff takes place. They're like, this is disgusting. You know, we'll just stay through the second act. We'll come back after intermission, but then we have to leave at the very end. What's the
point? We're going to make our statement in the last 10 seconds.
When they're bowing, that's when we'll get them.
We'll make our statement and exit during the standing ovation. That's smart.
That's what happened.
You know what's been really uncomfortable is lately there's been like little children in the front. But not only little children who sing every fucking lyric in the show along with us. And it's so disturbing because you see like a 6-year-old mouthing these disgusting words
adorable.
with you. You're like, God, this is terrible.
But speaking of that, who's obsessed with toddlers and tiaras?
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah. I have not missed an episode.
It's the craziest,
despicable moms and children that I cannot get it. I laugh my ass off when they start crying, when they take headers.
Oh my God! I know when they fall off the stage, that's always best. When
It's
they just
hilarious.
Have, like,
that one girl that fell off the chair on her, she just face planted.
Yeah,
like this is great.
My favorite is the mother of the 15-month-old child who's like, she's really gonna have to step up her game. I'm like, she doesn't walk.
It's a blob. They're just bouncing in their arms.
She can barely control her head.
With whore makeup on. The whore makeup.
And press on nails. 15 months old.
But what about the male contestants?
This is a glitz pageant, so we're gonna have to really go all out and get her the fake eyelashes and everything. Oh, please. I'm a huge fan.
By the way,
of that.
I think you guys watch it for a lot different reasons than he does.
Thank you, Jimmy. That has to be said. Thank you, Jimmy.
I like when they really have to shake it up at the glitz portion.
But what about the male contestant Brock? He was like, he won everything because he was the only boy.
The only boy
and
there.
the contestant. Yeah. And actually, his mom, I was like, she's a hero because she was like, you know what? This is when he feels the most happiest and when he's the most himself, when he's dancing on that stage.
When he's on stage.
But so depressing that when they pan to that audience and it's just like an empty Holiday Inn ballroom.
It really is.
Just like full light and folding chairs.
One creep in the back.
There is a creep just sitting there.
Bathrobe. It's just status, and you're like, why? It's not even like a full. Like
no, because the only people in the audience are the parents of the other contestants.
Angry fathers.
Where is this? I have to watch
Angry
this.
fathers,
and some perv.
What is it?
Yeah.
It's on TLC.
TLC.
Yeah.
You see the one with that Mackenzie girl?
She's
hilarious.
She's my favorite.
I want a crayon. Mom.
Oh, that's the one that was crying and misbehaving?
Yeah.
I
She's
hate
crying.
Mackenzie.
I need my Nene. She's screaming.
Nene is a hard-working lady.
She's hilarious. Yeah, she sounds like she's 90 years old.
She's had
I don't know. There is something about that show that is both horrific and so entertaining at the same time.
I love all things reality TV, though.
Hoarders,
so.
we also really enjoy.
Hoarders is
huge
great.
fans of
The
Hoarders.
Rat
I
Hoarder.
Oh,
Did you see that rat hoarder? I'll never.
We were a little bummed out by that episode because we were wishing it was going to be like city rats. Not the pet store rats.
Yeah.
But besides that, it was a sick episode.
I like the
disgusting.
I like disgusting shit more than just clutter.
Yeah.
Like I like that when they open up the fridge and there's a piece of pork in there from the 70s.
What about the woman who was storing her urine in jars?
Yeah, in jars.
That was disgusting
or the
enough for me.
staircase full of shit.
Yeah,
in bags.
It's just in
adult
bags,
diapers.
adult diapers. And all I can say, we've had some of the counselors on the show,
Really?
and we say, why don't you just smack them in the face? You give them 10 minutes to grab their shit and then burn the house down. and they actually she actually got a reasonable answer. She said, you know what? everyone in their life is telling them that that's what they want to do and that's what they should do. She goes, we're just taking another approach because that never works.
Tough shit.
But I'd be like, all right, look, we're going to let the crew set up. Let's go out to, lunch. And take them out to lunch and come back to just a smoldering pile.
See, I say you set the place on fire and make them get out.
Crawling over their own shit.
It could be a new game show.
Old fat ass couldn't make it out. Yeah, that's a shame.
Sorry, Mary.
You guys aren't sympathetic to those people, are you? You're not sympathetic to them, right?
No.
To the people who hoard?
Yeah.
No, I actually, I think being a New Yorker, and when you have such a limited amount of space where you live, you take that space to be so precious, and to see people have these houses and just fill it up like a landfill.
Giant houses with
ridiculous
shit everywhere.
For plastic spoons.
I mean, I could move in the middle of the night.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm like, I guess I'm too empathetic. I do. I'm just like, what happened in her life that makes her feel like she needs, I get like that.
Well, I can't stand when they're trying to clean the house out. They know that, either the kids are being taken away or the house is going to be taken away, and they're looking at one little thing going, well, I have to make a decision. and it amounts to 1/1 billionth of what's in this house, and they're taking much too much time to decide on it.
The state will take your
Throw it away.
Do you watch Obsessed? The show Obsessed?
Oh, yeah.
They've only done it.
You have time to watch all that. I'm really
DVR,
man.
You got DVR,
We don't have a
everything.
child.
I know.
That
That's the key.
Intervention's another one.
I love
watching that.
Shows.
Although at this point, it's like, who the hell is walking into that hotel room not knowing what's going on?
Exactly.
Who believes they're making a documentary about addiction?
Yeah.
That doesn't end that way.
Yeah.
Well,
That's not like, here's some more drugs.
Yeah, but maybe they're giving him
They must be on some great
Or
drugs.
maybe they just don't
Still
pay their
believe that
cable
shit.
bill.
Yeah, so they can't watch. Yeah, obviously they wouldn't have cable because they're spending all the money on drugs.
Yeah.
That
intervention show?
Someone's thinking.
Yeah, we're assuming a dope shooter is up on all the local programs.
Hello, Files. Could you come?
We just learned something today. We learned why
We did learn.
What time do you have to get up? Because I watch you guys and I'm like, what time do you go to? I'm an insomniac. Like, I literally haven't slept in probably 2. I just can't sleep. What time do you go to bed to get up in the morning?
I mean, if we don't have it, we were just talking about this. If we don't have a matinee, like yesterday we did a matinee. I mean,
Even if we do a matinee.
we'll sleep until, what were we saying?
10.
I got up in
10,
time
11,
to watch The View.
What time
at
do you
11.
guys go to bed?
2.
2.
Yeah. You can't shut down. After you do, especially after you do 2 shows, you're exhausted in between shows. But then there's like the sick cosmic joke where after the second show, when you should be able to sleep, it's like, all right, now I'm ready to start a third show. Like there's no reason for it.
That's when we
You're all
drink.
wound up.
Yeah, that's how you wind down.
That's
Pills.
Too soon.
Last time you were in, I said we were talking about Chevy Chase. I sat right behind him at one of the shows.
Oh yeah,
wow.
And so I was at Comic-Con doing, this is what a self-centered phony ass I am. I was at Comic-Con interviewing Joel McHale, and the whole cast of Community was in the room. So Chevy walks by, and I grab it, and I go, hey, we interviewed Josh Gad from the Book of Mormon, and those guys were so happy you were there. And he didn't want to stop and talk to me because he goes, "Oh, I love that show," and he's talking about how great it was. He goes, "Yeah, I went back," and I was like, "Oh, good. Can I take a picture with you?" And he just deflated because he realized the whole discussion had been a ruse to get a photo.
Great.
So I used your success to get a photo with a man who wanted to blow me off.
That he absolutely did not want to take.
And you saw it on his face. He was like, "Oh, you fuck!" Like, I thought this was a real moment, but you roped
get
me
it,
in.
though?
Oh, of course I did.
Nice.
Of course I did. He wanted to throw his coffee in my face.
Well, he should
Okay,
have.
people. I've heard tell that a few Mormon missionaries are using us to get into people's doors.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
Wow.
Someone, a cast member said a cousin of theirs called and said these boys rang my doorbell and said, "We're from. You may have heard. We're from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You may have heard of us from our musical on Broadway, The Book of Mormon."
musical.
Well, I found
Our
it very
musical.
interesting that the day after we won the Tony, they launched that Mormon.org campaign. I was like, wow, this is good.
They're opportunists. That's smart.
Have you guys
For
gotten
Mitt
flack?
Romney.
Oh, right.
Have
you gotten any shit from the church? Or no?
No, they've been kind of vaguely supportive. I don't want to say supportive, but they've sort of given us a pass. I think they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna stage any protests or anything.
Even though it's making fun of a lot of stuff, it really does make at least the Mormons. To me, it makes them look slightly naive about certain things, but it makes them look compassionate. It doesn't make them look like nasty or evil people.
No, we're not. No one was like setting out to make fun of Mormons for. I mean, it's not like a 2.5 hour Mormon bashing, but no, I think at best we make them look naive, but still good people.
But your character is terrific too, because you start off one way, like you're just this idealistic guy. And then you just kind of realize, he's a bit of a self-centered ass. He's a bit of a guy who's kind of wrapped up in doing things so he looks good. It was just really, I didn't know you could do so much character development in a musical.
You oftentimes cannot. We're very fortunate with this one.
You guys all have a lot of experience in Broadway, I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Or on Broadway.
Yeah.
Did I sound like a guy who doesn't know Broadway when I said in Broadway?
In Broadway.
Well, yeah, we've all been fortunate to be like, kind of kicking around for a while, and this is obviously the sort of biggest opportunity I think we've all had professionally. But yeah, it's nice that we've all sort of been like, working and kind of, crawling.
We all know how lucky we are to be a part of something like this. Everyone is so grateful to show up to work every day, and that's great no matter where you work. But we're really lucky.
Well, you guys also, it's like the cast member of the Wire. Like they have the respect of their peers. I did a shoot with one of the guys from the Wire, and every other actor on the set, all they wanted to do was talk to this guy who had been in the Wire. I mean, Ted Danson was there. All these, they wanted nothing to do with me. They just wanted to talk to Dominic because he had been in that. And you guys are going to have that for the rest of your careers. You're going to be.
We do. A lot of people compare us to The Wire, actually.
Except there's a few more murders in your.
Yes.
Show.
Yeah, this is more violent.
At least one murder. No, it is true. We do get. I think our community, the theater community in New York, is both in awe of sort of what we're doing with this ticket selling business is crazy, and that's not something that happens a lot. And then that we're doing it and doing a show that is both great and we all think is really innovative and new, and we had some leeway. We created these characters. We're really lucky to have been created these characters from the ground up, and we put our stamp on them. So we're not doing anyone else's, show in that way, which is really a lucky thing.
But as a comic, you watch that and you go like, it is encouraging because you see this stuff that you don't think people can get away with.
In the mainstream.
Right. And they're getting away with it on Broadway, and it's fucking murdering. I mean, I've seen the show twice. Not that I would love another ticket, despite my effort to promote. It's like it's really encouraging to see like there is a way to do anything you want to do as on stage. Any content you want to get over, there's a way to sell.
Well,
it.
especially when you're telling a story, they earn every single moment. I think and these characters are rich, and like when you're telling that story, and all of a sudden you get to the end, which is one of our most offensive quote unquote songs, the audience knows exactly what is being said up on that stage. They've gone with us on that whole journey. So they aren't like, oh, this is, completely gratuitous or anything. They're with us on that journey. So
there's a sarcasm in some of the stuff too, like where they're talking about just the conditions in Africa. It's about, what would you say, missionaries that go to Africa, Mormon missionaries. And you can't deny the truth. In what's being said, it's like, oh yeah, it really is a miserable environment.
Yeah, right. And also I think it's funny because people say like, do you feel offended, as a black actress, do you feel offended about the way
you're a black actress?
I am.
I just thought you played one.
That's amazing.
I spent a lot of time in the tanning bed.
That would be a funny revelation that you're actually Irish and you're just really fucking good.
Don't tell anyone.
Now we understand why you won the Tony. That's amazing.
Was that movie from the 80s? When the guy takes the pills to go to Harvard?
Yeah, Soul Man.
That's what
Oh God, was that
but
the
people
worst
are like,
black
"Are you offended?" And I said, "Well,
so offensive."
What it really is illuminating, which if you can get there, is the first world's idea of what the third world is like. The sort of arrogance that we can have as developed nations about the ways in which we can help these, poor, unfortunate, sort of hungry Africans, and the naivete of like what the reality of what these people's existence is, and so I think the joke is actually flipped around on the audience, and I hope they get it. But even if they don't get it, that's the thing that's really great. Even if they don't get that second layer, they'll still think it's pretty funny anyway. You don't have to be like...
If you don't get the deeper meaning, hey, the song's catchy.
Yeah. Well, what's amazing is what you were saying also about the fact that it is, you get away with murder and you get away with some of the funniest material ever. And Rory talking about the story, but along the 4 years of workshopping this thing, I think some some really funny stuff was left on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Really funny stuff. Even songs that were perfect and hysterical. And it's a testament to their craft that they knew that the story was the most important thing.
Right.
And anything that serviced the story stayed, and anything that didn't went. And at the expense of, I think, some pretty hysterical stuff along the way, too.
We'll do Book of Mormon too.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sure. Book of Mormon deleted tracks one night after the bows.
Is there ever going to be like
Heretic.
Is there ever going to be like a DVD of it once it's done? Are you guys going to go on the road with it, or they'll get a different cast on the road? How many questions am I going to ask at once? Jesus Christ!
Yes, no, maybe.
You're an asshole.
Yes, no, and maybe.
No, I mean, yes, they've announced a tour, so there will be a tour next July.
Probably with a different cast.
But yeah, so I mean, and then in terms of filming it,
You can go to Lincoln Center and watch it.
They recorded
Lincoln
it
Center records
for
every Broadway
posterity.
show, and they already did ours.
Yeah.
So you can just go there and watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
You have to have a reason. You have to schedule it.
That's kind
They
of
make
cool.
you jump through some hoops, but yeah.
Yeah. it's
So now
really
that
cool.
you've seen a Broadway show, you can go there and watch all the Broadway shows.
Yeah.
You know?
I see what else fits well.
None of them are going to, because I couldn't, like I heard, the person I talked to right before I went, I already had tickets. I talked to Colin Quinn. I'm like, how was it? He goes, it was fucking brilliant. So I knew it was going to be funny, but I can't believe I enjoyed it as much as I did. And you've destroyed other musicals for me. I know you have. I'm not going to enjoy
Well,
other
Trey
musicals.
and Matt will just have to write another musical specifically for you to come
Bobby
again.
Love
because this, it's like, I don't think I could have more fun watching a Broadway play.
Well, then you've
wanna
never
go
seen
see-
Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor.
Oh,
Yes.
what's the other one?
Beauty and the Beast? You want to go see that?
Beauty and the Beast.
Me and you?
Little Beauty and the Beast.
Little Mermaid?
I mean, I would
What do you
go.
want?
Why not? I would go just to spend
I love
time.
naming every Disney show that's closed. None of the
I
ones
know,
that
none of them are actually open. Just closed once. Lion King, okay.
Trying to be nice today.
Lion King.
Yeah.
The Lion King.
You can go see Bobby Lopez's other show, Avenue Q. That's
Yeah,
I heard that was good.
yeah,
That's
great.
Yeah, you'll like that.
And I saw the motherfucker in the hat. That was a non-musical with Chris
Yeah.
Rock. I thought was very good.
As long as there are curse words, you're in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just like salty language. It makes me feel cool.
We'll make you a
And
list.
dangerous.
I also love when Rory, when you get up and you go, I'm all better now. It fucking makes me so happy. Because you're obviously not all better.
Yes.
That's the fucking, it's such a great role.
Yeah.
And by the way, me just like singing one of your lines at you is like me as someone coming up and doing one of my jokes to me. And if you want to spit in my face, nobody would fault you for it. I really am an asshole.
Please, I'm
I'm
honored.
doing everything I hate as an audience member. I'm a fucking audience member. I hate myself.
Fanboy.
And so you were all on the ground floor of this? Like you said, like all of you guys kind of were there from the beginning?
Yeah.
In different, we joined
yeah.
at different sort of levels in the different stages in the game. Josh and Andrew have been doing the show for as long as
Rory.
Josh and Rory.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry. What's your name again? Which one are you? So many white people, I can't give them the try.
Yeah, Josh and I have been for like 4
4
years
years,
when
yeah.
it was half a show.
It was half a show. It ended with the first act ended with "Man Up" and no chorus whatsoever supporting me. So it was just my tepid voice going "Man Up" over and over, and then it ended with "Man Up." That was the end of it.
That was the end
and
of the
then,
whole
like
show.
the lights came up on the theater, and we were like, "All right, well, hopefully this will be a Broadway musical." It's so weird. And then they found Nikki for the second workshop
Just on the street.
on the
the
street.
street.
She was hooking, and they
story of Broadway.
determined, you
It's
know
a
what,
story
we
of
want to get
Broadway
you out
dreams.
of this sad existence. And so she just suddenly changed the game completely because it became so honest. And then over the next few years, it was really, it started to become a struggle. They kept recasting Price, and it just never fit. It never worked out the way I think that they had imagined it, and everybody was great. But then, literally, like right a year before we were going to open, they were like, we need to find the right guy, and they had auditions, and they found Andrew.
I was also hooking.
Different kind.
And
You completed us, Andrew.
yeah,
I did.
and then
Yes.
the rest is history.
Were you in anybody else in any shows of note on Broadway?
I was in Jersey Boys.
Oh, sure, okay.
And you would like that. There's a lot of cursing in that, too.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Joe Pesci character.
And,
Okay.
yeah. And Hairspray. I did Hairspray. You would probably not like that.
Probably
No,
not.
Yeah.
I heard Rent was
Well-
great. Like I never saw that, but that was one I would have seen. I would see. There's another one out now. I would see.
Wicked?
No,
Jerusalem.
Yeah, Jerusalem I heard is good.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's great.
I mean, Mark Rylance, who won the Tony, is like
Was he
one of
really
the best
great though?
actors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's unbelievable.
I mean, I haven't seen him. I'd love
He's
to shit
surreal.
all over him, but I can't because he's apparently good. But I kind of in defense of you guys. It annoys
really
me.
good. Yeah.
My
Oh,
favorite
well,
show.
he won in the other categories, so
Oh,
it's
yeah,
okay.
that's-
And then gave away his Tony, which I love.
Did he really?
Yeah, you know you're good
Yeah.
when you can give away your awards. When you're like, you know what, I don't need this. I'm going to win 5.
But is that a spur of the moment thing though? Like, I mean, you're on your way out, like, why the fuck did I do that? You felt in the moment.
Can I have that back,
I'm an
please?
idiot. I shouldn't have done that. So I guess the show's over.
Oh, yeah,
Oh my God.
shit.
Let's
Look at
get
the
the plugs
time.
on for everybody. Otto, of course. This is Otto, a brilliant comedian who is just enjoying the. Otto and George.
Otto.
Will be
Otto.
this Saturday, 7 o'clock, Starland Ballroom in Saraville with the great John Velby. You can go and follow Otto on Twitter. It's Otto and George. Myself, ironically, will be in Utah the 19th and 20th at
Nice.
Wise Guys Comedy
Mormon
Club.
country.
Yeah. And although when I think of Mormon country, I think more of Belladonna. Great porn star who was spent some time in Utah. And of course, the Book of Mormon is just brilliant. I mean, it really is a fucking. It's the first thing I've seen that really lived up to the hype. Because whenever you hear so much hype, it's never as good as they say it's going to be. And I fucking loved it.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you one thing? I would never. Could you just turn it off, please? We just get.
Turn it off.
That's exactly. That's it.
Now we got that for our
You are a
machine.
fanboy.
I do. I really am. If we had another hour, I'd ask them all to do a couple things. Look, could you just do that one scene where he's baptized?
Don't forget the pink luggage too.
Oh,
Which is just
fucking
classic.
dude, I'm all better now.
He's walking around stage with his pink luggage.
Oh,
It is just a great show. Are you guys promoting anything else? Because obviously, Book of Mormon doesn't need to be promoted. Anything, any little side thing or nothing?
Well,
You good?
I mean, I'll plug my web series as always. I have a web series on mydamnchannel.com called GG, and it's pretty funny. Check it out.
Gigi is hilarious.
Thank you.
What's your web channel?
Huh?
What's your web channnll? Like, how do you get to it?
It's you go to mydamnchannel.com or you go to YouTube and type in GG All American.
All right, thank you, Josh, Rory, Nikki, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys.
You're in a real work of art.
I got to see this thing.
It's
I know.
fucking brilliant, man.
Yeah, we need to take it for Otto. That's why he was
2013, January 2013. We'll set you up. We'll hook you up.
Take that, Otto.
What are you doing a year from next year?
You make an impression, obviously. Wait in line. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show's Best of O&A. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, Chelsea.
Hamilton.
Welcome back to the show.
Sit down. We're talking about the parade,
And how
New
much
York
we-
City, and the gays and
gay parade?
stuff. The gays.
Gay parade?
No, actually, the St. Patty's Day parade because they
Yeah.
they don't allow
Hey, Jim,
gays.
how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
We hate parades in general.
Parades are pretty gay.
It's like
They're a waste of
fucking-
time.
It's like 1800s entertainment. It's like who stands there and watches that garbage?
I don't know. People
Marching
who don't
down
have
the
anything going on, or people who can't just get somewhere
Right.
else.
Yeah. Well,
It's a bad traffic blockage, don't you think?
I think most of the people watching the parade just want to cross the street.
But I don't know why adults are into parades. Shouldn't adults be into something else?
Well, because they got their
Exactly.
kids, so you sit there because
It's a good way to get your kids
kid
to.
doesn't care
you keep the
either.
kids occupied for an hour.
You give them Legos and they're happier than standing in the cold for a dumb parade.
But my hometown parade, which is happening Sunday for St. Patty's Day out there on Long Island, they let the whole town march. If you have legs, you could be in the parade.
It's one of those
So
where
that's
anyone with a
stupid.
beer in their hand and that cardboard
So what
shamrock
so what are you
hat
looking at?
It's stupid.
I mean, I guess they're just getting shit faced, right? Can I say
Yeah,
that?
yeah, and marching along.
Oh, well.
Anyway,
you
that's
know.
what we were talking about as you were walking in.
Well, thank you.
No big. Whatever.
Keeping
Whatever.
me in on that.
That's a great start, right?
Yeah, it's awesome. Super hyped up.
We defended you just yesterday
Oh, what did I do?
for that bullshit. The
Oh, the stupid
dumb
outrage because of your tweet. Wow, that was crazy.
What about adopting Nupita? Like
Yes.
Angelina Jolie adopting her?
That one and the fact that you're
promote your book.
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me.
You made
It
an
was
excellent
hilarious.
tie-in with your new book and 12 Years a Slave, which
go
was
to,
a
go to,
natural
Af- go
tie-in.
to
Worked
Africa
well.
or buy my book.
Right.
Which is not what's so controversial about saying that.
First of all, I meant go to Africa, or you can, if you
Or buy
can't
the
go to
book.
Africa, this book is also about Africa.
Right.
Whatever. I'm so sick of explaining myself. I don't really care.
Exactly.
No,
You're kind of beyond getting in trouble though. Like you know, it's like you don't seem like you have to apologize. A lot of guys get like a little bit of heat and they have to say
get
they're sorry.
nervous.
Well, if you start apologizing, then you can
Then
will
you're
never
done.
stop. You
Right.
can't apologize.
You know the best is at that? Ann Coulter. She doesn't say shit. She doesn't apologize for anything. And people leave her alone.
Yeah. She's a nightmare.
But she can say whatever the hell she wants with impunity. It's great.
That's her shtick. Yeah, but
Right.
she's kind of trying to piss people off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not actively trying to piss
You're
people
trying to
off.
make people laugh. There's a difference.
Well, Ann Coulter might be trying to make people laugh, but she's not that funny.
Yeah. Are you crazy liberal or what?
I'm not a crazy liberal, but I'm a liberal.
Are you?
Yeah.
How's that working out for you?
It's not working out.
Are you like real crazy Obama fan?
No, I'm not a new crazy Obama fan.
All right.
I was an Obama fan, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not working out.
You know, I'm liberal. I want to be liberal, but he's not great right now.
Yeah.
What do you find disappointing about him? Because a lot of people who are really liberal say that he kind of let them down.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I feel like a little bit of a letdown. I mean, not a little bit, a lot. I just think it's a disaster. You know, I mean, everything. The one thing that you were looking forward to after everything fell by the wayside is, it was the Obamacare, and then they roll that out, and it's a disaster.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, you guys, come on, get it together. It's one thing that you think, okay, this could be a good legacy. This could get people in the right, and then they keep changing the rules on it. And I don't know. He doesn't seem like, now when I hear him speak, it's kind of, I don't have the same feelings I
You don't
had
believe
when
him.
I'm just like, why are you even bothering talking to Netanyahu? You're not going to get anything done over there. What are you going to say?
It's carried over to everything he's doing now.
Yeah.
Foreign affairs, domestic
foreign
issues,
affairs are a
everything.
disaster.
No one believes him anymore.
The Olympics, I know that's not solely his, that's the Olympic committee, the IOC decides where the Olympics go. But, Russia, why would we have the Olympics there? Why would you reward that guy with the Olympics?
Right.
Why would anyone give that to him? I know that happened years ago, but still, it's just terrible.
He's a Bond villain, that guy.
Yeah, he's
Perfect.
Terrible. That's exactly what he is.
Yeah, and fucking shirtless fishing. You have to respect any leader that wants to be photographed shirtless in a fishing boat.
I took that photo actually when he was shirtless fishing. I was dating him for a short period of time.
That's lovely.
Yeah, he was pretty sexy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He loves to have his shirt off. Though,
Does he ever?
It's not just one picture; it's every other picture.
Would you bang him for the story?
Bang Putin? No, I can't have sex with a guy like that. That
No.
would just be a disaster. I hate him.
He's probably a sub.
I
bet he's a sub because he's so like
Yeah,
alpha.
maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a good iron fist.
Fucking the gimp's ball gag and fucking just loves fisting. Yeah.
Yeah, gross.
Something like that.
Oh, God, can
sorry,
you imagine?
Chelsea. I'm sorry you had to hear that.
No, I'm just thinking about him
Apologize.
fisting.
Yeah, that feels so good. Oh, that would be horrible.
He meant you fisting Putin.
Yes.
yeah.
Yes,
Him being a big sub.
That would be
A
hard.
big sub.
I have never fisted anyone, so that would be
No?
really hard. Yeah.
Gee.
I had an ex that kind of didn't want to be fisted, but she liked the turn on for her would be to take. 'Cause I don't have very big hands, but I'd get 4 fingers in.
Like when you make the same thing as when you're making a shadow puppet of a duck on the wall.
Yeah, we didn't look at it that way, but that's probably really accurate.
Yes.
And I would taunt her like how I was going to close it into a fist, and that was what would get her
wow.
off the fucking idea of it. But the fisting was just a little much.
Right, yeah. Fist, yeah, it's a lot for a person to handle.
That certainly is.
You've got
There's
to really,
something.
really ramp up to that.
There is something going on that's more than just put something large in my ass. That is like some kind of deep-seated
How do you get
thing.
that conversation going?
I need a fist in there. I've been naughty.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You think it's symbolic of something else, or is it more like this feels good because it's
I don't know. When I think about that, my brain just shuts down.
Yeah. You can't really dwell on that too much.
Yeah, no, I can't. No, it's awful.
Did Chewy do porn? Someone showed us something. Is that true or
yeah,
no?
Chewy did porn. Yeah, apparently. I've never seen it, and I don't want to. But we found out about like 2 years into the show.
Oh, okay.
My ex Ted called me and was like, "Okay, Chelsea." I was driving, and I lived with him at the time, and he's like, we've got some very bad news, because we found out, and I didn't tell Ted because he's like, a histrionic mess. And I said, and he called me and he goes, "I've got some bad news. I need you to pull over," because I was driving. And I said,
shit.
What do you mean pull over? Please don't tell me to pull over.
That's
when I'm driving, unless
terrible.
somebody's
I got
dead.
bad news.
I
Pull
don't-
over.
Just say it.
It's so annoying
Yeah.
for somebody to say that. Are you alone? I
You're
need
gonna
you to
think
pull
something
over.
Say what you got to say.
And then he told me, he goes, Chewy was in a pornographic film. And I'm like, of course he was. He's a Mexican little person. What else was he supposed to do?
Oh, you weren't shocked or upset by it?
No, I had known, but I didn't tell Ted because I knew he wouldn't react normally. But whatever. I mean, what was he supposed to do? Thank God we rescued him from that situation.
Yeah, he's like, I've been on your show, and when he's announced, it's a tremendous.
They love him.
They fucking love that
They
guy.
love him.
They love him.
And he's got.
People love him. People don't understand. I mean, I love him too. You know, he's a nugget. He's my nugget. I saw him. And he's so cute, but he's so lazy.
How did you discover him?
I just saw him, and I like have a thing for little people. I have an application on my phone called Nugget Grinder, and they tell me when a little person is within 20 yards.
Come on, because the little person has to actually put in that he's a little person somewhere.
They do their dimensions and their measurements and their waist.
If they're close to you,
and they
seek
do
them out.
what activity, because you can find them at work, you can find them crossing the street or playing sports.
It's adorable.
Thank you.
Do they object to that app? Do they find that like a little?
They do because they have to sign up for it.
Yeah, they would have
yeah.
to actually put in.
Yeah, so and there's a membership fee.
Right.
If you see a little person and they didn't pop up on your phone, you probably shouldn't approach them and say, "Hey, you should get on this." Yeah, I bet they would be upset.
There's a very high kidnapping rate for little people in LA.
Really?
Yeah, people grab them and put them into cars. They tag them and then they release them.
Tag and release.
And natural environment.
Set them free in other areas where they can't be harmful to the indigenous population. Yeah.
I guess midget is really offensive now. Like we don't. But you're close with Chewy. Is that something that like he said to you? Like that's a term that really does bug us, and this is why.
You can't say the M word. He doesn't like
the M word. They're actually the NFL is trying to ban that too.
Yeah, it's like saying the F word for a gay guy. I guess they don't like it. So
maggot.
You can't say it. Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah, because I'm always interested. Like when I hear these words that offend people, I'm like, I don't care. But then sometimes if that person explains it to you, it's like, it's kind of hard to argue.
Well, no, you can't. Yeah, you can't use words like that. I mean, you just have to respect people's wishes. So of course I do. I mean,
he doesn't like midget.
No.
What, little person?
Little nugget.
I think little person sounds more demeaning than midget, to be honest. If we're little people, are you?
Or you can call him little fucker.
Little fucker. Hey, little fucker. Now that's a fun thing to call
Keeps
somebody.
it fun for everybody.
Yes.
You had a funny. I literally. We just got this an hour before you got here.
Unfortunately.
And I opened it up to page 7, and there's a really funny line because this is about you going to Africa, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's all my travel stories. They're just true stories, though. But it starts with Africa. I went on safari.
It's called "You Got to Be Kidding Me," and it is out now. And it's why? When did Africa come up? I thought you were going to south of France. I want to know where rappers came from. That's always been a passion of mine. It's the first thing I read, and it was funny.
That's hilarious. Oh, you're going to be in Dutch for that one. Have you caught any flack about the book? Apparently, white people are very difficult time actually talking about anything about black people. So
I don't know. I try not to read anything about myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the point?
I don't know.
Does it bother you still? Like the negatives? I mean, as a comic, I know how we are, but does it bug you?
No, I just don't do it. I don't read
You don't go on Twitter?
No. I think my assistant disabled it, so I can't even read it.
Oh, really?
Because, you used to be on, right?
No, I'm on Twitter. I tweet, but I have an application where I can tweet. I can take a photo and tweet it or write something if I want to write to it.
But you don't have to read any of the shit?
I don't read it. What's the point? I mean, I don't know.
It's like that self-flagellation.
No, I'd rather read the paper, honestly.
Yeah?
I'm sick of social media. I just don't want to read back. People are going to write,
terrible
stuff about
things.
you. It's not worth
horrible
it. It's
things.
not, you have to have a really sick kind of relationship with yourself to be interested in that.
Is it that, or maybe there's a self-confidence issue or something? I don't know. I'm just saying. I read horrible things about myself, but I really don't care. It used to bother me a lot back in the early 2000s and stuff when we were kind of just starting. Now, though, I could read heinous things and I'm just like, what? It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, that's good. But after a while, you become numb to it anyway.
That might be it. Yeah, desensitized.
Because most people who are writing stuff aren't really... I mean, if you're sitting there blogging about somebody or talking about how much you hate someone, obviously you've got some issues because shouldn't you be using your time more wisely?
I have spent hours, though, researching people that have badmouthed me. You go to their Instagram, you put their names, you find their real name, you put them in search engines, you put them in a tracking thing, and you get every bit of information about their wife, kids, job, and then you just talk horribly about their family. Your kid is ugly and fat. And
he handles fucking Twitter people like the Zetas cartel. He basically just finds their family, cuts their throats.
I hold a grudge like the JDL.
But it doesn't bother you said.
All right, some do.
Okay.
But I have a solution to that.
Just know there's shitty people out there.
Yeah, there's horrible
That's
people.
what Twitter, taught all of us.
Yeah.
A lot of shitty people in the world.
And your instinct too is like when somebody, it's almost like an online heckle. It's hard not to address it sometimes because it's just like the fucking balls on this idiot.
Yeah, if you're on stage performing, you're going to get people heckling you. Does that bother you? I mean,
you don't get people heckling you.
No?
No. I mean, who's going to heckle me? They're coming to a theater with like thousands of people.
Dummies.
You're going to scream out and yell at me?
Some people are.
You're going to, I'll tear you apart.
You have the power.
Well,
then,
I mean,
okay.
most people that are paying money to come see you, are not there to scream at you.
That's true.
You're going to ruin everyone else's show, and then you're going to make a fool out of yourself. Because,
I've seen them in the crowd do that.
It's not
terrible.
fun. It's lame. You have to be really shit-faced.
They'll yell sometimes if they're there to see you. They'll yell things that are fun or that they're not trying to hurt you. They're trying to be a part of it. Like they'll just you'll be in the middle of a punchline. They'll chewy or whatever it is that they'll yell for radio shit.
Right.
And that's even more annoying than someone who's trying to wreck your show. Because you can't hammer them that hard. It's like they're fans.
What are you gonna do?
Right. Yeah.
Fucking irritating.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, most of your fans are pretty cool about it. I mean, why? It's just it's so stupid to do. It depends what kind of, certain parts of the country, it's a little rougher.
Yeah.
You're doing a gig in D.C. tonight?
I'm doing D.C. tonight, Cleveland tomorrow, and then I'm doing the Garden, the theater on the Garden Saturday night, 2 shows.
Wow. So you're going from here to Cleveland and then back here?
I'm coming back here for Saturday show. Yeah, I go D.C., Cleveland, Boston, 2 shows in Boston, then Saturday here, then Chicago Sunday night.
All in the next 5 days.
Yeah, it's the first week of the book launch, so you got to bang it out.
You know? The first 2 weeks are the big ones for the bestseller, and you got 4 on the bestseller list. And you're smart to go out and promote it like this. It's like you go out and do gigs.
Well, listen, when they pay you this much money to write a book, you better go out and make them their money back.
Right.
It's the right thing to do, I think.
Yeah, but I always get the spreadsheets, and they're always like, "Well, no, we're still in the red." Like you're never going to see back end on
books. You had
books.
a great book. I loved your book.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
But you never see back end on them. They'll never ever send, because there's always a way they can spin it. Like, well, a distribution fee, like they fucking take 30% off the top.
That's why you got to get a big advance so that they have to pay you no matter what.
Yeah.
But it's good to go out and promote your book. It's good. And plus, I like to go on the road. I don't get to go, I'm in LA all the time, so I don't get to go to places like Cleveland. I don't get to go hang out and see fans, and they like that. It's nice. It's nice to see them. It's nice to do book signings. You say thank you like a real person.
Like a real human.
It's nice to do that, I think.
This isn't like an idea for a book that you would think like you would put out. What's the story behind it?
They're all the same. It's all the same as my other books. It's just about me going. I take my girlfriends and my families, and I go on vacations, and or my whatever guy I'm dating at the time, and then I write about it. And it's only really funny stories I think are really funny, and that I want to share. Some of them are really embarrassing, and I figure I should share those too, so that everybody knows that they're not the only person who shit their pants.
So you indeed did go to Africa, and this is like
I went to Africa. I went to. There's a story in there about the London Olympics. I went there. Went to Yellowstone. I tore my ACL skiing in Switzerland. I got medevaced off the mountain by a bunch of German Nazis, and and was on ecstasy. There's a story about that.
Nice.
Where were you on ecstasy?
In Switzerland. I took it by accident. I meant to take an Excedrin.
Oops.
And then I realized, like, halfway down the mountain, I'm like, I think I might have taken an ecstasy.
Now, why did you even have ecstasy?
Because I like to party.
All right. That's good. That's like a Kennedy thing with the Ambien.
No, I wasn't driving. I was just skiing.
Okay.
Do you believe her excuse?
Hell no.
Well, why would she take an Ambien and go out? Just because she was all fucked up, you mean?
Maybe,
Just like, I don't know. I mean, the Kennedy, I liked her quote yesterday that they shouldn't be investigating all drunk driving.
Yeah. It's a waste of time. Waste of funds.
Waste of time.
That's great to say.
No, I tried to talk to my doctor because I used to take Xanax and I wanted to stop taking it, and I got off of it, and I had this sleep specialist I went to, and he said, I take the Sonata now when I can't sleep or if I'm on the road. And he said, when you take it, he goes, you can't take it past like 4 a.m. And I go, well, what if I wake up at 4 and I want to go back to sleep? He goes, but you have to understand, like, if you wake up at 9 and you go to work, that's still in your system. So then you're like Kennedy. And I said, oh, okay, thank you for telling me. He goes, if you're up at 4, you're going to fall back asleep if you give yourself, even if it takes an hour. I said, okay, good. And once he said that, you're like, you can't take a sleeping pill before you go driving.
Yeah,
it's not ideal.
No.
The Kennedys are hot messes. They're always getting into trouble with sleeping pills.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, they love their drugs and alcohol.
Yeah.
Why were you taking Xanax? Just to sleep?
To go to sleep, yeah. Because I'm, when I'm traveling and stuff, like if I get home on a Monday and I've been on the road for all weekend, I want to catch up on my weekend because I've been, out. And so I'd go to bed at like 7, take a Xanax, and sleep for 10 hours. And it's like, you can't do that. So
That's
no,
probably a
I've got
bad
my.
habit.
By the way, I stopped taking it. Your whole brain comes back into focus. It's the worst stuff. It totally denudes your creativity. Your word retrieval. You can't think of the things when you're on that, taking that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
So it's better not to.
I'm a terrible sleeper. Like 3 hours a night. It's awful. So I try once in a while a melatonin or something to help me, like 5 milligrams of melatonin. But I can't fuck with any of that.
Jimmy's
stuff.
been trying to figure this out for years.
Does it work?
It helps a little bit, but only for a night or two, and then your body just adjusts to it, and then you got to take more. So it's like doesn't.
So lame.
Yeah, it sucks.
Well, he wears a mask too.
I try.
That doesn't help.
It doesn't.
An eye mask?
No, the apnea
mask.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
That is humiliating. Do you have a girlfriend with that mask?
I do not. No, that tends to dry up the vag immediately. I fucking see that on the counter.
You have to put that on at the end of the night.
It's
You
satisfying.
gotta find someone who really loves you.
Yeah, or someone that's dated a guy like that before, or just somebody who's got a really bad living situation and likes a nice fucking clean apartment to stay in 4
Deal
nights
with
a
that
week.
Darth Vader noise all fucking night long.
Yeah, I guess it's better than snoring though.
Did you really shit your pants? I heard you say that in there somewhere.
I had an accident in a kayak, and there's a chapter about it called the Bahamas.
Nice.
So it wasn't great, but I thought
It wasn't great.
it wasn't a big accident. I wasn't in pants though.
What was the issue? Food poisoning or just?
The issue was I was in Africa for like
The
2
water?
weeks, and I didn't go to the bathroom for a long time, and then I went to the Bahamas, and Africa left my body without any warning.
Wow.
Why did you go to the bathroom? Could you not, or you avoided the
You
bathrooms?
can't go. I mean, I just couldn't go. The food is so bad. I didn't really eat that much, and I just drank alcohol. That's not really good for
Nice.
a little maybe dehydrated.
Yeah.
Is the food really bad? I've heard that
It's
before.
not great in Africa, no. I mean, it's an amazing trip, and it's so beautiful and amazing. I mean, it totally is amazing. You can't believe what you're seeing, but yeah, you don't go there for the food.
Did you stay out? Because Jim Brewer went, and he went with James Hetfield, and he said that they stayed outside in like tents, and like you are in the jungle, like or the wherever it
savannah?
is, yeah, whatever the fuck it is, and there's animals, and he said it was actually
What was the one
frightening.
that they were scared of? The rhino, right?
Yeah, there was a rhino when he went out.
And,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
even the locals were like, they're scared of
Hippopotamus
rhinos.
are
Was
like
it the
crazy.
hippo?
Maybe it was a hippo.
I think it
are
might have
the-
been the hippo.
Those are the ones that'll fuck you up. Yeah.
It was
A
one
hippo,
of those two.
yeah, they're all
hippos.
well. They're not great. You can't get out of the car on safari. They're not.
No,
none of
they
them are
don't.
going to be friends with you.
No,
Right.
no.
I tried to. I said, "Can I just get? I just want to pet that lion.
Yeah.
I know he's not going to attack me." And our safari guy was like, "No, you cannot get out of the car. You don't understand. I'm not going to save you."
Yeah.
They have guns on them because they will, They don't care about the cars though. You pull up to you're within 5 feet of a lion or a den of lions. And it's unbelievable.
staring
You
at
just
you.
stare at them for an hour. Like you just
That's so
stare at them.
cool.
You can't believe it. They're all bloody from whatever they ate.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
not like Simba.
No,
It's not all
But they're
cute and
beautiful
cuddly.
animals.
Yeah. You know what I like, and the food is great in Africa, and the animals you see there. Animal Kingdom, Disney, Epcot, things like that.
Right.
I love that. Oh, it's perfect.
Well, you should go there by yourself.
Everything. That's what I do. I just
Over and
go
over
there
again.
and eat.
Bronx
It's
Zoo.
a wonderful time.
They're all cleaned up nice at the Bronx Zoo.
Yes,
They're not all bloody at the Bronx Zoo.
You don't need that. They're brushed.
Right.
It's a wonderful
Did you stay in
experience.
hotels, or did you actually stay outside?
You stay in like such tents, they're
you did?
very nice. No, but they're like 5-star. It's not hard. It's
5-star
beautiful.
tent?
5-star
Yeah,
tents.
it's like you've got butler service. It's not. It's not
Really?
like you're not roughing it. There are other ways to do it, but I'm not like I don't like that.
Yeah.
I'm not into camping.
Is there a big difference between Africans and African Americans? Did you notice when you went there?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah?
Well,
Yeah.
Africans are serious. There's like tribes.
Right.
They're like they have 5 wives.
Yeah.
There's stuff like you're in a different world.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
have 5 wives and
Yeah, they had like this guy was, all the people there's all these different languages they speak or dialects, and they tell you about. It's like it's crazy.
Did you feel in danger all the time at all, or were you felt totally comfortable and safe the whole time?
No, I felt safe the whole time.
You did?
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean they take good care of you. Yeah.
And one thing I love about you is that you talk about everything in your life, like no matter how embarrassing it is. And I've had girlfriends that have been upset, even if I don't reference them, never by name, but they're like, "That's my private life," and it's like, "Well, it's mine too." And how do guys you date handle that?
I don't know. They just have to deal with it. If they don't, I don't really date them. I mean, I don't, if somebody really doesn't want me to talk about them, I won't. If they have children, I get that. I'm kind of more respectful of that. But if it's just a guy who's got no kids, I'll probably talk about him.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to embarrass anybody's parent, like I have kids. So, but that's why I don't have any kids, so I can't embarrass my own.
Do you have long-term relationships, or are they like?
I try not to.
Try not to.
I'm not
yeah,
into it.
yeah.
I'm not into long-term relationships. I mean, I'm kind of living a great life. I'd like to keep it that way for a while.
Yeah.
What usually goes wrong first? For me, it's once I have somebody, I just desire to text other people. It's really hard for me to be happy. Yeah, I know.
Really? You're all fucked up, though.
I'm a
I
disaster,
Mean,
yeah.
you shouldn't be doing that.
I know.
If you don't want to be with somebody, you could. Oh, look at this guy.
Sam Roberts.
Hey, Sam.
The wonderful
You think
Sam
he's
Roberts.
black?
He's got a big pubic mound on his head.
He says he's not black. He's related to Thomas
No,
Jefferson,
I don't think
though.
he's black. Are you? I can tell that
He
you're
really is related to Thomas
We
Jefferson.
think Thomas Jefferson used to make a few trips out to
Yeah.
the.
And we know what he used to do
Yeah, I can connect the dots.
in his downtime, right?
Yeah.
So we think something's going on there. We had him tested, though. He's not black, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Did they have you tested?
Yeah.
And what are you?
It said I was Puerto Rican. I don't trust that.
I think you look a little Puerto Rican.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could believe that.
Yeah, you got a little
You're not
of that in
black.
you.
It's not black.
No, but he looks like that. There's just the hair is just
There's
weird.
something going on that's
not
a little
normal.
odd. We don't.
Sam, you ruined our interview by walking in.
No, I
We
don't
had a
think he
good
did. I
flow.
think he added to it.
We had a good flow going
Oh.
with Chelsea Handler.
You
Can I
turned
take
her
a
head,
picture of
though.
you,
That's
Sam? Do you
nice.
mind?
Oh man.
I can send this to my genealogist.
What is this?
Yeah, exactly.
What the
What
hell
is this thing I found roaming?
That's nice.
Oh, don't
hold on.
pose for the
Oh, he's
picture.
the worst. Just
What are you
stand there. you
doing?
What is
Dr.
that?
Seuss character?
Don't yell at him.
Fez was
guys.
right.
It's
Be
like
sensitive.
the thinker.
He's not sensitive.
No.
We only have 2 minutes left, I'm hearing.
All right.
Chelsea's
Man.
very busy.
Oh,
We
you're
got to
a
make
busy
sure we
girl.
promote the book properly.
You got to be kidding me.
And
And I see you squatting here. Is that a poo or
Oh, no, I don't do that.
Who is that then? Is that one of your friends?
No, that's me going to the bathroom in Africa. I'm just
Yeah.
peeing. I'm
okay.
peeing. I wouldn't take a picture of me going to the bathroom.
there's also
Number two.
a shot of you hanging off the boat. I don't know if you're. It looks like you're peeing off the side of a boat, or is that not what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm peeing off the side of a
That's
boat.
great.
Yeah, I mean, in Africa, you have to just pee wherever. So I just
Yeah.
did. I just took my pants down and did it.
That's just great that you put that in the book, though.
Oh,
There's a lot
absolutely.
of great pictures in
Gotta
there. It makes
respect
me
that.
happy to pee outside. I hadn't done it in so long.
Did you have to get inoculated for a
Yeah,
lot of
you have to
things?
get a hepatitis A, hepatitis
Yeah.
B shots. You have to make sure you.
See,
Jeez.
she understands.
Yeah.
Shitting and peeing outside. I
I've never taken a shadooby
Dude, it's
outside on
Africa. It's
purpose.
Africa.
I poo at
I had an
beaches.
at beaches inside the water in the water
Africa.
Outer Banks, a beach, and my house was a little further
in
back.
North Carolina.
So I took my morning poo and then let the tide take it out, and the birds eat it.
God,
What's wrong with that?
That's so fucked
What's
up.
wrong with that?
I mean, what did the ocean ever do to you?
I got
Exactly.
lazy.
That's really.
And my mother-in-law was coming back from
Your
the walk.
mother-in-law. Why would you
and
involve her in this?
She was wondering. She was kind of
Terrible.
confused why the birds were feasting.
With the seagulls swooping in.
They came out of nowhere. These
Terrible.
birds. Sorry, Chelsea.
It's
I
all right,
apologize.
it's okay.
I thought we
Horrible.
could relate, but you
I
don't
know.
poo outside. You only
I
pee.
had an accident, and I talked about that. I would never intentionally go to the bathroom outside. Number two.
Yeah,
Number one
that's
is
silly.
fun.
And it was a 4x4 beach. I could have got back in the car and went back nice, but what are you gonna do?
There is some, my only shitting outdoors experience when I was a kid, me and my friend were going to steal comic books. And I had to shit desperately. And I shat in the woods, and there were yellow jackets flying between my legs. Like I was shitting by a beehive, and I didn't know it. And so I just said I will never shit outdoors
Wow.
again. That's my one and only shit.
I'll never shit outdoors again.
See what happened to
Sometimes
this?
the bees go away, sometimes they don't go away.
Look what happened to this interview. We can't
I
end
know.
it
Just
on, we
went
can't
right
end it
to-
on
right-
shit
right
stories.
out of the toilet.
It
I mean, this is
definitely
like my entire life.
degenerated.
We actually stayed out of it longer than I thought we would.
Yeah.
to be
Well,
very
I'm
honest
glad
with
you guys. You should respect yourselves more.
We almost
Yeah,
made
we
it. We almost
should.
made it.
The book is You Got to Be Kidding Me. Chelsea is a brilliant writer and fucking truly hilarious. And
Thanks, Jim. I think you're hilarious.
thank you.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show's Best of O&A. Best of O&A. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Best of O&A. Best of O&A. Best of O&A. Best of O&A.
There we go.
Carrie.
How you doing?
Hi.
Pleasure. Fan.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
Man.
Wow, you coming all the way around? I like this.
Oh.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. All right. Cool.
Now, are we saying your last name? It's Ellis, right? Ellis. Okay.
Carrie Elwes.
It's a hard one to say for some reason. It's just, it's an odd.
Like Elvis, but with a W. Is
Oh, okay.
Elvis. Oh, that makes perfect sense.
There you
That's
go.
a lot
That helps
easier.
people.
Yeah, that helps people.
Are you filming?
Yeah, we always just.
Oh, okay.
You can tell him to turn that fucking camera off if you want.
That's fine.
He's got a viral video, so he's looking to follow up with it.
Yeah, he's looking for the follow-up.
He went to the Apple Store during the release of the iPhone 5 and got some girl that had no idea why she was online to buy the iPhone. She was excited for it,
right,
but had no idea what the phone did or anything.
Nothing.
And it got 4.5 million... 4.8, sorry.
No kidding.
Million views.
But wow.
But so he's very excited.
We learned today, though, he hired an actress, and it's all fake.
It could be fake. Yeah, we're investigating.
Yeah, we are investigating.
Wow, what do we got? The 25th, is it?
Yeah.
Anniversary of The Princess Bride.
Crazy.
What a great quotable movie. A lot of people quote that movie.
Yeah.
And a favorite. Wow. That's so you're out and about talking about The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
Boy, how'd you get that part? That was pretty good.
I was blessed, man. I don't know how I got it. Honestly, look at the cast.
Yeah.
You know, Billy Crystal, Chris Guest. You know, I grew up with these guys. I mean, Spinal Tap. Rob Reiner. I mean, I was,
please.
You know.
Yeah.
And Chris Sarandon from Dog Day Afternoon, and Carol Kane from Annie Hall, and Wally Shawn, My Dinner with Andre. I thought, how am I going to fit into this group?
Yeah.
I'd only made all of 2 movies at that point.
What had you made before that?
I'd made something called Lady Jane with Helena Bonham Carter, and I made a film called Another Country with Colin Firth. So I'd done a couple of little movies, but this was the big one.
Yeah, that was the big one right there.
So I was a little intimidated.
Yeah.
You know, it's quite impressive company to find myself in.
Yeah.
But they all welcomed me very, very. They were very sweet. We had a blast.
Yeah. I also just remembered, actually, somebody reminded me that you were Dr. Jonas Miller. In Twister, who got lifted up to his death and doom,
correct?
Because you wouldn't listen to The Extreme, The Extreme. Yeah, it's already here.
That's funny.
Boy,
we like that movie.
I cannot get enough of Twister because that whole what would it? Is there such thing as an F5? And the guy. You just hear his fork drop. And it's like, what would that be like? Finger of God. They're so over dramatic with their storm chasing. I liked your guys better. You were high tech, sponsored, reasonable, not emotional.
Yeah.
They're playing friggin' Van Halen. Yeah,
All the real storm chasers we work with were like, you know, that's not how we do things.
Of course not. They're a bunch of nerdy geeks, as a matter of fact.
Ramp it up. There's no competition between the storm chasers. Like they're not sponsored. There's no good guys and bad guys.
I persuaded the producers much against their consternation. Much to their consternation, I persuaded the producer Kathy Kennedy. I asked her. I said, "Listen, I got all this downtime, and there's a storm coming because we had a meteorologist on the set." I said, "There's a storm coming. It's over the border in Pretty Prairie in Texas. Can I go?" And she's like, absolutely not. And when you're not insured for that, there's no way. And I wore her down. I just kept wearing her down. Like, come on, I won't. I'll take someone with me. I'll take a storm chaser. He knows what he's doing. I'll have a walkie-talkie. It'll all be good. And finally, she said, "Okay, fine, but I want you in constant contact. I want your cell phone on. I want everything. All right." And I said, "Fine, yeah, great." So off I go. Right. And we drive down there, and as we're heading down there, we see all these cars leaving Pretty Prairie, and they're waving at us like, "You're crazy! Get out of here! You're going the wrong way!" and we turn this corner, and suddenly there's this twister. And I was driving, and the storm chaser goes, "Reverse." He just starts out very quietly. He goes, "Reverse." I go, "What?" He goes, "Reverse right now."
Oh man.
And I go, "Oh shit." I put the car in reverse, and man, that thing was on us within we got out of there by the hair of our chin.
You shouldn't have listened to him.
You know?
Yeah, just like Bill.
And I
just like Bill. Bill tried to warn you. And what'd you do? You kept driving.
Right.
Even the guy in the passenger seat tried to say maybe you should listen.
Yeah.
And
but I couldn't hear him. I couldn't hear him from the noise. He was like talking, you know.
Yeah, maybe
what kind of music were you listening to as you were riding toward the storm?
Were you listening to REO, Speedwagon, riding the storm out?
Riders on the Storm.
I will watch that movie every single time it's on and sit there and just get mad at it.
Thank you.
It's already here. He's ESP with the tornado.
Were you happy with the way it came out? Like you can never tell when you're shooting something because you're not seeing everybody else's scenes. Once you saw it put together,
no, it was amazing. You know, it was written by Michael Crichton. And, and it was an incredible cast. I mean, look at the cast now.
Yeah.
Alan Hunt, Bill Paxton, Philip Seymour Hoffman. I mean, it was
Bill Paxton's always this guy.
Come on, man.
Well, why don't you put her in charge? I love Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
In everything,
Jamie Gertz,
he's that guy.
Jamie Gertz.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
right.
she was in that.
Yeah. Who's Jamie Gertz?
Well,
she's
she was
great.
Yeah, she's gone away a little bit.
Where is she? I know her
We
name,
haven't
though.
seen her in a while.
Yeah, she's
a
terrific.
big actress for
wonderful,
the time.
wonderful actor.
She was in a lot of
really,
stuff.
Really sweet, wonderful actor.
But what else was she in? Because I know the name. It's driving me.
Oh man, yeah,
What was
I don't
there?
know. I just paid so much attention to Dusty and Rabbit, all them fun guys.
Yeah.
Just turned up the volume.
Who was
Crank
Dusty?
it.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, right?
Philip Seymour Hoffman, who is just an amazing actor, and him and
we had
Boogie
a lot of
Nights.
fun. And the film turned out, I thought it turned out pretty good. It made a lot of money.
It absolutely did, and I remember when that came out. They did like entire news segments on the special effects,
Right.
and how amazing the tornadoes looked and everything.
Yeah.
For its time, especially,
Yeah.
it looked amazing. Also, Saw, the
Yes.
original Saw,
Yeah.
one of the best thrilling horror movies ever. I mean, and the twist.
Yeah.
Just crazy.
Yeah,
and
crazy.
even if I mention it now, people be like, spoiler!
Yeah.
When was it made?
Yeah.
But that is something that after you see it,
Yeah.
the twist, you're like, how did I not see that? How did I not consider that as a possibility?
Yeah, very bright
that he's the
guys.
frigging guy on the floor. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
right.
But you with the foot and everything, just a great claustrophobic horror. What did you do acting for that movie to get yourself into that? Because you got to portray someone who's petrified.
Well, they chained us to the wall. They really did chain us to the wall, and they actually had to. They had to, in order for the camera to spin around 360 degrees, they actually had to have the painters put the set back together and seal the walls up. So we were actually very claustrophobic.
Oh, okay,
we were really
yeah.
in there, and then all the crew would hide behind the camera as they were spinning around.
Oh, they'd have to keep walking
around it, you know. And so, being chained to a wall in the same clothes for week after week, and week after week, I only shot it in 18 days, but
18 days?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, it's just one set, really. I mean, you're one location.
Oh,
one
Jimmy.
location.
I guess then 18 days.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just throwing out some
When's your
Hollywood
18-day
jargon.
movie coming out?
When's your 18-day movie that made millions?
No, I'm not saying anything bad. I'm only saying that's what cuts down the time, as you know, locations and
Yeah, we
moving
have
on.
one location. That's all we could afford. We
Men
shot
of
it
similar
at
ilk.
Lacey Studios. Do you know where they shot Cagney and Lacey? It's downtown LA.
They call it Lacey Studios
Call it
because
Lacey-
of that?
Because of that. Because that's where they shot the whole
I thought it was
series.
Lacey Underalls from a Caddyshack. So, yeah.
No, we shot it all in this one location, and so that saved a lot of money and time.
Yeah.
And it was. We had no idea it would take off the way it did.
Yeah. It really kind of struck a nerve, as they say,
Yes.
in the horror movie.
While severing a few
vernacular.
tendons.
Yes, yeah. It was one of those that it was a great mix of suspense and gore.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the gore really had its place. When you have to friggin' ace your foot like that, you feel it.
Yeah.
And it was a great, they did a great job of kind of feeling for your character, too.
Yeah.
You felt bad for the guy.
Yeah, no.
Terrible
it was-
situation.
Yeah, no, it was. I thought it was well written. These guys, these two guys, James Wan and Lee Wanell, they came out of Melbourne Film School, young kids in their 20s, and they were passionate about this film, and every studio turned them down. Every single one. They said, no, we don't get it. It's too dark, too weird, too this, too that.
Wow.
And they were going to come up with their own money. They'd asked their grandparents and their aunts and their uncles and cousins to raise money to make the film themselves. They were
But
just
that
going to do
family's
it.
pissed they didn't.
Yeah. And finally, this one company, saw it, saw the little reel they made. They made like a 5-minute scene that they put together of the bear trap, the reverse bear trap.
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
And they looked at it and they went, you know what? These guys have got
are
something
sick.
They got something
Twisted.
going on.
Were you in that original reel or no?
No, they shot that themselves in Melbourne.
Okay.
And, when I met them, I met James Wan for lunch one day, and he brought with him this portfolio. And he opened it up, and he'd done all the artwork himself. He designed everything, the pig mask and the little doll and the reverse bear trap, which was a blueprint. And I said, God, that looks really real. He goes, oh yeah, it's operational. But you know, and he made the doll himself. It traveled with him first class, had
Really?
its own seat. I said, well, how were the stewardesses with that? And he was like, they weren't too happy about it.
Kind of creep people out.
Creep people out
Yeah.
of it. But I just couldn't risk packing and putting them through luggage, you know. And so yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
How much did it cost to make?
The doll?
No, the movie.
Oh, the movie, $1 million.
$1 million bucks.
Made $100 million.
Jesus, what a great investment that is, huh?
Yeah.
I hope you had some of that.
I didn't.
Well, you sued them.
No, they didn't give me any, but that's
Jesus.
okay. I was part of it.
Were you taken care of? I mean, you had your legal issues.
I had
Some
to go
wrangling?
and ask for it, but whatever.
Oh, boy.
It's amazing.
know,
nobody in Hollywood does the right thing.
No.
Producers, they were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have fun. We'll take care of you. Don't worry. You'll never have to work again." Did I say that? Did I really? I don't remember saying that.
Jeez,
That sucks.
that was like that was the last Saw they did, where you were in the room with the producers trying to get your money from.
Right, exactly.
It's more terrifying than any other Saw
You're
movie.
trying to reach in the middle of the room for your check.
Right.
Yeah, you got to reach through the bear trap nest.
Right. Totally.
It's terrible. What about The Princess Bride? You did pretty good on that one, I bet, right?
You know, I'm blessed. It's like one of those films that this has lasted forever. It resonates from generation to generation.
It really
It's just-
does. What do you think? What do you think that's all about? Because
I
a
think
lot of
'cause
movies
it's
don't
got
have
a lot
that
of heart.
longevity.
It's got a lot of heart.
Yeah.
It's not cruel. It's not mean. It's sweet. It's funny. It's goofy. It appeals to all ages. You know, parents can watch it with their kids. There's very few movies that have that.
Yeah.
You know? And it's sort of just one of those things. I don't know. If I put my finger on it, I'd be a producer and produce a ton of them.
Yeah, and
you know?
do another one like that. With Andre the Giant was in that.
Yes.
Yeah, and did you get to hang out with him a lot?
Please, he was amazing.
Yeah, I heard he
was
liked
amazing.
drinking beer a lot, right?
No, God
No?
bless him. Yeah, he drank something called the American, which was a combination of a lot of different things. He had terrible back problems, you know.
Yeah, holding up that body.
Holding up the body, and then
Crazy.
people would jump on him on the canvas. You know, they thought he was big enough he could handle it. So wrestlers would literally just use him as a trampoline.
Oh man,
And
Sam,
so-
is this true? Sam knows everything about wrestling,
Right?
Yes,
Am I right,
the Hulkster,
Sam?
the Hulkster.
Did he ever wrestle Bob
With leg drop.
Backlund?
I don't know who that is, but
Oh,
I'm sure he did.
and
He's a
well, you
wrestler.
shouldn't.
Okay.
You're a successful guy and not some loser.
But
Like,
he was such a sweet guy. You know, he didn't care much for the British catering, which, I mean,
Oh, really?
we're not known for our culinary skills anyway. You know. They think cholesterol is something you put in your car. And he went over to France and brought back, you know, pâtés and foie gras for the crew, and the crew just loved him for that.
Oh,
You know,
man.
He was like, couldn't do no wrong after that.
have bought some stuff for you. He did have that giant guy voice.
No, he was a sweet
Yeah.
man. Sweet man.
Did you
Very
take
sweet.
photos with him?
I was with him every day. I didn't need pictures with him.
There's a movie. It's called The Princess
I know
Bride.
that, but I
it's
mean-
a bunch of photos strung together that move when you play them in a machine. You dummy.
Hey, where are you guys doing a reunion today? Where are you guys doing? It says the cast is doing a reunion today after a screening.
We're going to screen the movie at the New York Film Festival in later this evening
In Lincoln
And,
Center, right?
In Lincoln Center, we're going to do with the whole cast. I think
Wow,
Chris Guest-
really?
Chris Guest's the only one who can't make it. He's out of town.
Oh. It's for a good cause too, right?
Yes, yeah.
It's the Mercy Corps. What's that?
Mercy Corps. This is an organization I work with, non-profit organization. They're out of Portland. They're amazing. These guys. You know, you know that saying, "Give a person a fish, feed them for a day. Teach a person to fish, feed them for a lifetime."
You make that up?
No,
Oh,
no.
I've never
I think
heard
it was
that.
I think it was Audrey Hepburn or something like that.
Audrey Hepburn.
No, really, I'm serious. So anyway,
Buy him some fish.
anyway,
Yes, sir.
back to the point. Before I was so rudely interrupted by the gentleman on my left.
Exactly, Jimmy.
No, I'm kidding. They go into these areas that are affected by natural disasters and human conflict, and they go in and they don't just provide the essential services like, you know, food, shelter, and medicine. They actually stay there long term and help with long term economic recovery for these communities. You know, and you know, they just came up with this thing called the AgriFin Mobile, where they through mobile technology, they're going to help low-income farmers in Zimbabwe, Uganda, and Indonesia to increase their produce and thereby their revenue by 30% within 3 months. I mean, first three years, right?
Wow, I was going to say, wow, that's pretty fast.
First 3 years. So they're very innovative and they're very smart, and they go in and they just help these people get back on their feet. And most aid organizations go in and they do immediate recovery and then they head out. But these guys stay there long term. So they're my real heroes. You know what I mean? So we're asking fans if they want to get involved and do something good. The first 100 people who sign up to make monthly donations to Mercy Corps, they can go to www.mercycorps.org/Princess Bride. And they will receive limited edition memorabilia, like they can get a piece of Rob Reiner's beard. Couple of hairs, and they can get some funny posters that we made up that were not, like I think that they made up some funny posters, like original titles, like "As You Wish, Dude" is one of them, and then you can get an autographed copy of the screenplay autographed by myself and Rob and Robin. So it's a good cause, and you can feel good about yourself and get some cool stuff at the same time.
How much do you have to donate, or is there not like a?
It's $5, $10. It depends on how much you donate. As you go online, you can see what you can get.
Would they sponsor something like Dorothy? That'll take care of disasters before they happen. And you guys had the same thing, only with the square things.
Right.
I know. Launch up.
Right.
And that was so dumb. They went through so many Dorothy's. Why not fasten it down so it doesn't tip over? It's a tornado.
Because the movie would be over in about 5 minutes.
I know. I can't get past those little things,
MacGuffin.
though.
It's the MacGuffin. You know? It was the thing they had to fix to make it happen and then save the day.
Don't they have planes that drive into storms? Like, don't they
drive into storms?
Don't they have planes that actually fly, like propeller planes that fly in and they
into hurricanes, not tornadoes?
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, tornado would be a little dangerous flying an aircraft.
All right, fair
into
enough.
A tornado.
What do you think would have happened if you stayed there in your car? Would you guys have gotten? I mean, you wouldn't have gotten killed, but
when you went to the
You
real
mean Pretty
tornado.
Prairie?
When you actually went, yeah.
Well, I don't know if the car would have been lifted. Maybe. I don't know. It wasn't like an F5. It was like an F1, F1, but it was still pretty hairy. With the golf balls were scary. The golf ball size hail. They really look like golf balls.
I play with
coming down.
hail-sized golf balls when I golf, which is very unfunny.
And then
Fucking cool.
It's funny. No, it was very intense. I don't recommend it. Unless only professionals should do that. I should point that out on
You know what? It probably helped you.
Think that you can copy me and go, oh, Gary Ellis, so we could go drive into the storm. Oh. No, don't do it.
Did you talk?
Don't try that at home.
Did you talk the lady into letting you go by saying it would help you
with my character?
With your
of
character,
course. Yeah. What else? I
should see a real storm.
See a real storm.
Did it help you with the character, or was it just fun to watch?
It helped me soil my pants.
Yeah, it didn't help with the character?
Yeah. No.
Because the guy next to you was probably a mellow, regular guy, right?
No, it did help. It helped. It helped seeing one. I mean, but I don't recommend, like I said, I don't recommend actually driving to chase one. Chasing storms, like I said, these guys do it for a living. They do it year after year.
What do they do when they get there, though? Like, what are they trying? Like, what is a storm chaser trying to do?
What they're trying to do is track it, because tornadoes change on a dime. They move directions on a dime. It's very hard to sense where it's going to go. And what they do is they track it so they can warn communities enough ahead of time to try and get people to safety.
Yeah.
And they want to test it, and they want to find out what kind of storm it is, and what, and they go and they pick up the hail, and they go back and research that, all kinds of stuff.
The Extreme once was naked, right? And he walked out of his door, and the Twister's right there. And you know what he did?
What happened?
He threw a bottle of Jack Daniels at it, and the bottle just went right up into the tornado.
Did he really?
The Extreme.
The Extreme.
Yeah.
Sure.
The Extreme. Bill. Yeah, the Extreme.
What happened after you threw the bottle of Jack, though?
He cursed at the tornado. It was great. Dusty thought it was the best thing ever. Dusty
Dude, you
had
really
his
know
nose
this movie, man.
I love Twister.
It's hysterical. Hysterical.
Nothing but Twister.
He's
Love of
thinking
God.
enough about Twister.
I know, enough about the tornado. We get it. Idiot.
Were you scared when you saw Saw in the theater?
No, because I made it. I knew it was.
film.
I kind of knew it was what was going to happen.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. You missed out on the cool twist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
But it's cool. You know, I love the way it was made. I thought it was really well directed.
Yeah.
And well made.
So creepy.
Every once in a while, a movie like that comes. It kind of changes the look of horror movies like that.
Yeah,
and then you
it
have
does,
like The Ring, which changed a lot of the camera work. Now
Yeah.
everyone kind of wants to do that stop motion.
Oh, I hate that. It's so scary.
Yeah, it was. It's not anymore. Now it's just kind of standard.
Says you.
Yeah, you're used to it.
Pornography with that now.
Porno.
The money shot, fucking dancing around.
That's when you know a look is gone.
been
When
used
it ends
too
up in
much.
porno.
Yeah.
Remember the grunge with the soft focus
Right.
background? They started doing that in like dog food commercials. It was over.
Have you seen yourself? Is there any character you've ever done in a movie that's been put into a porno? Because they seem to parody it. Why they parody everything?
Well, you would probably know that more than I.
I know. I don't watch the movie parody ones because they're kind of silly. I just watch the really, really hardcore ones.
All right. We got to wrap up.
Hardcore. Oh man.
Done?
Yeah.
We'll end on that note.
Well, let's.
Thank you for that riveting question that was so intriguing and mind-blowing at the same time.
I was just curious because you've done a lot of roles, and I figured one of them might have been made into a porno movie.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, I really keep track of those things. You know, I have someone who works for me 24/7, collating all of that.
Yes.
What did somebody tell you? Like if I did a role that got me in, like, and they parodied it, I think it'd be silly. Like Judah Friedlander.
Where'd you find this guy?
Seriously.
Where did you find him?
Many years ago,
Yes.
with Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that explains
Yes.
everything.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to ask a tasteless porn question. I figured after Saw, he'd be kind of hard to shock. But
You were also in an episode of Seinfeld.
no, I wasn't.
No, not you. Jeez, Jimmy.
Give him another sedative, please.
Yeah. Oh.
Please. Okay, yes,
yeah.
I was in Seinfeld.
Yeah, yeah. Which episode was that?
I can't remember the name of the episode,
man.
but it was a lot of fun. Those guys are hilarious.
Yeah,
hilarious.
That show
Michael
just-
Richards, especially.
Oh my god!
There we go.
That show still just holds up.
There we
Really,
go.
very funny.
No, very funny guys. I had a
Yeah.
good time. I had a really good time on that show. I couldn't believe they wanted me to be on it. I didn't know. They just called me up and said,
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see. George makes a comment that breaks up a married couple. Because of the comment, he tries to find a way out of his pending marriage to Susan. Oh, I guess you were
In the big
the
Susan
guy
episode?
that was.
That's right. Trying to get his gal, I think.
Yeah, you were trying to get his girl.
Yeah.
Right. You broke up a couple. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was. They were all fucking funny. What was I gonna say? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was a funny one, as opposed to all of them that were funny. All right, Carrie, thanks so much for coming
Thank
in.
you.
Princess
Thanks.
Bride.
25th anniversary,
Yes.
and you can also, if you want to donate to the charity that Carrie's involved with, it's called Mercy Corps, and it's mercycorps.org/Princess Bride. And with each donation, I think if you're the first 100, you can get memorabilia, signed copies of the script, or a piece of Rob Reiner's beard hair, which is kind of creepy, like he's Muhammad. But it's still a good cause, so
He
donate.
didn't just say that. Did he just say
Yeah,
that?
I know.
Well,
You
yeah,
gotta-
beard.
Let's run out of the place.
Run.
Jesus, run. Run.
Well, there is one of Muhammad's beard hairs on display.
All right, enough. We're cutting now. Thank you.
I saw that.
Thank you.
I saw that in Istanbul.
Yeah.
I saw the piece of beard hair.
Yeah.
People lined up for hours to see this tiny little
Yeah.
piece of beard hair.
Yeah, it's actually there.
It's an actual thing.
Yes.
Seriously?
Yeah.
One strand of a beard hair.
That's
yeah.
fine to say.
And,
Okay.
And
So
very
you were
thick
panicking
glass.
for no reason, and I was being very honest.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
why I think Rob Reiner giving away a beard hair.
Okay. I
is a
thought you were going
sacrilege.
somewhere else with
No,
that, Jimmy.
oh my God.
No.
Not on this show. Well, actually, on this show. Yeah, if you weren't here, we'd just lay into it. We don't care about our lives.
Exactly. Or should we?
Should we?
What are they going to do? Murder us and disappoint 11 listeners? It gives a shit.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
We're
Terry,
done for the
coming
day.
in.
Thank
Very
you.
cool.
Thank you.
And we'll see you.
See you guys tomorrow.
It's the best of O&A. Stay right there. We'll be right back. It's the best of O&A.
Chris Hemsworth. Hi, Chris. How are you?
There he is.
Welcome to the
doing,
Opie and
man?
Anthony Show.
Hi.
Thanks for having
How you
me.
doing?
How you doing?
Pleasure.
We held the door
Yeah,
open
take
for
a
you so you could go in the
seat.
bathroom.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Take a seat. We're on the air. We do
Yeah,
it.
here we are.
We
Good.
just do it this way.
I
Yeah.
need these now.
It's a lot
They
easier.
look cool though, don't they?
It's early for you, right? You don't get up this early.
No, not well. Yes, I do sometimes. I mean, I've got in from London about just a day or two ago. So yes, yeah,
jet lag.
You know,
that's not too bad. This from London to here is all right. Yeah, LA is that little bit.
I want to be able to tell someone I just came in from London. That sounds so cool. Just came in from London.
So take a flight, come back, and say you just came in from London.
We just came in from Cleveland recently.
Oh, great.
That's what we get.
That's exotic where I come from. You know?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Whereabouts are you from in Australia?
Melbourne.
A lot of people say Melbourne.
Melbourne.
It's Melbourne.
Who said Melbourne recently? It was somebody on stage. Oh, Keith Robinson, who's a comic who just did a tour of Melbourne, and he's a dummy from Philly. And he's on, and he goes, "Yeah, there's some Australians in the audience." He goes, "I'm from Melbourne. I was in Melbourne." It's like, you fucking phony. You were there for 20 minutes trying to cop the accent. It really annoyed me.
Just drop the R.
Yeah. You were a soap star, too, in Australia, too. How many episodes a week were you doing?
We used to shoot... It was about 5 episodes a week.
Oh, you were on every day?
Yeah, and you do 20 scenes a day and multicam, and it was it was like it made everyone thinks it never receives any respect. You know, shows like that. It's just a soap. It's harder than anything else I've ever done.
It's gotta be you don't have much lead time to learn your lines, and
it's terrible scripts most of the time. You know,
right.
where you're trying to make something work, and you've literally the 15 minutes to shoot a scene, whereas in a film you have days. And,
right.
Millions of dollars to spend on the script and rehearsals.
How do you memorize all that? That seems impossible.
It's funny because it you start to know the writing so well of the character, and it becomes kind of predictable.
Yeah, okay.
Let me guess. I'm in a plane crash, or it's there's an earthquake, and I've got my 4th child, and I'm married 6 times.
Do they do the same thing in Australian soaps as American ones, where when they go to commercial break, you got to sit there and kind of just look at the camera and make those eyes like?
Yeah, it is. It's that sort of steely gaze.
Yeah.
And then
like they ask you something.
Someone done a full cut.
But what about Bob? And then you got to go like, what about it?
And as you're making the face, they zoom in slowly.
And the music plays, and
it's constantly sort of like exposition for other people's characters. Like, oh, did you hear about, John just got back from Yabby Creek and went fishing and da-da-da. It's like, what does that have to do with me?
Wait a minute. I'm here.
Yeah.
What was your character's name?
Kim.
Kim. And what kind of a guy were you in what was your job in the soap? What was your thing?
I swear to God, he was the lifeguard, and then he had a drug problem, and he was in high school, but then left high school and became a real estate agent, and then that didn't work, and then became a bartender. Then got married 3 times, and literally had 4 different kids from different women, and stayed 19 for 3.5 years on the show. It was never had a birthday.
Oh, that's funny.
I was watching a soap yesterday in the gym. I was doing a little elliptical, and
good low impact.
Yeah, there was a soap
low
on.
result.
Oh, it's me we're laughing at. But it was a soap that was on one of the TVs, and I was thinking of exactly that, like the amount of shooting these guys do.
That's unbelievable.
And memorize script wise is awesome.
Yeah, it gets you ready for everything else. I think it's like that was the best training I had.
Are you glad you got up early to talk about soap operas?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
instead of a huge Hollywood blockbuster that's coming out.
Yeah.
Snow White and the Huntsman.
Yeah, man.
But I mean, soaps, like you said, prepare you for something like that. Like they kind of get you.
Yeah.
They make your acting. Like this is probably easy compared to that shit.
Yeah, no, it is. To be honest, I mean, it's you just have more time and you have better scripts and the whole process is in your favor. But there's also things like there's the bad habits you got to get rid of, which is the steely gaze off to the side of the camera. Right?
Oh, they didn't want Thor looking like that.
You're not going to cut to commercial break here? That's a movie, Chris.
How was Kristen Stewart? Because I didn't know. I just actually looked down and saw that she was the co-star in that.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah, a lot of fun. I met her and Charlize kind of a couple of weeks before we started shooting, very briefly, and then once I landed in London to shoot, it was kind of, it didn't stop from then onwards in 4 months. And as big a film as it was, it had this kind of smaller feel to it because it was a tight little crew and cast, and we all went from various obscure locations, snow-capped sort of mountains and cathedrals and big beautiful dark forests and
awesome.
down to Wales and the beaches and it was just beautiful. Like, and there was no kind of running back to the trailer in between shots and things because they were obscure, spots. And, it was just beautiful, sort of. One of the more visceral kind of organic sets I've been on. All Thor and Avengers was green screen.
Right.
Mind-numbing and what am I fighting? What's it look like?
A lot of that, staring at a spot on a wall.
Literally, a tennis ball next to the camera.
Is that how you do it?
A lot of the time, yeah. Occasionally the actor's there, or occasionally it's, most of the time it's not an actor. And I mean, there was a scene in the Avengers, that big ensemble where we're all kind of there, and just the 360 pan of all of us. And Rennie goes, who the fuck, what does this thing look like? And all of us went, yeah, what's happening here? And then they had to come over and explain, like, okay, there's this big Leviathan. We're like, what is that? It's a big alien ship. I'm like, okay, hang on. But we're just in the middle of kind of, swinging at different directions and shooting things, and realized we had no idea what we're fighting.
When in doubt, give it a steely gaze. That's it. Just look at it.
Do they when they green screen like that, will they shoot your action first and then kind of mold whatever the computer animations are around you, or do they do the computer animations first? They go, no, swing up more.
A bit of both. I mean, they'll shoot us first, but they'll have in mind where it's going to be, and they'll say, you've got to step here and do this and this, and there's other times when they just kind of add it all in. But
we'll fix it in the mix.
Is it weird? Is it weird doing something and then seeing? Is it weird seeing yourself fight some mythical creature on camera that was not in the room with you?
Yeah, especially when it works too. Like it doesn't matter how many times you do it. It just always feels ridiculous,
right?
And especially when you're screaming or you're emotional and whatever, and the crew's standing around like, this green soundstage in the middle of New Mexico, bored, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, actually, there's a building and there's a monster and there's a...
Wow. That must be something to see the finished product when there was nothing there,
It was, yeah. There was actually a big troll that I had to fight in Snow White and the Huntsman, and it was actually in this sort of very shallow creek, and they had like little landmines, so to speak, that would shoot up water. So, as I was running from the troll, it would look like that was the troll stepping.
Oh man! And then they'll put the troll in later, but the actual water is.
Which made it really interesting, like trying to run backwards and fight with these semi landmines under me, and literally like, wait a second, and they're big sort of punches out of the water, and they were like, don't step there, and swing the axe this way, and.
Who is the huntsman? The huntsman is just what is your role?
He's kind of he's a mercenary, but he's lost his wife years before and some tragic circumstances, and he's a drunk, he's a lost soul, and he's hired initially to capture Snow White, and purely out of personal gain. The Queen promises him something, and so he does it, and then. Knowing full well kind of what they intend to do with her, they mentioned sort of cutting out her heart and what have you, and then his sort of conscience starts to creep back in, and the light in her, and that the beauty and strength that affects the universe around her eventually is what he sees, and starts to kind of sober up and think, okay, maybe I should be doing something else here.
Who does Charlize play? Is she the queen?
Yeah, the evil queen. Yeah.
Yeah, a little darker than the cartoon.
Yeah. I said yesterday, the dwarves are not sleepy and grumpy and what have you. They're a band of drunken criminals.
Yeah.
And they have us hog-tied and hanging upside down and rob us. That's their introduction.
Yeah.
But played by Ian McShane, Bob Hoskins, and Ray Winston, and just all those classic English kind of.
Are they real people, or are they?
They had little people doubles.
Oh, they did.
They had so they're the real actors, and then they had the little people with the prosthetics that look like the actors, and then they'd sort of, in certain shots it'd be them, and in certain shots it'd literally be me standing on a platform and Ray Winston standing. On the ground, and somehow it works, It's
amazing, Tom Cruise's scenes have to be done because he's a short guy, and he'll be with a taller actress, and sometimes they actually have to put her in something lower, like when they're walking down a hallway or whatever.
Really?
Because they look like they belong together.
You're a tall gentleman.
I had to do I'd have to straddle to spread my legs.
Oh, really?
And so to be lower a lot of the time.
How tall are you?
6'3".
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was on the soap when they couldn't really move the cameras are pretty kind of in the one spot, So it's like, find your lens.
What's like the first movie you did that was really kind of hey, I think I'm onto something here.
It was Star Trek.
It was Star Trek.
It was.
What a great opening sequence that was. I've been a Star Trek fan for years, and it was just boy. If that didn't pull you in, you have nothing going for you. It was amazing.
It's funny because I really knew nothing about what the film was going to be, yet the rest of the town did. And I'd sort of just arrived, and I'd sent a tape early on, and it was sort of a last minute phone call where J.J. Abrams, the director, called and said, look, can you come in tonight, like Friday afternoon? I was like, okay, yeah. And I said, I don't know the script or whatever, and read at the desk with him in his office, and he goes, okay, great, you got the part, you start Monday.
Wow.
Shit. And it was better it happened that way, because by the time I'd finished shooting, which was only a week or something, I went, oh, this is a pretty big deal, this film. How big a budget? What they plan doing with it? And then started kind of shitting myself and going, but...
Can I do it over again? Wait a minute.
If I'd known that prior, I probably would have been a lot more nervous. But
it was one of those opening sequences where you kind of not sure what's going on.
Yeah.
Like initially, I think everybody thinks you're James T. Kirk. Yeah. And then it's like, oh, okay, it's his dad. It was really a great movie. I like.
It's funny. For like the next year or two, I'd just been mistaken for Chris Pine. And
really?
And a lot of people, actually, we came into the premiere with my younger brother, and someone came up and said, Chris.
Oh,
and they're like, I think you're talking to my brother. They're like, no, you're Chris Pine. Thought he was Chris Pine. It was like, it was a fun role.
Yeah, that's a good project to be.
How nice is it to be a part of a movie that's made $1.3 billion already?
That's yeah.
Like that's like you're made in Hollywood when that happens, because they just know that you're associated with such a big project.
Yeah, sure. It's huge. We all, I guess, had an idea it was going to be big because the individual films had worked, but on this scale, I mean, every week, even they predicted, okay, it'll open at this amount, and then outdid that, and again each weekend, and the best thing was the reviews were so good. Like not often do you have that combination,
and not only that, but like just people word of mouth. From people that have seen it, not like just critics or something. Yeah, everybody I've talked to that has seen it is just like it's amazing. The action sequences are fantastic.
Yeah, it was good fun.
What are you doing after that? Like you shot, because Kristen Stewart's coming off of the Twilights, which I really like the Twilights. I mean, I don't like to talk about it a lot, but I do enjoy them.
Look at you.
I do enjoy them. You guys are both coming off massive movies.
Yeah, I did a film which is kind of refreshing because it wasn't that sort of $200 million budget sort of feel, and that it was a film with Ron Howard, based in the 70s, a true story about Niki Lauda and James Hunt, Formula One drivers, and their rivalry on and off the track, and James, who I play, is a British race car driver, and he was basically the rock star of the Formula One, and refused to sort of conform to the establishment and, dress up and, this classic, like, would never wear a suit and bare feet to events with the royal family and whatever. And this is the world champion and would drink and party and smoke and throw up before every race because he was wound up or drunk or both,
Wow.
And then on the track was just kind of, chaotic and whereas Niki Lauda was much more sort of calculated and, maybe, but it was, it was great. It was a smaller budget, intimate sort of film, and it's refreshing. It wasn't full of fight sequences and CGI.
How much time have you spent in London?
I shot 2 movies there, and I'm about to shoot Thor 2 there. So then, by the time I finish, that'll be a year and a half.
What's Thor 2?
Thor.
Thor 2. I'm sorry, you said Thor 2. Okay,
it's my lisp.
And when you,
I'm 4.
Did you have a dialogue coach, or were you just pretty natural at picking it up? Because even as George Kirk, you
always have dialect coaches, and American, 90% of our TV and film as kids is from here in Australia, so I think you have a bit more of an ear for it than maybe the Brits do. But look, you just it's about having a good coach and. You got to work hard in it.
To Americans, it's pretty funny. I mean, all the time to just see an actor and go like, wait, what? What the fuck is he talking like that for?
The whole cast of The Wire is fucking British and Scottish.
Yeah.
Gary Oldman, I never knew.
Yeah.
Was British until I heard him interviewed. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
it's weird.
It always throws you off, right?
Perfect, didn't he?
Can you do? You can do American then.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's something I haven't was saying the other day, when I first got to the States, I did like 3 or 4 films, all in American, and kind of had it down. And now I've been doing sort of British accents for the last 2 years. So you just got to then get your head back in that sort of zone, and
Now I've noticed with Australian accents, there's like 2 different things. There's like you, but then there's this thing, and we always goof about it, how they kind of go up at the end.
Yeah,
like talk. I was outside.
Yeah.
So like, what is it? Is that just a different place or?
I don't know. It kind of drives you crazy because it's like it's this upward inflection on everything, and everything's a slight sort of apology or non-committal sort of.
It seems tentative.
You're gonna go down the street, maybe. Are you asking me if you can go down the street? No. It's like, I'm Ron Burgundy. It's like, I had a dialect coach, actually, a voice teacher in Australia, who he was like that. You've all got to stop doing that, because it's hideous.
I guess it's probably akin to a southern accent versus a northern accent here.
Yeah,
it's just there's got to be different types of.
Yeah, I guess it's sort of like from state to state there's variations,
right?
It's more just sort of. It's more attitude that varies than sort of like, it's not like, say, Boston is, that's California.
That's just weird.
Boston. It's sort of, but,
well, it works.
Yeah.
I just really want to play a superhero.
Oh, Jimmy.
We'll have you.
Oh, or just some kind of a creepy villain.
Well, what kind of superhero would you be?
I don't know. Probably more of a villain. Just a mediocre guy. Yeah.
Mediocre guy.
Yeah, I was saying before.
That's not threatening.
No.
I had a mediocre plan. Maybe I'll take over the world.
I wish there was a comic book hero that just looked like me, like some frump, like from years ago.
Frump man.
Yeah. Something.
He was in Spider-Man though, so he's downplaying.
He knows the original Spider, of course.
He really was in Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, he had a big role.
No, you didn't. I was just kidding. I only had one line. I'm thinking of like one line.
The original, is in
2001.
Yeah.
We didn't even know I made it into the final cut of the movie until one of the fans of the radio show saw it and then sent us. I still have like a little reel. Somebody sent us the back in 2001.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. See,
that's good. You had one line and it's still made in the movie.
Yeah.
That's the toughest thing is, you do something, and most of the time, the big percentage gets lost and cut because the film's 4 hours long or something. But well done.
Yeah, well, it was actually
you must have been really good.
Look at just 2 action movie guys talking to each other.
Well, here's how bad I stunk because I shot for an hour and one line made it in. I'm really good for one line, but they realize I fall apart. By line 2, I'm fucking finished.
Peak early. Get out.
Do you get to the point sometimes where you're just doing things, because I've noticed it takes forever to film stuff. It's just to move one little thing around. It's like hours.
Do you
ever look around and just go, fuck, man, let's just do this?
Oh, all the time. and another angle. And literally, like, it can take 2 hours to reset that. And you kind of get in the swing of it and you go, oh, great, now I get the scene. They're like, and we'll come back tomorrow and finish this off. And it's like, tomorrow you got to pick it up again. And that's the exhausting thing. I kind of love sort of, I guess, the pace of TV, but I don't know. But I certainly prefer film.
I love what they say, turning around, because that means that you have so much more time to not be. I hate when the cameras roll because I know I'm just going to fuck up and panic. I love downtime. Downtime is the best. Downtime rules. You can't screw up. You can just hang out and talk to people.
There's a confident actor, right? Look at him.
By the way, 99% of actors, I think that.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Oh, turning around. I didn't screw that up. They got it, obviously, because we're moving on to the next one. That's really one more confirmation that you're not being fired because they have to shoot me from the other angle too. It's panicky. It's really panicky. I think the more times I've done it, the more I realize how hard it is, man. I really admire good actors. It's fucking brutal. It looks easy, but it's not.
Why can't you just be natural when the camera goes on?
Because we all think that they have that called reality TV, but it's like everyone thinks we're natural. Like that's what every person thinks. Like, I can just go up there and be myself. And it's like, well, you're not interesting, stupid. You have to play somebody else.
That's the thing. Also, people say, "Oh, he's just playing himself. That's easy." That's the hardest thing to do because your bullshit monitor in your own head is like, you don't talk like that. You don't. So you're far more critical. And then you become so much more aware, and it's much harder to kind of just relax into it, And I mean, it's different, I think, if you're improvising, and then it's sort of there's a looseness to it, which most people can kind of get away with. But when it's scripted, it's you're remembering that now, deliver it, and now, be natural.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
I just don't know how it does come off looking natural, because it's hard not to be so stiff.
It's just amazing.
Conscious of every movement of your hands.
Yeah.
It's dumb arms.
With Will Ferrell's like, what do I do with my hands?
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Put them down, he just keeps bringing them up in the shot.
Well, Chris, they're telling us in our earphones Chris has to go because he has other TV and stuff.
Very busy man.
Did we sell the movie properly?
Well,
I hope so.
We
had a great time with Chris. I just want to make sure people go and see the movie.
In theaters today. Obviously, Chris is a great actor, and Kristen Stewart's phenomenal, and so's Charlize Theron.
I'll say this, the biggest feedback we've got is I think most people expected it to be more of a sort of chick flick, but it's far more Lord of the Rings than it is any sort of clean Disney version we've seen. And the biggest feedback has been from men saying, shit, I didn't think I was going to enjoy it. Loved it. It's epic, and it's gothic and dark, and much more sort of what Chris Nolan has sort of done with, the Batman, or the superhero films. I think this director has done with fairy tales. And so, there's my pitch.
Man.
Thanks, man.
There's my pitch.
And Chris Hemsworth, thank you, man, very much.
Yeah, thanks for coming
in. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Don't go anywhere. The best of O&A will be right back. It's the best of O&A.
We got Shane Smith coming in. Who is Shane Smith?
He's the founder of Vice magazine.
That's right.
Vice.
And they are promoting Vice. Their show on HBO premieres April 5th, and I've seen some of it. It's excellent.
There he is.
Hey, Shane, how are you, buddy?
That's the guy I've seen.
Welcome.
Nice.
I've seen you in some very weird places.
Holy shit, yeah. It's fucking great. I was blown away, man. Just like it's like with other shows that people go to far away, dangerous places, you get this feeling of safety. Right. I don't know why, but you do. You get a feeling like, you see somebody that you've seen on TV for a while, they go places, and you kind of know behind the cameras.
You feel like it's all on the up and up.
Something,
Like the authorities are all cool, everyone's in on it. Like, no problem.
But, wow, with yours?
Not so much.
No. No advanced planning, it feels like. Just show up.
It feels like, a late-night beer run where, anything could happen.
Yeah, and it usually does.
Yeah, very cool. I mean, what was the first place you went where it was like, hey, this will probably catch on?
The first big story I ever did was North Korea.
All right.
Which was 2007. And
is it a pain in the ass to get there?
Yeah, but it was a real pain in the ass. We had to go to Xinjiang, which is in northern China, and just wait. And then they have this weird North Korean bar there. And they're singing North Korean propaganda songs, and you're just sitting there going, I'm really tired, I just want to go to bed. And they're like, if you don't get up and sing and get into it, they're not going to let you in. And so I'm up there singing a Pong Yong Sum Ni Da. I'm doing a pantomime, and I know this is radio, but and then I went back to the hotel. They're like, okay, we're gonna get you at noon tomorrow. And then 5:30 in the morning. Come, we have to go now, because they never tell you the right time. Everything's always the wrong time. And there was 20 people trying to get in, and only 4 of us got in, and it was this big kerfuffle because they knew I was a journalist, but they kept saying, "Don't say you're a journalist," whatever. But I'm like, that's the North Koreans saying that. I'm a journalist. So we were real nervous the first time, and then we met these generals there at the one hotel you can stay at, and it's the one place you can do karaoke, and we got drunk with these generals. So we went back the second time, and then we were allowed to shoot.
Wait, the first time you went in, so what do you go to the DMZ, or how do you say, okay, I want to go into North Korea?
You have to go to Xinjiang and apply in Xinjiang. At the time, you had to go in Xinjiang. You could only go in during the Arirang Games, which is the mass gymnastics, which is the largest stadium in the world, and they have 150,000 people doing, the human pixels,
that's
the
pretty cool.
Footboards and stuff, and they do the history of the Korean Revolution. And there was literally me and 11 other people sitting there for 150,000 people doing the show. And so we had to wait in Xinjiang and sort of bribe some people to get in. The second time, we were allowed to go in with visas. It's
scary though, because who is the filmmaking team from China that they liked or whatever? They can just keep you.
Yeah.
It's to get you out, the U.S. would have to invade.
You don't leave now.
Yeah. They could literally keep you there if you offend them.
Yeah, and so we were nervous about getting out. And then when we had put up a documentary, and then when we went back the second time, we were really nervous. And then this last time, they call us the Dirty Dozen. I have no idea why, but they're like, "Oh, we know you guys, the Dirty Dozen. You're not coming back in here."
Wow.
Yeah.
So they won't let you in a third time?
No, they won't let me.
Well, what's your thoughts on North Korea? What were you surprised at when you got to see it finally?
I mean, it's like going back in a time machine.
That's what I hear.
It's like going back to like Soviet Russia or Maoist China, where it's just 100% cult of personality, sort of communist utopian society, and it's like a Disney experience for political science. But it definitely messes with your head because every advertisement is for them, for Kim Jong Il, Kim Il Sung. Every room has them, like Big Brother, like 2 pictures. Every room, every person wears their picture, their little button above their heart. And when people are like, "Oh, are the tears real?" Of course they're fucking real. Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Oh yeah.
Of course they're fucking real because they've been told. It's like Jesus and Lincoln and I don't know, God died. Like that's what they've been told since they were kids. Why wouldn't they?
So they totally buy into it.
And there's no media, right? So they're just like, yeah, they are God, and North Korea is amazing, and everywhere else is shit.
Oh, that was you answered my question probably.
Yeah.
They seem happy.
Well, you don't meet. This is the thing. You don't meet a lot of real people. Everything is. You have secret police. You have guards and guides and translators, and everything's on a tour. This is why we wanted to go in a different way. In this last thing we did was because you can never actually meet people. In fact, I went to Siberia to meet real North Koreans because they have these slave labor camps in Siberia where they make little North Korean villages. And then they have slave labor there. Well, they have North Koreans, which is essentially slave. Wow. And they work in Siberia. And so we went to talk to some of them there. And that's the only way we could ironically talk to North Koreans was going to Siberia.
We can't get a bus trip together on this radio show. We can't get 2 buses to take us somewhere. And you get into fucking Siberia and North Korea.
Amazing.
It is amazing what you can do if you have people working for you and know what they're doing.
And you were responsible for Dennis Rodman going over there, right?
Yeah, we when we were over there, they take you to this place, Kim Il Sung's Palace of Treasures, and they say like, so it's every, the gift giving is a big thing there, and so like every state has given them like, oh, here's an ashtray or here's a whatever, And so they have these in this museum that's like 23 stories down into a mountain, and it's got trains and shit down in there. So like a train that Stalin gave them and stuff. Wow. So it would take you something like 2 years to see every one of the treasures if you spent 10 seconds on each treasure. Anyway, the centerpiece of this thing, there's 2 centerpieces. One is this room with Kim Il Sung and Kim Jong Il. Wax statues, but like kind of shitty ones with like a fan blowing their hair, and people they go into the room and they literally fall down crying, like freaking out, like losing their minds. And I was going, "Oh my translator, what's going on?" And they're like, "Oh well, they're so ecstatic to meet the leader." And I'm like, "Well, they're not meeting the leader. That's a wax. That's Madame Tussauds." Like, and he's like, "No, they're meeting the leader. They're so," and so they would be overly emotional. That was the big one, and the other one was this. Jesus. This sort of dais with this basketball. I'm again doing a pantomime. This is this basketball, which was like signed by Michael Jordan, right? And Madeleine Albright, the first sort of like, bi-party talks between America and North Korea after the Korea War and everything was Madeleine Albright. And she brought this gift, this basketball signed by Michael Jordan. So they hate America, want to go to war with America, but the Chicago Bulls are like, this sort of Texas Rangers. They're sort of like the greatest, most heroic, beautiful people on earth. And you're like, what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense.
But how many people get to see Chicago Bulls games over there? That's why I know. That's why it's so confusing.
I say Texas Rangers. I was trying to come up with like a mythical, but only good thing, fantastic, thing. They're Batman and Robin, whatever they are. But nobody knows anything about them, and you don't see any games or anything. But Kim Jong-il had all of their games on tape. He has all these big theaters for himself. He's 8 big cinemas for himself. So he has all the games. So the Chicago Bulls and that basketball are kind of legendary in North Korea because you have to go to this palace of the fucking treasures to see, the thing. And the basketball is like the number one. So we're like, oh, we should send over the Bulls and see what happens. And, surprisingly, a lot of them, it was the old Bulls, like the B.J. Armstrong, and Jordan,
the microwave. Oh, no, that was the fucking Pistons. Fuck.
Pippen.
Pippen, there you go, yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
And so not a lot of people wanted to go.
Jordan said no, huh?
Jordan said, "Well, we reached out to his people, and they just never got back to us." Okay. Yeah. So then we sent them over, and we were hoping that we would get sort of unparalleled access, that we would see shit off the tour, because everyone gets the same tour. You go to the DMZ, you go to the House of the People, the Library of the People, the Thing of the People, everything of the people. And we wanted to see see if we could sort of game the system to see something new and to get something new and get a new documentary, and it worked.
Now, there was one of your career documentaries I saw where you're outside that place you just described, the museum, and you're filming, and they're telling you don't film, and the guy catches either you or the camera guy lying about the size of the memory card. Like, what did you like? What was that? Like, you said, "Oh no, it's only 4 gigs." Or
well, what we did is we weren't allowed to shoot anything, so we were shooting on like Sony Cyber Shots, like the little point and shoot cameras.
Right.
We had like 8 gig cards in them, so we would just go, "Oh, I'm gonna take a picture,
take a still pic," and meanwhile, it's video.
And so you're not allowed to shoot there, and they caught us shooting, and then they said, "Oh, how big is your memory card?" And I said, "I don't know, 64 megs, I don't know." And they took it out. He said, "Why would you lie to me?
Oh,
this is 8 gig." And then we were like, "I don't know. I just bought it at the airport. I bought it in Dubai. They gave me too big of a memory card. I don't know, And but yeah, they kept threatening us with crimes against the state.
That can't be good.
Yeah, you don't want crimes against the state in Korea.
No,
you're not getting off, no matter how good your lawyer is.
That's a tough one.
A little worse than a parking ticket, I would assume.
Oh God damn! All right, and then of course the trips to Africa.
Yeah.
Unbelievable with the warlords and buck naked,
General butt naked, yeah,
butt naked,
Joshua,
butt naked. How do you even begin to try to find these people and how to get access to them? I mean, it seems impossible.
Well, it started out as a magazine article in our magazine, Vice magazine, and it was General Butt Naked and the Two-Pack Army, because they had stolen a container ship. And in one of the containers were all these Tupac Shakur T-shirts, and so they used it as a uniform for an army. And so for us that's a perfect story, because it's culturally weird and everything. And then we're like, well, who are they fighting again? Oh, they were fighting these dudes who fought naked because they thought bullets couldn't kill them. We're like, wait a minute, what, they fucking fought naked? And so, yeah, they had this General Butt Naked, and we were like, oh, well, we liked him. Actually, we met a bunch of generals, and they all have these crazy names. Like, there's General Mosquito, and they're all afraid of him because mosquitoes bring malaria, right? So there's General Mosquito, and then the general who fought him was General Mosquito Spray.
No, you're shitting me. They really had a General Mosquito Spray.
And there was a General Rambo who we met. He was awesome. And then there was General Bin Laden, and there was 2 actual General Bin Ladens, but they take on these names. And General Butt Naked's thing, and when you first meet him, you're kind of like, you're sort of like, oh, this guy did like the worst things.
Oh, ever. Horrid atrocities.
And he'll tell you about them. He's like, before we would fight, we would get an innocent child, open up the kid's back with a machete, take out the heart, and while the heart's still sort of thumping, we'd eat it, and then we'd take off our clothes and go into battle, and where we couldn't be killed. And you're like, what happens when the first guy gets shot?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, because it was part of, he's from the Crown tribe and he was brought up as a I don't know, a medicine man or shaman or whatever. So that's what they were doing. But he was sort of bringing it forward from that. But they did some crazy. But the other thing that I got a lot of shit for, and the UN got mad at me, everyone got mad at me, is everyone was talking about cannibalism. Like everybody I talked to, everybody's like, yeah, it was either ritual cannibalism or we were starving, so we were eating. People, would cut up people when we'd eat them, and Butt Naked tells a story about like he's on the bus and like they went to get a stick of meat and he ate it and he goes, oh, that's human. He knew, and by the way, he knew it was human because it's got he ate a lot of it.
That familiar taste.
And so I'm like, okay, so I put it in my piece and like, well, you shouldn't be talking about cannibalism. You're like, they're eating the fuck out of people.
Why wouldn't you?
Why the fuck wouldn't I fucking talk about cannibalism?
Why was what was the problem with you talking about it? They just want to cover up shit like that?
People like, they're like, oh, we're trying to, we're trying to get tourism train
boost tourism, right?
And you're like, well, rampant cannibalism. Like there was some stat where it was like 60% of the population or something.
Wow.
It's not an isolated case.
What do you think is the biggest problem there? Why it's so ravaged with poverty, disease, warlords?
That's the really interesting thing about it is, we went there because of this Tupac and Butt Naked and all the different warlords. And then we find out, it was founded by America. It was bought by America. Liberia is, freed slaves. And Monrovia is named after President Monroe, and the Constitution was written here. And what's interesting is the freed slaves went back to Africa and then promptly enslaved the locals based on the system they had learned here in America.
Hey, that's a great idea.
And so all the rulers have like names like Charles Taylor or Johns Hopkins or whatever it is, until Samuel K. Doe came to power, who was the first native Liberian, and then that started the Civil War, the first of three that just killed like the country. But it's completely corrupt. America was funding one or other of the sides. There was a civil war for like 20 years, and in the Civil War, like everyone's just you kill my dad, I'm going to kill your brother, and everybody's killing everybody.
It didn't work out well for President Doe, did it?
No, it didn't.
Oh,
no, he got eaten in the presidency.
Oh,
he got
eaten.
I saw the video where they cut his ear off.
Yeah, they eat him. Yeah,
and
actually, the guy who cuts his ear off in that video, Prince Johnson, is a senator right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is the president of the country. And he's crying. He's like, "Okay, Prince, I'll talk." Is he saying, "I'll talk"?
He was
ready to talk.
What do you mean you're going to talk?
Right.
Like,
Prince is drinking a beer.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say.
Prince is drinking a bud. Yeah.
And in an army outfit, it just looked like, wow, this is not a guy up for a negotiation. It's horrifying.
It's one of those fucking Reservoir Dogs scene. I don't care what you know or don't know. I'm going to torture you.
Yeah. Anyway,
that doesn't matter. Yeah.
What kind of vibe did, or as a person, like you pick up people's energy? Did Butt Naked have? Because you said something very interesting towards the end of the piece about how you were feeling about him.
Yeah, I mean, so Liberia's, where we were going in Liberia is, we're sort of very dangerous places, and I think you see it in some of the places. Like it's very poor, like it's incredibly poor, and I have a soft spot for kids. So like kids come up and you're like, and if you change like $10, they give you like a suitcase full of money. So, you're giving them like, little 5-cent notes and stuff. And then the sad thing happens is like, the bigger kids come and take the money from the little kids, and then the teenagers come and take, and then the guys with the guns show up, and you're like, oh fuck,
Jesus.
I just wanted to give the kids money or anything. Like I bought them Cokes one day not Cokes, whatever, some sort of soda in a plastic bag, and then the same thing happened. Like the bigger fish come.
It's a little microcosm of the whole country.
Everywhere you go, you're just immediately surrounded, and people are like yelling at you and wow, money.
Does it feel menacing?
Totally menacing.
Oh,
yeah.
Fuck, dumb question, wasn't it?
Yeah, totally menacing. And we've been in West Point, and we is one of the worst slums in West Africa, and they're just like, what the fuck are you doing here? We don't want you, you fucking asshole, And
what prevents them from just ripping your head off and taking everything?
Nothing. And that's what we finally realized. So I gotta say,
shit.
But when we were with Butt Naked, people knew who he was. They know he still got his guys. Like I'll get back to that, but later. But anyway. All of a sudden we were shit scared all the time. And then you're with him, you're like, I'm not so fucking scared. And he's like, hey, we'll dress up for church. You dress up in the white suit. And everybody's like hugging you. And all of a sudden it's like, you went from being shit scared all the time to feeling like, and he's preaching, and he's a great preacher. And, you go, and all of a sudden you're going, this guy, he's not so bad. He's not so bad. And then as he was preaching one day, and I was like getting into it, and people are singing, and I'm having a good time. I'm like, this guy used to kill and eat people. This guy like kill, and he admitted like 20,000 people. It's not like 4 people,
right.
And you're like, holy fuck, I have Stockholm syndrome. Like I'm a fucking, this is weird, because he's a charming guy. He's a leader of men, so he's obviously he can speak well. He's a charming guy. Now he's an evangelist preacher. And the big question is he doing that to get out of war crimes, or is he doing that because he believes in it? I don't know. I don't know the answer, but I find it weird anyway. Like, oh fuck, I killed and ate 20,000 people. I'm Ted Bundy. Yeah, but now I'm fucking a bishop. Because in the born again church, and then it's fine. You don't have to go.
How did you sleep? That's just the basic shit that you got to do as a human being. You're in this crazy place, and you got to like close your eyes eventually.
It's a funny thing because there's no grid. There's no power grid in Monrovia,
Right.
so it's like there's no electricity and there's no real nice way. The only place the Lebanese sort of run the town, the Lebanese mafia.
Right.
Like, it's like, so there's this one Lebanese hotel that you can sort of stay at.
So you felt like you were safe for the night.
Well, they're armed to shit,
Right.
Like they're, yeah. And but there was a funny thing, like, when we left West Point that night, we're in the car, we shot it, and
Is
like
that the brothel or no?
Yeah, we're in the brothel, and they all wanted heroin. We're like, no, we just want to shoot you talking about West Point, and then they're like, we want money, and then all of a sudden, when they started screaming money, like the whole brothel just like came in, and we're like, okay, run. That was just the stupidest thing in the world, because like where? Because there's no roads. It's just it's like a rabbit warren of like corrugated iron
in the dark,
and so you're like running in. This is me doing pantomime. You're like running into walls, and you're just. And by the way, like we're the only white people there. We're we have cameras.
You're
and
glowing.
Fucking, exactly.
It's like 5 light bulbs running through the fucking dark.
Exactly. And like everyone's tripping and running. And so finally we get in the car, and the car is surrounded, and our Liberian driver and security freaks out. Like he's just like terrified. So he just guns it, and he nearly drives all these people, and we're like trying to calm him down, because, and then we say it like, if you obviously if you hit somebody and do something, you're surrounded by like 1,000 people. They're just gonna rip you apart.
Done.
So it's tense and tense and tense and tense, and we get out, and we're gonna go back to this hotel, and we're like, General Butt Naked and his posse are at your hotel waiting for you. And you're like, they've heard about you and they want to meet you before, and you're like, oh, I don't know which is worse, because from what we've heard about this guy. And so we went to the hotel. He made us get him rooms at the hotel. It's like $15. And then that night, when you say, how do you sleep? We went to bed, and there's like him and his guys in the same hotel. And you're like, I don't know why they're here. I don't know. And by the way, people were trying to kill him the whole time we were there.
Really?
God, you're nuts.
Yeah.
You're nuts.
So,
he's still a big mark, right?
He's a big mark because he killed a lot of people. So, because if you kill a lot of people, then those the relatives,
right? A lot of relatives.
You. And this is what General Rambo says in the documentary. He's like, look, we're people of war. All we know is war. Now there's 70% unemployment, right? So you have all these guys who the only food and power and whatever they ever had was when they were at war. All they know is war. Now they have no jobs. They're starving.
Mm-hmm.
They all have guns buried in the jungle. Like, I kept asking, why wouldn't they fight? Why wouldn't you fight? If you're fucking starving and you have guns and you know how to do it and you've been a soldier since you were 11, why wouldn't you do it? And he's like, look, we're children of war. We are just waiting for it to come up again. We're going to start again.
What happened? Now the UN's in there?
The UN's in there, yeah.
Yeah, so, but they're going to pull out eventually?
Yeah.
And what's your prediction, having been there?
Well, when we were there, it's already started. They've already made incursions into Equatorial Guinea, Sierra Leone, all the neighboring countries that have had lots of problems with coups and things, and they're all Liberian sort of mercenaries. So it's already happening. I mean, the region is sort of very unstable, and because of the continuing sort of.
Are there any lights at the end of the tunnel for that whole?
Well, the problem
area?
with most of these countries, and the only country more fucked up than Liberia is Congo, and the reason why is that they have mineral wealth, right? And so if there's some stat, if you have oil or mineral wealth, that chances of a civil war are 2 in 3, whereas if you don't, it's 1 in 50. So. What's happening there is Congo, which supplies the majority of coltan, which is like for phones.
Yeah. Is it metal?
Yeah, it's like a rare earth metal. We need them, so like every smartphone needs it. Like
used on circuit boards and whatnot inside.
And so this has caused a continual civil war. I think it's actually now the 6th bloodiest war in history, but no one talks about it because it's all about this coltan. It's the same thing in Liberia. So what's happening? I mean, what has to happen? We just did a piece on the oil in Nigeria. Holy Jesus! And the pirates, the oil pirates. Have you seen this shit? They hack into they either steal barges or they hack into the pipeline, and then they have these refineries that they do, like they look like moonshine stills, but they're like oil, and they like 5 billion barrels, and they're siphoning it off and selling it all over West Africa, like because they turn it into gasoline and shit. It's crazy. Anyway, the thing is unless they get a hold on their sort of natural resources and sort of share the wealth and sort of with the people, because generally 8 people take all the money and then everybody else is fucked.
Yeah.
Then I don't see that it's going to get any better because there's the 8 people get it and then 8 other guys say, you know what, we want their money, and then they get their army together.
Because I've heard plenty of stories of how the all the resources they get raped by the West and everything. But I mean, there are plenty of places that have resources and have figured out how to make it profitable for the country and build a viable society.
Well, Africa's. Have you heard of Executive Solutions? No, it was Margaret Thatcher's son. Mm-mm. So he was a guy who had this company, and he was the ex prime minister, first woman prime minister of England's son, and their thing was they would go in with South African mercenary. If you needed to go in anywhere and you needed resource wealth, they would go in, organize the coup, put in the puppet. And there you have. They got caught actually in Zimbabwe by Mugabe because he's like, no, we're not going to let this happen anymore. I'm no fan of Mugabe, but you got to say, I mean, having these dudes just drop in, kill everybody, and say, it's like Dogs of War. That's what they were doing. Yeah. And
that was a great movie.
And based on these kinds of companies.
Oh yeah.
And so look, there's a long tradition, a long history of sort of destabilizing and then going in and taking the stuff. I mean, if you look at Nigeria is unbelievably wealthy country.
I know. They keep trying to send me $10 million. But I just got to send them some money to get it.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting
if you
for
look
it.
at the oil, like completely corrupt, so corrupt. I mean, everyone's stealing it and like the thing is too, but I was like stealing oil. Like they're stealing like 50 billion barrels of oil.
It's crazy.
You can't sell it. Like on the street.
Here's a barrel of oil. What are you gonna do?
So they do sell some, they refine some and they sell it as gas, but a lot of it they just sell back to like Shell and stuff. And you're like,
wow, selling their own shit back.
Yeah. And so you're like, it's so corrupt. And when you get into it, this farmer just won this case and we talked to him. And when you go to his, like where they live, it's just completely covered in oil tar. And when we went out into the jungles, there's just flaming, columns like, hundreds of feet into the air and just smoke and shit. And it looks like, you ever see that, Popcorn Willis with the old moonshiner? And he could make a moonshine rig out of anything. That's what these guys are doing. They're literally making moonshine gas.
A refinery.
Yeah, and they'll pop a hole into the pipeline, and then they'll just have hoses and shit and flames and everything going out.
You occasionally do hear of explosions on, especially natural gas lines or gasoline, refined gasoline lines in some of these countries, and they try to tap into these things, and you hear like 20 people were just incinerated when a pipeline blew up.
Well, they have this smoke that comes out as a byproduct, it's the steam. And they're like, at any given second, the whole steam can catch on fire.
Oh, shit.
Wow. And you're engulfed in the steam, so you're like, I'm going to get the hell out of the steam.
You could just be in the air is on fire,
exactly.
pretty much.
The air is on fire.
Wow. You see these places, but aren't you amazed that people actually, like, this is their life day in and day out? Like, you guys go for however long you go and see this hell, but that's somebody's fucking existence.
Shit Beach was unbelievably disgusting.
And it doesn't even come across because... you see the shit on the beach, but there's a whole thing that looks like a mountain of garbage. That's all shit.
Oh my God.
Like that's all shit.
I don't know what shit beach is.
Explain what you saw there on shit
Lake
beach.
Liberia.
So in Monrovia, the toughest part of town, the worst part of town is called West Point. And West Point, actually, anywhere else would be like Miami Beach. It's on a nice, beautiful beach.
Right.
And so it's a really hardcore slum, and they don't have toilet facilities, so everyone just goes and shits on the beach. So the beach is just, like, the whole beach is just covered in shit. Like, and it's, like, it reeks, like,
it's gotta be horrid.
But it's really sad because you sort of walk up there, and, like, kids are just walking onto this big mountain of shit, taking a shit, picking up like a piece of garbage or something, and then just wiping their ass with a piece of garbage. And you're like, That's why it's a tragedy. Wow. It's like that, and then you see that, and you're just like, what the fuck? I always have the saying, where are all the adults? Like what?
Yeah.
You know, all this aid going to Africa, all this stuff, you know, all these things we're doing, and you're like, we have shit beach. Like it's like
that's just being all that. I guess a lot of that aid is just being intercepted by warlords and whatnot. Those 8 people that get all the money. And,
exactly.
Wow, it just doesn't seem to be a solution. It's amazing.
Yeah. It definitely, you come back, and to answer your question, you know, I've had a lot of kicks at the can in life. I've had a lot of second chances. Thank you. And you go to somewhere like Liberia, and you realize, they don't get a kick at the can. There is no kick at the can. Like, you know, maybe I'm going to do a TV show. Like, you know, they don't. No, that's not part of the option. You know, and when you go to Afghanistan, or you know, a lot of these countries, there's no kick at the can. And then you realize, wow, you know, I was saying this the other day. I was saying, like, you know, America is problematic, but still you can come here and make your own shit happen. You can do your own shit. You can make something. You can you know, work hard and get ahead in life and all that stuff. And in a lot of these countries, it's like you don't get a kick at the can.
So you said it earlier about the kids. That would drive me nuts. Seeing kids that have
that's my particular.
There's no fucking hope whatsoever. So what's the best these kids could hope for in their lives? That's it, right?
Just to get to survival. Yeah. Wow. And that's the heartbreaker. That's my Achilles heel is kids, because you see the kids and you're just like, fuck.
With no hope whatsoever for anything.
Just survival, like
substance.
And that's when you start, you know, with money, like, you know, $5 is a 5 kilo bag of rice, and so instead of giving Cokes and shit away, I was trying to buy rice and, you know, give rice to the kids and give rice to them. But then it's just the big eat the little fish and stuff, and you're just like, every time you go to these places, and it's just tiny little amounts of money, and the kids are so, like, the funny thing about it too is I have 2 rules. One is, the more you need a toilet, then the worse the toilet will be in direct proportion. So if you're for example, if you really have to shit in Liberia, which you do because you have parasites, you have to go to Shit Beach because there are no toilets.
So did you shit on Shit Beach?
No. I couldn't bring myself. I can't describe to you what Shit Beach is. It's literally a mountain of shit that's rotting in the sun. So it's worse.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, you're terrified of malaria and everything else.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And by the way, you're terrified of other things, which it turns out not to be paranoia, because I came back from there with like helmet-headed parasites living in my bowels and all.
That's what I was going to ask you about next. Like, cause at one point, you're walking through that swampy shit with no shoes on.
Well, that's the thing. You go over there and they're like, don't do this. Don't go to any still water areas. Don't do this. Don't go anywhere. And there's like these worms that can go in, and there's things that can do, and there's obviously malaria, which is really bad, and there's this and there's that. And then Butt Naked goes, you know, we meet him, and he's like, oh, I'm going to take you out. I'll show you. And he literally takes us to a swamp with like, you know, like swamp, like, you know, just African jungle swamp with like tepid, fetid, stinking, rotten water. And he's like, take off your shoes and socks and get in.
No.
And that's when I say, as I'm walking, I'm like, this is where all fear stems from, because you've just heard every warning in the book, and you're literally going to the place where it all comes from.
Why barefoot though? Why didn't you just keep the shoes on?
Because he said take your shoes off and roll, and then afterwards he's like, you know what, you're the only person I brought here who got in the water and I didn't have to carry, so now you're my boy, and blah 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 blah.
Jesus,
it's like some sort of rite of passage, but you're like, as you're doing it, you're like,
what the fuck's in the water?
There's a worm going up my ass.
Because I've seen those, like the monsters inside you things, and it's like he came back from a trip, and there's literally a monster living in you.
Do you have parasites?
Yeah, so I had this hernia, and I had to get an operation. And then when I came back, I went to a tropical disease doctor, and he's like, "Oh, you're not getting an operation. You've got helmet-headed, flesh-eating parasites living in your bowels that will perforate your bowels if you move the hernia onto it." So they were big fuckers. They were and stuck in there.
How big?
Well, they were like, you know, big.
Is that like 4 inches?
Yeah. I keep doing pantomime.
Wait, you had 4-inch things?
Yeah, with like, you know, like kind of fangs.
I thought it was microscopic shit.
No. And so I had to take these serious, like drugs to get rid of them. they came in at one bottle, and there was 2 of them in one bottle, and they're like, don't exceed that dosage. Like, that's one full dose. And they gave me 5 bottles. And I'm like, this isn't good.
Wait, you had to drink this, whatever?
No, so it's a prescription bottle. Right,
but only 2.
But there's only 2 pills in it, and that's all you're allowed to take. Like, that's it. And they gave me 5 bottles.
5 bottles of 2 pills.
Yeah, of 2 pills, and you're like, shit, dude.
So you couldn't have your hernia operation because you had this fucking claw-headed monster dug into your bowels.
Yeah.
So what happened when you move the hernia?
Well, they were saying, like, when you move the hernia to, like, fix it, when you shove it back in, if it pushes on the bowels, the flesh eater could perforate the bowel.
How many did you have in you?
I had 2 big ones, and then I had another.
How the fuck do they get in there?
Well, that's what I don't know. I think it's Afghanistan.
But do they start a lot smaller and they were growing in there?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
And they just continue to grow.
Ooh, yeah.
Holy fuck, man. And did you know they were in there?
No.
No clue, right?
No, the guy said, they're
no
parasites.
Pains or anything like that?
Well, you have lots of weird shit, but I'm used to it. But
right.
they say, like, they want to host. They want to live, so they don't want you to know that they're in there. That's so the symptoms are very sort of.
So they try not to make a big fucking to-do out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Quiet, no parties.
Just eating, like we're used to eating here, and you assume everything's kind of inspected, and they recall E. coli food and stuff. Try to do their best. I would assume everything over there is like out of Indiana Jones, where it's just a fucking beetle guts on a leaf.
It's a problem. Eating is a problem. Drinking is a real problem.
Yeah,
drinking is a real problem, and especially in the in the Muslim world, because it's like a thing, you have to, for example, in Afghanistan, they say, whatever you do, don't drink the green tea. Whatever you do not drink the green tea. And then you go, and like, we were interviewing the Taliban and shit, and they're like, here's the green tea. And if you say, no, thank you, I don't want that,
you're fucked.
It's an insult and fuck you and all these things.
There you are in front of that flag.
So you're sitting
on your knees.
Exactly. And you're like, I got to drink the green goddamn tea. And there's a lot of places like that when we were shooting in
How
Sudan.
bad was it? Was it as bad as they said?
Well, I don't know. That's what I think. Maybe the shit comes from there. Like, who knows where it comes from? But no, the green tea.
No, what do you mean?
Bad.
Nothing happened to you, like explosive diarrhea or anything? You had it all. I think that's what he was getting at.
Yeah.
Where's your passport from?
Canada.
Your Canadian passport.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that easier than an American passport would be? Or yeah. Somehow Canadians, it's like, come on, you're all right. You're Canadian.
We're like Americans' kid brothers.
Right.
So,
He's his older brother's a dick, but he's an all right sort.
What was the worst thing you ate because you were hungry and you just knew you couldn't hold out anymore?
I mean, street meat.
Yeah, we've heard about street meat over the years.
Street meat's
that could be
always
anything.
stupid. I mean, generally you try to stick to like cereal bars. There was one time we were in southern Sudan, and there was like a camp, a UN camp actually. We went to this UN camp, and we hadn't been eating, and we were really hungry, so we were like, we're gonna eat at the UN. It's like MASH 4077.
Yeah.
And so we went in and I got like cereal and I put milk on the cereal, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have real cereal with milk. And I took one bite, and the milk was like, when like a chicken goes bad, and there's that liquid like blood and chicken juice at the bottom of the sort of package there. That's what I'm about to barf just thinking about. But that's what the milk tastes like. I don't know what had happened, but it was like rotten chicken juice,
spoiled milk.
And then I was just barfing and like, get it out of me, like, no, and you're like, that was pretty bad.
Disgusting.
That was really bad.
And you said, interestingly enough, the worst place you were in danger, because to me the craziest thing you did, aside from was fucking Juarez, Mexico. Like, there's nowhere I would be more afraid of than Juarez, Mexico.
Yeah. Well, because in most places, like in North Korea, they'll get you and there'll be some sort of trial, and there'll be lots of yelling and lawyers and things, and Bill Clinton, no, don't kill my baby, and in Iran, same kind of thing. In Afghanistan, in reality, they're going to trade you for somebody. Like, there's always a thing. In Mexico, they all make their money by smuggling drugs. They're all smugglers, right? So any camera is bad camera. So they don't ask, they don't say, hey, let's negotiate. They don't give you a piece of paper. They don't say, let's yell at each other for a while. They just shoot you. And, a button man, I believe they're called Centenario Centenario. They're $200 a week. So you can just get 200 of them and just say, I have 200 assassins now working for me. And so the murder rate in Juarez, so it's not only, it was the most dangerous city in the world for journalists. Now it's the most dangerous city in the world. It's way more dangerous than Afghanistan, way more dangerous than Iraq. During the wars.
Holy shit.
There's been more people killed in the drug wars than in Iraq and Afghanistan combined on the American side. And so when you go there, it's completely run by the drug lords. And when you drive to where we were, in the areas that we were, there are sort of murder highways, and if they see any camera or anybody, and everyone's kind of an informant, so everyone knows where you are at all times. And by the way, it cost me, 75 cents a bullet to get you. And so people are always like, oh, where's the scariest place? Where's it? And you're like, Mexico. And like, I've been to fucking Cancun on Spring Break. I went to Joe's Tuna Barge and Boom Boom Room. Joe's Tequila Barge, probably not a tuna barge.
No.
But if you go to Juarez, they're fighting it out. They're the Zetas are killing everybody.
Weren't they almost? They're big gang. Weren't they mostly ex-cops and fucking military?
So they
guys
were
too?
trained. They were trained by the DEA. They were trained. The Zetas initially were trained by the DEA to be anti-narco dudes, and then they hired themselves out to be bodyguards to the Gulf Cartel. And then they said, why are we being body? We can just be the cartel.
Let's do it ourselves.
And so they started killing everybody. And because they were sort of better killers than everybody, they became the sort of predominant cartel. So they're trying to move in to Juarez, and they're having this big war.
Who runs Juarez now? It's the what's his name? Chapo.
Master Blaster.
There's El Chapo.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, if you leave Juarez and go south, there's a huge mountain with a big 50-story horse on the mountain, in white rocks they put on, and that's the symbol of the cartel right there, 50 stories high. So there's Chapo, there's the Zetas, there's the Juarez cartel, there's three main groups, and they're all fighting. I believe there's another cartel coming out of Chihuahua now. Chihuahua is another very dangerous city in Sinaloa. So it's
Isn't there enough for everybody?
Yeah. Well, they all live. The irony is they all live in El Paso because El Paso is the safest city in America. So all the heads of the cartels live in El Paso, and then in Juarez it's just a fucking.
Oh, so there's cartel heads living in the States.
El Paso, yeah.
Except for the guy who's in El Chapo's in the mountains, right? They don't know where he
El
is.
Chapo, they don't know where he is. The guys that we were sort of. I guess close to or worried about was El Requin. And he was this guy who we went down there because we heard this story about the Mormons were fighting the cartels, right? And which they are, and there's the LeBaron clan, and they live in colonial LeBaron, and this guy El Requin lived literally 7 miles down the road and had one of the hardest cartels. He's actually famous because he went into a drug rehab center and massacred everyone in the rehab center. He killed 18 people.
Rehab centers, they take away from business.
Exactly.
You don't want rehab.
Yeah, so he killed everyone in the rehab. This guy, El Requin, really bad dude.
Oh, yeah.
And he kidnapped one of the LeBaron kids. And then the LeBarons went to war and they armed themselves and, got him back, which is very rare.
Wow, I bet.
Yeah.
Who knew there was a Mormon Mexican drug cartel war going on?
Yeah. Well, and actually, the LeBarons live in colonial LeBaron, and right across from that is where the Romneys live. And Mitt Romney's dad was born in colonial Dublin, which is a big, at the time, a big polygamist community, a Mormon community, and so they're sort of tied together.
I guess they've been missionaries for years. They would just go down there and spread the word.
No. The reason why they went down there initially was when the Mormons lost their war with America, they had to outlaw polygamy. And so a bunch of Mormons went down to Mexico and said, no, we're going to keep doing it because that's the way you
Boy, that's really dedication to fucking a lot of women.
So they went down. So they went to Mexico. Well, because the fundamentalist Mormons believe that's the way to get to heaven is the more wives you have.
I'm starting to realize I was so lucky to be born on Long Island. Oh, thank you. I love my mom.
Yeah.
My dad.
That's great.
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's a lottery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. You know, you
We're
don't know
so
what the hell-
fucking lucky.
Very lucky.
Where you're going to end up. What do you got planned, future one?
Well, so we have a lot of stuff coming out. It's actually usually on Vice. You know, we put it up right away. We shoot it. We cut it up. So we get this sort of immediate sort of a glorification to our megalomania. But we've been actually sitting on all the best stuff we've ever done for this HBO show, which premieres on the 5th of April, Friday night
At 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock.
Week from Friday, yeah.
And so all of the best stuff I believe we've ever done, we've been sort of holding on to for the past year, is about to launch. And the North Korea stuff is just a small part of that. We have some crazy shit, and you know, we hope people.
I've seen some of it in the. I went to the offices, and I don't know if you're saying what the topics of the story you're covering are, but there was a couple of fucking really, really good ones. I only saw like 2 or 3 of the stories. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah, so the child suicide bombers of the Taliban is like we have the only footage I know of in the world of these kids who were caught, some as young as 6, who were caught trying to be suicide bombers, and we have we talked to the Taliban about why they're using the children, and then we have footage of actual suicide bombings and stuff. It's heavy business. We also have in the Philippines, to speak of another sort of American influenced weirdness. We sort of set up the Constitution and the government system in the Philippines, and also their right to bear arms, and it's kind of like America on steroids, right? And they have this thing there now, this problem where everybody has guns, and the politicians are sort of like really contentious, like the political party. So they have these assassins, they who assassinate the other politicians, so that they don't have an incumbent, so they can run against them. And so we follow these political things. But what happens now is that they have these because there's so many assassinations. They have young kids because they're young. They assassinate. They don't get tried as adults, A, and B, they make their own guns. They have these backyard gunsmithing places where they make them from like scrap metal and stuff, so they're untraceable and everything. And then they go out and then they go on these assassination things.
Wow, man.
So anyways, we have so many. We have actually, speaking of North Korea, we follow defectors from North Korea all the way, like how they have to get out, go all the way through China and down into Laos and then into Thailand. What else we got? We have North Korea proper. We have the world's most dangerous border, Kashmir, where we, I believe, again, have some of the only footage in the world of the Zero Line, which is now India and Pakistan are, situations are heating up. And
none too friendly.
Exactly. So we have some crazy footage from the Taliban there. Actually, we meet the father of the Taliban, Hamid Gul, who has some pretty insane things to say.
How the fuck did you get access to him?
Well, you have to go there. I mean, that's the thing.
That's usually the
first. You got to get over there.
It's the important part.
Start asking some
actually,
questions.
while we were there, it was the whole thing. The whole thing in Pakistan happened with Malala, the young girl who was shot in the head by the Taliban. And so they got so much bad press that generally the Taliban, they say anyone who's police or military will kill. But they said now journalists, especially Western journalists, we're going to have as targets. So when we were there, we're like, oh shit, that's not good. And then they said, the State Department said, go to the Serena Hotel, go to the Serena Hotel. And all the journalists from the Serena Hotel, and they're like, no, get out of the Serena Hotel, because then they had chatter that there was a target. So we actually just dressed in local gear and went way up into Northwest Frontier Province into the Taliban-controlled areas and just sort of hung out and started shooting and met a bunch of people there. And then one of the guys was Hamid Gul, who set up the Taliban. And now is advocating to nuke India. And
how did you get him to agree to talk to you? Like,
but he wants to talk. They want to talk. They believe that they're he's a politician.
That really is an odd thing about pretty much every documentary I've watched of yours. the people want to talk.
Sure.
It's like
they want to tell their story.
You don't have to pull teeth with these.
No.
They love telling their stories.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but and that's the thing is like he's going on. I said, so you're the father of the Taliban and you supported the jihadists and everything. He's like, I won't do his accent, but he's like, but of course I loved Osama bin Laden. He was a very intelligent man. He was the darling of the CIA. Intelligence oozed out of his eyes. He's doing this sort of oozing and like just he's gushing over Osama bin Laden. And you realize, there's a lot of people out there that think he's a great guy. and it really, when you're doing the interview, you're like, oh yeah, like just because it's ingrained in your brain,
right?
This is like a bad dude who the world's most wanted man for the longest time. This guy's talking about him like, yeah, he's like Superman.
Fantastic.
Do you ever like not vehemently or violently disagree with these guys, but when you're talking to these guys, they say something so outrageous like that. Do you give your point, or do you kind of just like, look, it's safer to agree with them, or do they like to have a spirited talk?
I get in shit for giving my point too often because I don't believe you can be an objective journalist. I don't think, like you were saying, I don't think you can come from Long Island and say I got a nice mom and all this stuff, and then go to Africa and be like, I'm just going to be completely objective about this now about shit beach. I just not going to.
Right.
There is shit on the beach, and I'm not going to say if that's good or bad. I just don't believe you can do that as a human being.
Mm-hmm.
So I am subjective. We call it immersionism, where we immerse ourselves in the story. We just press record and let the story tell itself.
Right. Yeah.
And so, yes, I am a little bit too vocal, and sometimes it's not good. I do get into it. I got into it a little bit with the Taliban, and that's not smart.
No.
But
not even through email is that smart.
Yeah. But there's sometimes you obviously you do have to curtail you can't say in North Korea, hey, you guys are bull goose loony, you're fucking crazy. And like, because otherwise it's
talk about their leader and
well, it's a fascinating site, man, and I really
love it.
Vice's documentaries are amazing, and the HBO footage I saw was tremendous.
Yeah,
child suicide bombers was fucking chilling. When they go through a lot of the explanations of how they get them to do it and what they tell them, and it was really, really upsetting.
Fascinating stuff, and it's done in a way that isn't this polished kind of let's kind of script something look at these places and what's going on. It's very gritty, raw, and honest. I really enjoyed them.
Every Vice segment ends with we knew it was time to get the fuck out of there.
Exactly.
That's how everyone. It's a hurried camera and people running for their lives to a fucking car with the steering wheel on the right. Fucking horrifying.
Fucking great, man.
What I've seen was tremendous, and it's Shane Smith 30 on Twitter, but I could listen to you all day, man.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Love Opie and Anthony's fan.
That's
and
great.
A big fan.
Very, very cool, man.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show's Best of O&A. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Best of O&A. Best of O&A. Best of O&A. Best of O&A.
That's Colin Hanks. He looks exactly the same.
Yeah, it's private.
Colin? Hey, there he is. How you doing?
Sit down, sir.
Take a seat. And of course, yes, we are on the air.
Hi, buddy.
We just have people come in and
Colin Hanks
down.
hasn't changed in 10 years.
No,
I haven't.
we're actually on.
Oh, hey guys.
I haven't seen you in 10 years. You look exactly the same.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
A little weird.
It's a little weird. Sorry, microphone troubles. I don't know when that's going to happen.
It'll happen fast.
When you'll change, I'll let you know.
That does suck though, because all of a sudden it's like bam, they go, oh, what happened? Drugs. I bet it's drugs.
No matter how much I smoked, it never really did anything. So
you know who that happened
really
with? There was a few people that happened with. One of which is, oddly enough, we're just talking about Prometheus in Alien. If you remember, Tom Skerritt, who apparently got popular at an older age, but in Alien, he just looked young enough. He had that little salty pepper going on. And then, he just got real old real fast.
He went to Cocoon.
It just happened like that. Another one that happened to was Richard Dreyfuss. In Jaws, he played like a young guy, a young go-getter kid. And then
But he wasn't young.
No.
He was playing a lot younger.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was playing younger, and then, but that sucks because then the next movie is in, Goodbye Girl. It's like, hey, who's the old guy?
We had Dreyfuss in. He was fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll never see him again.
Never came back. I think fun was a one-way street.
I think he was promoting Poseidon Adventure.
He was. He was so.
Yeah.
He might have been a little desperate and needed our help. Which is kind of flattering that Dreyfus needed our help.
I'm actually reading the synopsis for the movie you're plugging, High School.
Yeah.
And it looks good. Like you read, I love the fucking concept. It focuses on. Well, do you want to say what it is? I'm actually,
No. Go.
No,
ahead.
I was actually just going to read it while
he's
Colin
here.
is sitting right here. I really am an asshole.
idea.
No,
You
not
play
at all.
Colin.
Yeah.
No, it's bad. No, it's always better than the sort of thing. It's like, so tell us about the movie.
Yeah.
So tell me who you play. So tell me who else is in it. So tell me, what was it like?
Yeah, it's great.
Tell me, were there any funny stories? It's like, oh, wow, you're not
behind
really
the
doing
scenes?
anything.
Yeah, that is
You're
true.
not doing anything. You went to school for this. So, no, you're good, brother. Go right ahead.
Okay, High School focuses on soon-to-be valedictorian Henry Burke. Who's
Not
Matthew
me.
Bush.
Matthew
not
Bush.
Colin.
Right.
Not Colin.
No.
Who smokes
So who
pot.
do you play?
But talking about the young thing, I mean, this was the first time where I went, oh my goodness, like I'm no longer doing the high school kid.
Oh, you're not the kid role.
I'm not the kid.
Okay.
Now I'm the
So this-
assistant dean.
Okay.
right.
Working my
Moving to
way
that
up
next
the
level in
totem
your
pole.
career.
Slowly but
grown
surely.
up.
All right. You get to have sex with the students at least.
It's one of those movies.
Well, it is high school. Crazy things happen.
High School focuses on a soon-to-be valedictorian Henry Burke, played by Matthew Bush, who smokes pot for the first time, then discovers that a mandatory drug test has been scheduled at the school. He teams up with his stoner friend Bro, B-R-E-A-U-X, is the
Travis Burrow.
Oh, Burrow. Is by to make sure everyone fails. Together they spike the school's bake sale brownies with high-powered ganja stolen from a law student turned drug psycho ed. It's just great. They have to try to get everybody in the school high by spiking it so everybody fails the test.
Everyone fails.
Oh, that's good.
It's very funny that a fucking valedictorian
That's
smokes pot
Adrian
for the
Brody,
first time.
by the way.
Yes.
You should mention Adrian Brody's in
yeah.
this movie as
Oh,
well.
shit.
Yep.
Damn.
And Michael Chiklis.
Oh yeah.
Who does he
Michael
play?
Chiklis.
He plays the dean. He plays like the Stacy
see that.
Keach of this stoner film.
Right. As he did in the
To make a reference from a movie
Yes.
from the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh,
never-
Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane. Which the name of that was changed to something else. That was the Stacy Keach movie.
I cannot believe you just busted that out.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
impressive.
yeah. What was that? But what did they change it to? They changed it to something. I don't know what it is, but they changed it.
The Poseidon Adventure? No, I don't know.
And so you play the assistant team.
No, I'm the assistant. Look, I mean, basically, look, for years I've been getting scripts like, it's a story about a guy who wants to go to a thing because he likes the girl, but then this happens, and you just sort of go, okay, whatever. And then this one was, what's it about? Oh, it's about two kids that get their entire school stoned. All right, yeah, I'm in. Done.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Who am I? Oh, and basically I play the assistant dean to Michael Chiklis, who, I know from the Shield.
Yes.
He's Vic Mackey.
Yeah.
And I'm reading this thing going like, what is he going to do? Like, he's playing a principal and he's got this like wig. He's got a red wig, which I always find you don't see very often in films.
No, that's true. You don't see that often
You don't
in
really
life.
see a lot of people go, I'm going to go red wig, part comb over. Not a lot of people opt for that wig.
It's good luck.
And he's got a
Should have more of that.
sort of weird pompous voice that he does. He's doing this weird sort of thing. And so basically I just took it upon myself to just egg him on for 5 weeks and said, make an absolute ass out of yourself.
Yeah.
Please.
Great.
For my own personal amusement. And then if America happens to see, then we've done our job right.
Well, at least the movie poster won't have you back to back with somebody. Well, now
craziness happens.
Oh, boy.
Those tenants, man. I mean, I remember like when I started, pretty much any teen movie, like when I started, it was all sort of the, let's be on. Can I cuss on this?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
you certainly can.
When I started, it was all shitty teen movies.
Right.
For me.
Right.
That was me.
Like
Not
which
for-
ones?
you
Which
guys know
ones? For a reference point.
I'm not going to name names, but it doesn't matter
in the
because
business.
really,
What
all
year
you
did
have
you
to
hit?
do.
What year did you hit?
The first movie I was in was 98.
Was it the one with Jack?
Well, if you
Orange
got
County?
no, it wasn't that. That was a good
that
one.
was the last time you saw it.
That was that was a long time ago with Jack.
Long time ago with Jack.
But they were all pretty much 3-word phrases with an exclamation point. Just throw. It doesn't matter what it was named when the writer wrote it. We're just gonna give me a phrase, throw an exclamation point on it, and that's the movie.
Did it have dude in the title?
One of them did. One of them did. I wasn't in that one.
I know.
But pretty much just give me a phrase, give me a phrase right now and throw an exclamation point after it.
Get over it.
Yes,
that was one.
That could be one. Get over it.
That was one of them.
Oh man!
Although a lot of people actually like that.
I didn't see that.
A lot of no. A lot of people tell me they like that movie.
Yeah.
Which I'll take. I'll take that.
I don't know. I put a lot into the looking at the covers of movies in the stores and stuff.
Yeah,
and
in the stores that.
Well, like Best Buy and stuff. When I did, I put a lot into that. And
stores.
What is that?
Stores.
Brick and mortar. A brick and mortar store.
The back-to-back cover you think is awful.
I
Isn't that
can't
bad?
stand the rom-com back-to-back. Oh boy, that's the Matthew McConaughey. Where it's just, and the girl's going, oh boy, you are up to it again. And he's like, I'll show you. And she's like, you're not getting one over on me.
That was the original cover of Schindler's List. It was Liam Neeson and Ben Kingsley looking at each other. Like, that's just, it's not going to work. We have to.
That would kind of be funny to take just some really
sad movies
and make a.
like JFK, you have Costner and fucking and Gary Oldman peeking at each other.
If that's the case, then it would have been pronounced Schindler's List.
Back to Collins.
That's pretty much what it is. I mean, any phrase, it's got to get over it.
Yeah.
Schindler's List! Exclamation point.
A lot of fun.
Put that down. That could be one of the movies. I mean, it's any phrase.
She's the one.
Yeah, that was one.
She's the one.
That was a movie, yeah.
That's pretty much all you do.
What's the cover of this one? You don't know. What's the movie poster for High School?
I've seen a few of them. I think it's just a high school locker with a weed leaf drawn on it and smoke coming out.
And the smoke coming out. I was saying there has to be smoke coming out of it.
There's got to be some sort of smoke. Some sort of smoke.
Well, I hope that it's not really sending that message that this is okay to do. You know, for the younger people who might see it.
That's the really funny thing. People have asked me, like, so what do you think this says about?
Oh God!
And I go,
oh, really?
This is a stupid, funny movie.
Right.
That's all it's supposed to be. You are looking at things way too seriously.
Yeah.
Good for you, because other guys would try to, answer that dumb question.
Yeah.
Well, I think it says a lot about our society as a whole, and I think it's important that we all just realize that we're all the same, and really we all have our same fears and desires, and that, once you smoke weed, it helps you get in touch with that.
People should just shut up. And also, though, some actors are a little silly when they talk about their characters. It's like, he taught me so much, this character.
Yeah. Especially when the guy played a rapist. That's just disturbing. It's just uncomfortable. He taught me that no can mean yes.
Oh, my God. Yeah. More chicks do that than guys, though, when you watch interviews.
Well, they get really into their roles.
Yeah.
She would be my friend. She taught me I was still being this character months after we wrapped. Where you stop talking about it like it's a real person. It's on the paper.
Unless you're playing a real person, like Sally Field and Norma Ray or something, like then you can say you learned from the real person.
That's different.
Right.
That's different.
Or Cher as Silkwood.
I wasn't
Karen Silkwood, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I saw that movie. I saw that one. Where's Cher been lately? Boy, you haven't seen her around.
Hiding from her daughter / son.
I think she's still trying to turn back time.
How's that working out?
I don't care what anybody says. I'm still a big Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves fan. How can you not love that song?
Yeah?
It's on my iPod. Fucking rules.
Is it really?
Yes!
Jimmy has a very eclectic
wow.
Let's end the show with that.
Wow.
E-Rock, just play that at the end for Jim Norton.
What do you listen to? I saw you. You were at Springsteen, right? You and your dad went to Springsteen.
I saw you there. I walked by you at Springsteen. I said, there's Jim Norton.
I've never seen him live, and I'm not a Springsteen fan.
That's your first show?
Yeah,
it was,
that was great.
awesome. I actually downloaded Wrecking Ball, and fucking, he's great, man.
He's amazing.
Yeah, that's how I bumped into you there. And, you're a Springsteen fan, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, but for me, look, for me, it's a little bit different because for me, it was that was the holdover from my parents' collection that then I took over. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little bit different for me, but I've seen him play enough to just go like, well, this is just amazing.
It is amazing, and
He's
that's
amazing.
That's
the
just
band
it.
is amazing.
Yeah, you can't go in there even if you're not a fan, because I'm not a big Bruce fan. That's a fucking crazy Bruce fan right there, Roland.
Yeah.
But just watching him and realizing, the guy's what is he, 61 or something?
60. Roland,
62
now.
He's running around like a maniac. He's jumping
in
into
great
the
shape.
crowd.
Roland said it. He's aging backwards.
Yeah,
he really is.
No, he's in great shape.
It sounded great, and the band was, there's 17 people up
He
there
was
playing.
awesome.
Yeah.
I snapped the most awkward picture with your father. I didn't know he was. I just saw. I was talking to this cop, and he goes, and I see this big tall guy turn around. I'm like, oh fuck, it's Tom Hanks. I'm like, can we take a picture? And his head's all chopped off. Fucking humiliating.
There's a few of those. Yeah, he was definitely digging it.
That's work.
It's funny for people to see really big celebrities just out enjoying themselves. Obviously to
Like
you,
at a
it's-
rock concert.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously to you, it's like, oh, it's just my dad doing that. But everyone else is looking up and going, hey, Tom Hanks is like bopping to Springsteen.
We were saying
Why is he doing that?
How awful would it be if you, like, in the middle of the song, to walk over with the script and go, look, I have this idea.
Well, oh my God! I mean, there's that. But what always makes me laugh is like, especially at concerts, I can't help but look at like other celebrities and go like, man, they really can't dance. They have no
That's
rhythm.
another thing. Yes.
I think it was at that. Yeah, it was at that show, and Bruce was like going. He was in the crowd and standing up on the stairs. And I saw Paul Rudd kind of like try to help Bruce down, and like Bruce was like, "I don't need help." Not like I don't need help from you, Paul Rudd, actor. It was just like, I'm not even acknowledging you. It was like a dinosaur batting away a fly. It did not matter.
This is my show. I know how to do this.
And that's always funny, but then it's always the split second afterwards. It's always like, oh, okay, yep. Bruce didn't need my help. That's okay. That's
and you're
good.
like a little embarrassed.
Yeah. I do that. That I do. The guy came with the scripts that would make me super uncomfortable.
That
would
would
make me
be
super uncomfortable.
Me and Jimmy were talking about that sitting there because we love we talked
Just
about this on the air.
uncomfortable moments.
We love not doing the uncomfortable moments,
I don't
but
like
just
being in them.
thinking about it. Yeah, don't like being in them.
Love thinking about
talking about them and thinking about them is
Seeing
hilarious
them
for
is
some
great.
reason.
Being
Seeing
them and then
other
not so
people,
much.
right?
Watching
but
them,
we were
great.
like, imagine if you just went up and said, "Look, I know I don't want to bother." How awkward!
Like
and,
in the middle of like an anthem song where
Oh,
everybody's enjoying.
God,
If you're
that'd
like,
be
look, no, look, you please. Just how fucking cringeworthy.
Tom, I'm sorry. Listen, I know he's playing Promised Land, but I have a script called Promised Land that I think you would be
You play a
great for.
you play a cop and I play a cop, but we don't get along at first.
I've done a mock-up of what the cover will look like. This is your back and this is mine.
I storyboarded it here. Let me lay these out for you. Could you move, please? Could you move?
But see, the thing is, it's not called the Promised Land. It's called Promised Land! With an exclamation point.
So Springsteen, he's not. Who's your guy musically? Like Springsteen, you like, but who's the one that you?
Oh God, that's I can't do the one.
Right.
There's a bunch, and Cher is
Cher's up there.
Is she? I don't know. I don't think she's really up there for me.
Yes, he
for
is.
me.
For you.
For you, that's fine. For me, not so much. No, I'm now at a point where it's pretty much anything. Like it really, it's a wide spectrum of stuff.
Yeah, you're open-minded then, huh?
Yeah.
You haven't stopped at a decade yet?
No. I'm not staying in one decade for sure. I'm going all over.
I kind of jammed on the brakes at 2000. Kind of jammed on the brakes. I'll pop in some Alice in Chains and be like, this shit ruled.
Good enough for me.
There you go.
I jammed on the brakes in '78. I'm a fucking asshole stuck in my first 10 years of life. Just a childish idiot.
Discovering Bruce in 2012.
Dude, I'm the worst. I actually tweeted Springsteen is great. It was like in 2012. I'm a fool.
Good job, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I can't believe that was your first Springsteen's show.
I saw McCartney for the first time a year earlier at the Apollo. Now, the series gets some great shows at the Apollo.
The McCartney show is
McCartney
amazing.
doesn't really tour a lot, not like Bruce
But
does.
guys who I wouldn't see in an arena, who I respect, like I knew Springsteen
gotta
was
see
good.
McCartney
But the shit I like
in
by
arena.
Springsteen is weird stuff. Like I like Youngstown and The Hitter, like songs that are not at all fucking hits.
Yeah, the big
What about
hits.
Candy's Room?
I wouldn't know that if he stood there and sang it to
Did
me.
you just like get into him after the show?
No,
you had listened to him for years.
I had bought a bunch of his stuff because he's such a legendary guy, and I'm like, you gotta. And I had like again,
You gotta try.
You have to try.
Yeah.
And I got some and I liked it, but I just kind of forgot I had it. And then I went and saw him. I was like, fuck, man, he was awesome.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
And
Yeah,
the last
I get why people love
the
him.
last couple albums you think were just throwaways, but there's amazing songs on the
No,
last
they're
few.
good. They're good tracks on those albums.
Unbelievable.
I didn't realize it was Take Care of Our Own.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were all fucking new tunes. What do I know?
Wow, that was uncanny.
Yeah, I was in a Bruce cover band for a while. I would only do that line.
Good.
I want to congratulate Colin on the LA Kings winning the Stanley Cup.
Did they win?
Well, that's
no.
not official.
Oh, no, he just jinxed the shit out
No,
of
it
that
is. Not this time, Ed.
Oh,
Not
okay.
this time.
But-
Not this time.
Well, I would at
Kings
least
are
put
by
my money
far the
on the
best
Devils
team in the
for
NHL playoffs.
the next game.
I'm really
The entire
torn right now.
playoffs, by far, everyone knew that the Kings were
Yeah.
above
It is
the
killing
rest.
me that I'm not there.
Oh, you
this
want to
evening.
be there for it,
Oh my
right?
God! I've been a Kings fan since 1987.
See, if it was over here, you could have got a ticket.
Well, this is where I'm kind of like karmically screwed because I'm here and I'm going to miss the game tonight.
I saw your tweet
which
about
is at
that.
home.
Right.
So they could win.
Right.
Like they could be skating around holding the Stanley Cup. I could be there,
And you could be there easily.
screaming my tits off.
What the hell are you doing
So-
here? Go home.
I know. And then
Fuck the movie.
If they lose, they come back here,
And you'll be gone.
and I'll be gone. I'll be back in Los Angeles. So
Is this
pretty
movie
much,
that important,
Can't
really?
you stay here for it?
You'll be fine.
I was saying straight up, this has to win every single Oscar this year for this to be worth it.
It premiered at Sundance in 2010. How come it's just coming out now? Just funding and stuff? Or
You know the business,
Yeah.
Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
You
No,
know
I
the
don't,
biz.
obviously.
No, to be honest, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think there were some people that were just like, all right, well, there's a way to sell this movie, but we've got to find out how to. I have no idea.
Oh, it's one of those things.
Yeah,
Just
I think it
happens.
was like one of those things, yeah.
Can't you stay and watch the game, though, if they win, or you have to go back for promo?
He wants to be.
No,
he could
I
be
wanna
there.
be
No,
at
no,
the
I mean
game.
stay.
No,
and
I'm going to
New
watch
York-
the game tonight. I'm not doing anything tonight. That's what I'm doing. I've got my hat. I've got my 1991 Smythe Division shirt that has not been washed since the Western Conference Finals. We're good.
Wow, you're hardcore.
Yeah, we're good.
Have
But-
you always been a hardcore Kings fan?
Yeah. Yeah. Hardcore hockey fan for a long
Hardcore
time.
hockey
Yeah.
fan in general. See, rolling just like you. You see that shirt?
As soon as he
it's a
walked
week
in,
old.
as soon as he gave me my coffee, we talked Kings for like 10 minutes.
But his shirt's a week old.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
jumps on
definitely.
every bandwagon.
Oh, he is a
Although this one he's
bandwagon
trying to
victim.
tell us that he's been a Kings fan for a while.
No, he knows his obscure King references.
Yeah, I
He
know.
does.
He might.
How's Gretzky?
He
one,
dropped,
Jim.
he dropped the puck the other night.
did?
I shook his hand.
Did you
Oh,
really?
did you?
Were you starstruck?
No.
Had you met him before?
I had met him before. And I said, hi, nice to see you again.
When having a famous father,
And he goes, "Hi."
Are you ever starstruck?
Yeah, that's your dad
Yeah,
is
oh,
one of the
yeah.
top guys.
Oh, yeah,
Like
yeah.
who though?
Oh, the people
Who
that
gets
I give a
you?
shit about.
Like who?
Like who?
Who did you meet or work with or whatever that you're like?
Share.
Actually, you want to know what? When I was in New Zealand for King Kong, Cher came to visit one day, and they said, "Do you want to meet Cher?" And I said, "No, I don't."
Wow, really?
And I did not go. And
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
I think you got to meet Cher.
They said, "Do you want to come in and meet Cher?" And I
to
said,
see how
"No,
saggy
I'm
that
good."
ass is.
Good.
I said, "No, I'm good.
Good for you.
I'm gonna go get lunch."
But I guess when you grow up in a famous house, it's not as it doesn't mean
Your
as
house
much.
is famous?
Yes,
I got a famous
yes.
house.
They actually
Psycho
live.
house.
No, it's the Amityville house in Long Island. But you probably get used to a certain amount of celebrity being around. But who blew you away that you met?
Well, it's more about the people that I really sort of admire, the people that I sort of listen to. So, like, for like the first time I met Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age, I was sort of like, oh,
really?
wow, okay. But then the bonus is that I sort of am able to get over it a little quickly, and then it doesn't matter. And now we're friends. So that's like the bonus where it's
Yeah.
you're able to still have those geek out moments, but then at the end of the day, you go, "That's cool." He wipes his ass. It's cool.
I know, but I think that and then go, I'd love to do it for him. Just as a fan.
Yeah, Jimmy
That's
gets
why you
really
like
carried
Cher,
away.
I guess.
We got those moments. We're
Yeah.
now friends with Tom Papa.
Yeah.
See? Happened to us
never
too.
been
Jimmy
over his
wipes
house.
my ass.
I do.
And yeah.
I wanted to invite you guys to my house the other night, and I didn't
They
know
wouldn't
if it was
have come,
crossing the
Tom.
line or not. I didn't know if you guys felt like
it would be.
Would it be annoying then have to say no? Or
I would go. Where is it?
would you go?
Where?
Downtown.
Oh, it's downtown?
Yeah.
Yeah, I leave New York City. I couldn't.
That's what I thought. That's exactly how I thought it would go.
I go out to Long Island.
Then I got to come back.
Yeah, it's just.
You know, we have a connection to Colin and his family there. Our agent bought a house, I'll just say close by.
Oh, really?
And I went out there to see the new house, and he had to drive me by Pop's house.
Oh, really?
And brag. And I'm like, all right, great.
Oh, God.
So tell your father, if he ever hears the French horn bellowing out of a garage, his awful radio
Shoot
agent.
first.
He couldn't wait to show me where your father lives. I'm like, all right, well, how about your house? That's why.
How about Bob fucking starts working?
Oh, yeah, that'd be
and
nice.
does an agent work and not brag about his neighbors.
I believe.
Well, I'm glad I don't live at his house anymore, because then that way I don't have to see your friend.
It's our radio agent.
And trust me, we fucking bought part of that house. We bought a big part of that fucking house.
Yeah, nice chunk.
Yeah.
You
So how about you
bought
show me what I bought instead of some other guy's house?
Of the bedrooms.
Yeah,
you bought
exactly.
about 8 to 12 of the bedrooms.
Holy fuck! I'm like, really?
And the bidets.
Guess we did
All
well
the
for you, huh,
bidets
Bob?
in the bathroom.
You got to see this place, Ed. You're going to be blown away.
Oh, great.
Wait, you live on Long Island?
Yeah.
All right, so help me out. You from Long Island?
Originally, yeah.
All right, so let me ask you a question, and this is for the table.
Oh, sure.
Billy Joel or Bruce Springsteen?
Oh, yeah.
Gotta go Billy Joel.
The Long Island's own.
But you have to.
I prefer
That's our
Billy
boy
Joel.
from Long Island.
Well,
you know
that's
what? It's
why
either that
I
or
asked-
Dee Schneider.
when I hear-
we gotta go
Jeez.
Billy Joel. We gotta go Billy Joel.
I know.
No, I have to. I mean, literally, I
know.
I was raised a town away from all that shit. Cold Spring Harbor and all that.
I don't know if I could go Billy Joel on
You
this
have to.
Yeah.
I think Bruce Springsteen is obviously doing
We
much
didn't
better.
start the fire.
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
doesn't like? Hey, Billy Joel's an arena act, though. He's not as big as Springsteen, but he's a fucking arena act.
I would have went with
Yeah.
Captain Jack or something. I would have put that
No, I
on
was
the
just kidding,
table.
yeah.
Piano Man.
Piano
Yeah,
Man.
we didn't start the fire. That's the easy joke.
Colin Quinn hates that fucking song so much. I love how much
Colin Quinn.
Yeah, I'm sure it does too. He should love it. It's all 80s
It's
stuff.
funny that song
Birthday
speaks
boy.
so highly of him.
Yeah.
You go Springsteen over Billy Joel. That's sacrilegious.
God,
You know.
I got to kind of.
Got to do
I
it.
don't know. Bruce sure he got a lot of hits too.
Yeah.
He's been around a long time. Still out there
I
rocking
think on that,
too.
Yeah, winning the
I think on
marathon.
this
Yeah.
one, I'm not a Billy Joel. I don't come from a Billy Joel household,
Yes.
so it's very easy for me. But I would always sort of go, then go to the live show. Let's go to the tape.
Right.
Let's go to the tape.
And let's see.
And he puts on a good live show, Billy Joel,
Yeah.
for someone that's sitting down
I know. That's just it.
For the
He's
entire
sitting
show.
the entire
The whole
show.
time.
for the whole show.
Yeah, he really can't stand even if he wanted to.
No. Be uncomfortable. He hunched over the piano.
How do you
Looked
stand up
silly.
in that situation?
During
He's
Uptown
constantly
Girl.
still kind of bent over a little bit. He's in that
Yeah.
weird, awkward
Did
position.
they at least move the piano around as he's performing? Have guys to just move it around?
He does that cute walk during Uptown Girl.
Oh, he's trying to dance
with the wrench in his
The
hand.
video is terrible.
I
that
saw
makes
him
it-
and Elton together. They were great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
You see that at the Garden?
I don't remember where it was years ago. It might have been Jersey, Meadowlands. This is probably about 2003 or 4.
I thought it was interesting that they've got they like retired their numbers in the Garden.
Yeah.
Elton John
Yeah,
and
they
Billy
did.
Joel.
They absolutely did.
Well, Elton played at the Queen's Diamond Jubilee.
That's
That's right.
And so did McCartney. And McCartney
Yeah.
just fucking like sounds exactly like McCartney.
Yeah.
Elton, boy, every year he kicks those songs down another octave.
Oh, really?
It's just
A little deeper.
It's like, goodbye, yellow brick road. And the dark clouds I mean, he's no kid anymore.
What did McCartney
It
play?
was good to see the Queen of England, Elton.
She had a very smart hunting hat on. Did you
Did
see
you see that hat? It looked like, it looked like the rabbit, the Mad Hatter. Oh, yeah, it looked like the Mad Hatter
Oh,
hat
yeah,
in
yeah,
white.
yeah.
It had a weird fucking shape to it. She's standing out there in the rain.
Fuck her. Wow. It's the Queen.
Wow, what an American sentiment.
Exactly. That was actually
yeah, you redcoats.
No, he's just reading Prince Philip's Twitter.
we were watching, hoping that she'd have a stroke or something.
I don't want any
It's a little
shitty
different over
tea.
here. It's a little different from our vantage point.
What did McCartney sing?
I don't know. I just kind of passed by it. Amazingly enough, I didn't even stop.
I actually like his new song. We hate it when I first heard it at the Grammys, but I
you like that one?
My Valentine. I don't know if I love the chorus, but it's actually a good
all right.
fucking tune, man.
Yeah.
The chorus annoys me with My Valentine.
But
It's
that's
like,
taking
all
up space where you could be doing a Beatles song. That's the problem.
I must
When you
say-
hear the new stuff, you're like, yeah, but you could have been playing.
He's got to play the new
that's
stuff.
the
He's
thing.
got to play
Yeah.
some of the new stuff. He's got to play some of it.
Not when you're McCartney, though.
When
that
you're
should be against the rules.
He's
I
been
think.
doing it for over 50 years for his own sanity. He needs to play some of the new stuff.
Imagine that. You're right. You're absolutely right.
For his own sanity. You want to hear Hey Jude now? You got to listen to 2 of the new ones. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
We were at the Apollo and he's singing yesterday, and you're like, that's the guy.
It's the guy
That's the
singing the
guy.
song.
Now,
This
here's
isn't
the-
off
That
cover
was pretty
band.
cool.
Here's the really crazy thing. 21 when he wrote that song.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like 21. Like I'm now at the point where I am old enough, even though I look like I'm 12. I'm old enough to now go, he's how old when he writes yesterday?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
they're how old when they do Day in a Life? You know, I'm starting to trip out on the age thing a lot.
How old was McCartney when the Beatles broke up?
He wasn't even 30.
Oh man,
that's unbelievable. You just
Right?
assume
I mean,
he was
think about
older.
that. Yeah, you just think
assume
that
he
he's
had to be in his
older.
early mid 30s, maybe. You know, a ripe age.
Yeah.
They
It
broke
does
up in
suck.
70, right?
It does suck when you start passing
Wait, how old was
the
he? Now
age
this
of
is gonna
people
freak
that
me out. I've
like
never thought of
celebrities
this
that have
before.
died at certain ages, and you start passing those ages.
Right.
It's like, fuck, man. I think I just passed McQueen.
No, fuck when they die. How about when they do their important stuff?
Oh, well, yeah.
And you go, what have I
What
done?
have I done?
Nothing.
He wrote yesterday at 21.
I read
was
the paper.
edging
I read
with a
the
Budweiser in my
paper.
hand.
All right, what year did the Beatles officially break
I think
up?
1970.
70.
So he was 28.
28.
God.
Yeah.
28. Now imagine then, we're talking about
Imagine
why
with
he's
Lemon.
got to play some of the new stuff. Imagine at 28, then knowing for the rest of your life, you're only going to be talking about the stuff you did before 28.
Oh yeah.
That's, when you really break that down,
But it's
that's
the
kind of
Beatles.
crazy. Oh, no, listen, I'm with
yeah.
you. I'm with you.
He's on his
he did
own
have
little
wings.
trip. Yeah,
Did have wings.
Wings had some good songs.
Kind of, you know.
Good
we
songs.
did
When did other stuff?
But he does do Beatles songs, which I love. He doesn't shy away from them. Like, he will play Let It Be. Like, he'll
Oh, he
play
played
what you want to
mostly
hear,
Beatles songs.
but he throws new stuff in, and, you tolerate it.
But he does sound good.
Yeah.
He's going to be
But
70,
he sounds
right?
good. That's
Amazing.
the thing. He sounds
Amazing.
good.
Yeah.
Or is he 70 now? He's going to be 70
He
this
does
year.
sound amazing.
Well, he turned 64 a few years ago because they were talking about the song, and I don't think he's 70 yet. I want to say
No, he's going to be 70
68.
this year if he didn't
okay.
turn already. When's his fucking
Oh, I
birthday?
remember. Yeah, I remember that. When I'm 64, that seems like it was
Whoa.
last month, but apparently it was
years ago.
5 years ago.
10 years ago.
He turned 70 in about 2 weeks.
70. So it was 6 years ago.
6
sounds
years ago,
great.
that thing
Yeah,
happened.
no,
Wow.
I thought happened last month.
Last month, right?
June 18th, he'll be 70.
Guys, can it be, I don't know, maybe less than 10 years
Yeah,
before
maybe
I come back?
I don't know
a
what
little sooner
happened.
than 10 years.
A little
you
sooner
come
than
and
10
hang out.
years.
We would love to have you.
I'm really glad there wasn't like a drunk midget standing on
Crying.
the
Yeah,
table
the crying midget that wanted to be a stripper.
That's one of the highlights of
I
our
made her
entire
cry.
career.
I made her cry.
Oh,
I remember.
Come on, we all made her cry.
I asked about a tattoo, and
You
it was
did?
like that was a lesson. That was a lesson. Never ask anyone about a tattoo.
right.
Wait, you started it?
Yes.
Yeah, she had a tattoo,
Yes.
and I was trying. Honestly,
Where's the tattoo?
This is honest. It was on the lower back. I
Yeah.
was honestly trying to come up with the most
Her whole back
simple,
with her lower back.
simple,
It's a midget.
like question. Like I wouldn't go into anything personal. I'm like, let's just try. What's the tattoo?
Well, that was the fact. That's the word that got her tattoo.
I made her
why'd you
cry.
want to hear that?
I made her cry.
Why did she cry over that?
Because it had something to do with her dad.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah, you struck
It
that
was a
emotional
sentimental,
nerve.
tattoo.
Dad
little
and
nerve.
tattoo. It made him.
So
made her go
we have
nuts.
you to blame.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys remember that.
Man.
Well, we remember that she was crying and all, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was because you started.
Remember
with
you
that.
guys being in there? That was.
Remember she was trying to cover up because she was crying so hard.
Oh God!
That was just a whole. That was just an hour of uncomfortable for me. That was just a big chunk of uncomfortable
For Tom Papa, she was a midget that wanted to become a
Yeah.
stripper. So we knew a few things about stripping and strippers. So we're like, come on in, and we'll see if you got what it takes.
Oh no!
So she was stripping for the first time.
I remember coming out of the studio. My publicist is sitting there reading the paper. She goes, "So how'd it go?" And I'm like, "You weren't listening to that?
Oh my
That's
God!
your job.
Wow,
You got
Book 'em
some
again for
questions to
10
answer.
years.
She was awful, man.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we didn't have that. I'm glad
No, we just
we
talk
did
now.
Bruce
Yeah,
and Billy
see?
Joel.
Right.
We did a little share action here for Mr. Norton. We're all good.
The movie, high
The
school.
movie, The Kings, and we're all
Yes.
good. So maybe, I don't know,
And our
less than 10 years.
And our creepy agent that's stalking your dad.
Right.
Less
Yeah.
than 10 years. I'll come back in less than 10 years, and hopefully your
Exactly.
agent will have a new house.
Yeah, someone else to bug.
A smaller house.
Yes.
Yeah,
I hope he has a new
nice.
house. I hope it's it's a little one that's buried 6 feet under the ground. Get it?
Jesus,
I'm just kidding. I don't mean it. It's
not his agent.
No, he is.
You're screwed.
Since he negotiated my spectacular deal here. Hence me hoping he goes bye-bye in the box. Fuck him. Good luck on the next deal. Good luck on the next deal.
We'll be right back with more of Best of O&A. Stay there. It's the Best of Opie and Anthony.
Henry Winkler. There he
Henry
is.
Winkler is back.
How you been?
We met him very briefly a few months ago.
Yeah, he's dropped in. He was doing a bunch of other stations and dropped in. He was kind enough to come in and say hi to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was was unannounced.
Yes, it was very unplanned.
It wasn't official.
No, this is official.
This is an official visit,
Yeah,
sir.
and I thought I would dress up for you.
Yeah, you smell very
like
good,
it.
too.
That is
Yeah, you smell
nice.
good.
You're
You're very welcome.
You know what you're dressed like, though? An author.
Yeah.
You're dressed like an author.
Well, that's what I'm going to talk about today.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, let's make sure we get the title of the book right off the bat here. I've never met an idiot on the river. Reflections on family, photography, and fly fishing.
Yes, that was my first adult book. And then last week, Ghost Buddy came out.
Oh, are we promoting Ghost Buddy and not the other one?
Well, you know what? We can promote both because
Oh, okay.
maybe we would sell a fishing book.
Yes.
But the fishing book, it was a book of photographs that I took while fly fishing for trout.
Right.
But Ghost Buddy, I write with Lynn Oliver. It is our 19th novel
Wow.
together.
Wow.
19.
Yeah, and it's for kids 7 to 14. And it's a story about two young men. One is a ghost. And he finds the ghost in his closet. Billy Broccoli moves into a brand new home with a new blended family. His father is a dentist. You know, we wear cell phones on our belts. His father now wears floss.
Oh, okay.
And he can't sleep. Mm-hmm. His baseball jersey floats out of the closet. It admires itself in front of the mirror, turns around, and says, all right, look, you can call me a ghost. You call me Phantom. You call me a banshee. I think that is rude.
That's Fonzie, damn it. I know I just heard the Fonz.
I heard the Fonz.
Where?
Can I?
I was doing,
ghost.
yes, Hoover Porterhouse III, or also known as the Hoove.
We
The Hoove.
we were literally just talking about you a few days ago about how you were the greatest sitcom character possibly ever.
Wow.
As far as popularity goes.
Wow, that's very lovely.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, definitely.
As far as popularity goes, we couldn't think of someone that was bigger.
Well, I'll tell you what still kills me. That now, all these years later, over 30 years later, people stop me everywhere in the world as if, you know, I was just on the air, as if it is a
probably
brand
were.
new show.
It's like it's
and a
playing all
rerun,
over.
But it is amazing. Amazing.
Do you ever get sick of it?
Never.
No,
ever,
never.
Oh, bravo for you, because a lot of people would say, yeah.
But look what happened.
Come on,
I don't know that I would be sitting here in front of this microphone with you if I didn't do that first.
Right, right.
You know, he
being
introduced
punished?
me to the world. No. We had a great time last time.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to coming.
Yeah.
When it's weird to write because you write for The first time we met was at a book signing you were doing in a reading at Barnes & Noble on 68th Street.
That's right.
And I just saw your name, so I'm like, all right, I'll buy a book. I didn't know what it was, and I sat down.
I think you show great taste.
And it was an enjoyable, it's for, like you said, 10, 11-year-old kids, and it's kind of cool because it gets them into reading young. You can't start reading cynical biographies at 7.
That's what happens. The letters that we get are from parents who say, oh my goodness, I just passed my children's room and they were laughing reading a book. Reluctant readers, we don't write down to the kids, so they write, hey, how did you know me so well? And some kids just write and say, it is hilarious.
That's awesome.
How do you avoid adult stuff in a kid's book, though? Like, it would be hard, I think, to write for something that a kid would enjoy as an adult. Like, how do you say, that's too adult, that's a reference?
You know what? You get a feel for it, but there's also stuff because parents read along with the kids, so they read together, and there's stuff in there for the parents to laugh at, too. Do you know? So we're very proud of that. Hank Zipser has sold close to 4 million copies, and Ghost Buddy just came out.
So you think this could turn into a movie, maybe?
You know what? It is cinematic, that is for sure, but you never know.
Have any of them turned into movies?
No, not yet. There is an English company that wants to do the Hank Zipser books as a TV show in England.
You could be the next, Harry Potter.
Well, probably not.
Well,
I know my limitations. No, that was an amazing.
That's an amazing run.
Amazing explosion.
How do you market these? Because
you come here and you talk to people, and hopefully
you talk to the parents.
Yes, and hopefully parents say, "Wow, I would like my kid to read. These are funny books."
Right.
It's the relationship between this live kid and a ghost who is 14, died 99 years ago. His dream, the ghost's dream, is to see a major league baseball park. But he can't leave the house until he gets good grades from the higher-ups. And the way he gets good grades is by helping the little boy who just moved in the house meet his potential. Except the ghost is irresponsible.
There's the twist.
Probably explain how he died.
Twist.
Yeah,
right.
14.
Yes.
Yeah, he took the Model T and crashed into the orange groves.
Oh, boy, that'll do
it. Used to be Southern California. Now it's all homes.
So
Yes.
Are you a good collaborator? Like, I could never write something with another person. Like, you've written 20
Can't write
books.
anything alone.
That's exactly
I'm
the point.
teasing.
I
Jimmy's
become a
put out 2
burden.
books.
No, you know what? I have my partner and I, this is the way we work. I go to her office at 10 o'clock in the morning. She is about 20 minutes from where I live. We schmooze in the morning. We have a cup of coffee. We talk about the kids.
Do you take your bike?
No, I don't. I don't. I actually have never ridden a bike. But, that's my own personal secret.
Yeah.
It's a torment that I have.
I don't doubt it.
You rode for the show. We saw you on the bike.
Yeah, no, but that was only going up the hill, and then somebody caught me.
So I caught him. That's great.
Are you serious?
No, the first time they put me on a bike, I had to travel 5 feet, and I turned the gas, and I'm so dyslexic, I didn't know where the gas and the clutch was. I smashed into the sound truck, dropped the bike, we slid under the sound truck. They came running up and they pulled the bike out because it was rented, and then they remembered I was under there too.
Yeah, the important thing.
Yeah,
the bike.
They never let me ride it again.
Are you really dyslexic?
I am. And that is where Hank Zipser comes from. Yes, I am learning challenged.
Is he as well?
No,
Hank Zipser.
Billy Broccoli is not. He is just socially challenged.
No, Hank Zipser, I mean, is
Hank Zipser
character
is.
from
Yes,
other books.
Hank is short for Henry. Zipser was a woman who lived on the 4th floor of my apartment building. I thought it was a zippy name. But Ghost Buddy, no, this is about bullying and about being responsible to one another.
So what happened when you're dyslexic? Because now we know what that is, but years ago they had no idea.
I just thought I was stupid.
They just said you're stupid and you can't learn.
That's exactly right.
And what finally happened where they were like, oh, there's something
My
to this?
son, my stepson Jed, was in the 3rd grade. And I said everything to him that was said to me. Oh, you're being lazy. Oh, you're not living up to your potential. Go upstairs and try harder. And he couldn't do it. He couldn't write this report. And we had him tested. and everything they said about him was true about me.
Wow.
So at about 31, I found out that I was not, a dumb dog. I literally had a name.
Is there a way? Is it harder when you're dyslexic? Is it hard to to read the words in order, or how does that affect you?
Do you know what? For every child, there is another way. It's wiring in the brain. So some children, it is hard to read. I can't sound out words. I can't spell at all. Math is difficult for me. But every child has a variation on a theme, and it is hereditary, so it's passed on from generation to generation.
That's why he couldn't say the word wrong.
That's right.
Because it was a W, and they're trying to sound it out. I remember that.
Sorry.
I was rude.
But how did that affect your acting?
Yeah, in the script reading.
Yeah, the script
You know
reading.
what? If you want something bad enough, you figure out how to do it. So I read my scripts very slowly. One word at a time. So that I got the word on the page, and then I memorized it, and then once I memorized it, once I changed my voice, once I started talking like this, and I changed my body, it was like it unlocked me.
Wow.
You know, it was like I could just do anything.
He just grabbed Jimmy.
It's almost
Very
like
roughly.
when a stutterer sings. It's like it takes away the stutter.
James Earl Jones, major stutterer.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and known as one of the greatest voiceover guys.
my
ever.
God.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Imagine Darth Vader
Great actor.
stuttering.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Where is the rebel base? Doesn't come off as good.
I didn't know that until just now.
I didn't either.
So how did you get past that?
He worked on it.
Right.
And when he was acting, when he became a character, he was able to form the complete sentence. He's a good friend of mine, and he to watch him on stage is like a gift.
Right.
You know?
What happened to Chuck?
Yeah.
Please.
Wow,
Please
yeah.
just tell us. We've been trying to figure this one out forever.
All right, Season 1, Chuck was Richie's brother.
What is
He went upstairs,
Right.
and we never heard from him again.
But then Happy Days never even acknowledges he ever existed.
Right. No,
and he was on the opening sequence, which
yes,
is
that's
odd.
true.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so there were two Chucks. One, the first Chuck, decided, hey, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be an actor, and left.
He just left.
Yeah.
How far into it?
Very, very
What-
short.
Do you know what that guy's doing?
Yes, he is in San Diego. I think he sells insurance.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
So he's
Good
happy.
choice.
He would
All
rather
right,
do that.
Number two, they hired a second Chuck, and then they realized there was no room for the older brother because the Fonz was becoming the older brother.
yeah.
So they sent him upstairs. They send him to college, and he is still matriculating.
Yeah, they just write him off.
They wrote him right
What is
out.
that guy doing?
He moved to Ireland,
Yeah.
and he became, he was an actor. He was in Willow with
No kidding.
Ron Howard, yeah.
No kidding.
Oh, wow. That's,
Yeah.
I guess Ron Howard feels like he owes him one.
Yeah, he feels guilty.
But that's so weird that they wrote him off like that. And I wonder, as an actor, do you know that you're being written off, or does your agent go, no, look, this Fonzie thing is going to run its course in 6 episodes, and just stick around. I'll be back.
They almost never tell you.
They don't.
No, they make a decision. You could be in the middle of an episode, and somebody comes down and says, well, that's it.
And you're
jeez, that's it. Gone.
I mean, there was no thanks for your really hard work.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody go home.
And your character, me and Ant were talking, and Jimmy, was it the whole first season you didn't talk?
No, I had 6 lines.
6 lines.
Yeah.
I had 6 lines.
But then the second season, you were talking.
Yeah. By the time we did the show where I was cheating from Richie in class and the bird, pooped all over the answer, so I had to do it myself.
Right.
That was the beginning of the rise of the Fonz.
So someone saw something in you.
Yeah.
In the character.
Well, the audience, for one.
Yeah, the audience went for it.
We came on the air in February of '74, I believe. So in April, I'm making my first appearance in Little Rock, Arkansas. I'm getting $1,000 to fly to Little Rock, and Saturday and Sunday stand in a mall and sign autographs. And I got off the plane at 11:30 at night after we shot the show in Little Rock. 3,000 people were waiting at the airport
At the
And I
airport?
Thought, yeah, at the airport at 11:30 at night. And I thought, oh my goodness, here's a party. I don't want to like disturb their party. Is there another way to walk around? And the stewardess said, no, I think they're here for you. Wow. And almost every girl was in a poodle skirt. And they were there, and they cheered when I walked off the plane. It was like shocking.
How was your signing at the mall?
I signed 8,000 autographs.
Oh man,
how many hours?
Saturday and then Sunday, and I put my arm in a sling.
Oh, yeah.
From signing, right?
And then the next public appearance I made was in Detroit at Pontiac Stadium. 181,000 people over 2 days filed through the stadium.
And we were saying how fame has changed, and people just don't become that famous anymore, especially like if you're doing sitcoms. Back then,
it was an amazing thing.
You got to a point where you couldn't just leave your house or anything.
No, I stayed home a lot. I read every letter that was sent to me. They brought me boxes. I had boxes in my apartment because it was scary.
Did you have bodyguards? How many bodyguards would you have when you went out?
Only when I left L.A. Like, I was the king of Bacchus, the beautiful parade at Mardi Gras in New Orleans, and I was surrounded by 12 cops, and I walked like in a pod of policemen. And this was amazing. Girls would scream in your ear, as you walk by, and at a certain decibel, you pass out. So I learned to walk, pass out, keep walking.
Jesus,
you passed out?
I did. Because the decibel, you would faint from the perfect scream in your ear.
I've had that, but not for the same reasons. So you couldn't leave your house.
Was your reason enjoyable?
Oh yeah, that's what
briefly.
Okay, even for a second. It's a wonderful thing.
Did you know you could pass out from someone screaming?
I had no
at you?
idea.
I didn't know.
From a certain decibel. It was.
That shows
I
you
didn't
how
know either
famous we
until
are,
it happened.
Henry. That shows you how famous we are.
We'll
you don't
never
even
hear
know
that.
Yeah.
We'll never hear that type of decibel.
It was.
How many years did you live like that?
10.
10.
Wow.
10. And then when I right now, people don't yell at me anymore, but I'm treated with just extraordinary warmth.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, you probably can't go anywhere. You still look, you're.
I took my children to the reservations for the Native Americans in New Mexico at Christmas time. They have Christmas celebrations. And so we were there and we were watching in Santa Fe, outside of Santa Fe. And beautiful, beautiful celebrations. And as I was walking back to my car, these moms came out of their dwellings and literally presented me with baking hot bread because I was respectful to Native Americans on a Thanksgiving show.
Oh, right. My God.
Do you know, it was, we went to visit the Hopi in Arizona. They live on the flat mountains, on the mesas. They watch television. Some of them, they have no electricity, so they watch it with their car battery. And I was able to take a picture of the Kachina clown dances. You're not allowed to take a picture of the Hopi. You must lock your camera in the car. I thought that was one of the greatest honors of my entire life.
Did you sneak the picture, or they told you it was okay?
No. They said, please go get your camera, because I was respectful to Native Americans as the Fonz.
In an episode?
Yeah.
So it's really weird how culturally that really affects people, and they remember it.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
Well, when Happy Days was on, we'd talk about 3-4 channels.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So there were three.
So
we
the
got
whole country was
48% of all televisions.
Right.
were
48%.
watching, yes.
48%.
And now if a show does, what are we talking?
11.
11's
8.
I think it's less than 10.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
48% of every TV was watching Happy Days in that time slot.
Yeah.
Do you like what's on now, or
some? What do I watch? I watch Homeland. Kelsey Grammer's new show, Boss, is amazing. The Good Wife.
Did you find the camera work in Boston? It took a little bit of getting used to. The camera work was very, very
in your face.
Yeah,
because the politics is so in your face. The character is so in your face.
They want you to feel something, right?
Yeah.
And Homeland is the Claire Danes one, right?
Yeah.
I saw the whole first season. That was very good.
Unbelievable.
You know
I
what?
love Harry's Law.
Okay.
Modern Family is funny. And then we just finished the 4th season of Children's Hospital, which will come on again in May.
Right.
Which is...
Oh, right, yeah.
What is
it is an outrageous comedy that's on 12 o'clock at night. It was the first live action show on the Cartoon Network. And it's on Thursday nights at 12 o'clock.
It's very
starting
strange.
Again. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even understand what I'm doing.
We got Cindy that really wants to talk to you from
And
Jersey.
I have to put on my earphones.
Yeah, sorry about that. Cindy, we got Henry Winkler in the studio. He's promoting Ghost Buddy.
Hello, Henry. It's such a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Cindy, I didn't know what else to give you.
I want to tell you that my son is a 14-year-old. He's in 8th grade, and he has dyslexia. When I was a child, yes, I was young, and I watched Happy Days religiously. I had Fonzie T-shirt, and I was all about the Fonz. And I didn't realize then why I admired you so much until I got older and was the parent of someone with dyslexia and found out your story. And I just want to thank you for being so genuine and being so honest about what you had to go through. I gave my son your Hank Sipser books, and he also loves baseball, so he was really motivated to read them. And seeing him read something that he was interested in, and then knowing that you had written it really meant a lot to me. So I wanted to thank you so much for that.
Cindy, that's the greatest compliment I could have gotten. What is your son's name?
His name is Dan.
Dan, I swear to you, this is what I say to Dan. It does not matter how you learn. It doesn't matter at what rate you learn. It has nothing to do with the brilliance that is inside you. And I'm telling you, those are not nice words. That is the way it is on this earth. I am telling you the absolute truth.
Thank you so much for saying that. He's really worked very, very hard.
I'll bet.
We actually sued to get him into a private school, and now he can read at a 10th grade level, up from a 3rd grade level when he was in 6th grade.
See, that makes my heart soar.
One day we'll get our own Sam to do that.
That's great. Congratulations, Cindy, and just tell him I can't wait to meet Dan.
Oh, and that would be an honor for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Cindy.
Okay.
You know, some people, they have this huge success, and they just kind of go away and do their own thing. You've been very out in the public and very helpful. You don't have any of these, and you've never had any of these for being such a big celebrity. These skeletons that have popped out.
They're coming.
You've just been a genuine nice
Scandals.
guy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
That is really helpful and just nice. Writes nice books and everything.
He's so nice.
It
We're all.
really
I
is.
write these great
makes me
books.
feel despicable.
So did Stephen King when he was in.
That's not true. You look great in a blue shirt.
Well, thank you, sir.
He's
But
so nice. We're all on guard, and
I know.
No.
this is our best behavior.
What about the PSA? He did a PSA too.
Oh, right.
The Happy Days PSA we
Yes,
played.
yes.
It was about sexual abuse for kids or something.
Right. I remember that one.
That was-
I
that was in
write
character.
these books with Lynn Oliver, my partner, and she's here in New York. We're going to be, as a matter of fact, this afternoon we're going to be at Books Bites and Beyond in Glen Rock, New Jersey at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
4 to 5, yeah.
4 to 5, signing books. Now, Jim Norton, is this a person, a singer?
It's me.
Finally.
Because I went to school with Jimmy Norton, who was on Broadway.
Is it Norton, N-A-U-G-H, or is that just your accent? Or is it Norton?
Oh, yeah, maybe it's Norton.
Yeah, that's me. Those are just, I mean,
Oh, this is so
what
great.
is that right there?
That you're going to be in Tempe, Arizona.
I can't do that.
Oh, my gosh, at the end of January. This is so cool. What do you do?
I'm a stand-up, so I'll do...
Are you funny?
At times.
No, do you think that people, if they come, do you think it's worth their drive?
If they live in Tempe, if you can see the Improv from your house, it's worth the drive. If you have to...
All right, what about the people in Poughkeepsie on February 3rd and 4th?
You know what? They're going to have a good time because I have so much Poughkeepsie
funnier in
humor.
Poughkeepsie?
Much funnier.
Than you are in Tempe.
Yes, because I take Dramamine when I fly, which makes me tired and totally
Atlanta
witless.
must make you nuts.
Well, February 16th through 18th, I will be in Atlanta, and that's always a good
Do you know
city
one
for
of
me.
the great, honestly, one of the great Italian restaurants in America is in Atlanta.
Where?
It's called, I'm going to come up with the name in a minute because we're going to go right on to Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, February 23rd through 25th, I will be at the Improv. I'm shooting an hour special, so I'm warming up for it.
Is it possible to be funny in Rochester?
It's difficult.
It is,
normally, I'm funnier on the Late Show Saturday.
Always cold in Rochester?
It's despicable, and it rains a lot.
Yeah.
Frozen rain. It's a terrible, terrible place.
Okay. Toledo, Ohio.
Never been there.
Everybody moved.
March 8th through 10th. In honor of Klinger from MASH, I will be going to Toledo. I think he was from Toledo. Am I correct?
I think look at this. You roll out of bed because you're in New York City. When?
March 29th through April 1st, unless I have to change that because I'm shooting in Cleveland. But as of right now, March 29th through April 1st, I will be at Carolina.
And he's also an author himself there, Henry.
You are? You've written a book?
I've written a couple
books.
Wow, Jim.
Yes, they were not
New York Times bestseller.
Yeah, Jim's done very well for himself. He's a very modest boy.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, they were certainly not. They were
a little different than your books.
A little different. Yeah, they were
just slightly different.
About my demons.
About his ghost in the closet.
Yeah. Right. Hey, when you write, being dyslexic, when you is it hard for you to sit down and type something out, or are you easier for you to be
it's a
verbal?
good question. I'll tell you exactly what it is. I walk around Lynn Oliver's office. She sits at the computer. I sit in a couch. I sit on an armchair, in the rocking chair, right in front of her desk. Or I take off my shoes and I try to put my feet in the planks of the boards on her floor. And then I start talking. And she types. Then she's got an idea. She types. I wait. She reads it back to me. We argue over every word.
Oh, really? Okay.
And we've written 19 novels that way.
Wow.
Completely collaborative.
But so it's easy for you just to kind of. So sometimes is she just taking notes for you? Like
no, we literally write them together. Absolutely.
But if you have an idea, say you're talking about there's a part in this where he meets the ghost, but say you see something 15 pages later, like, no, but this can't happen now, but then the ghost does this. Will you just spit that out at her?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is the incredible thing. You write a book, and you write an outline, and we're following the outline, but the book has a mind of its own. So all of a sudden, you're writing, and the book takes you on a left turn, and you've got to just go. You've got to give up your outline and just go where the book takes you, right?
Yeah, I find that sometimes there's been things where it's tempting to cut yourself off because you're like, it doesn't marry where I was going. But once you allow yourself to go, sometimes you wind up getting an extra 10 or 12 pages, which was way better than what you
wanted to do.
Initially had.
You got to go with the flow, and it takes a lot of courage. And if anybody is thinking about being a writer out there, the only thing that I will say to you is write what you know and don't edit yourself until you're done.
Right.
Just write anything. And don't think you're going to embarrass somebody if you write too close to a relative, because they never pick up that it's them.
Right.
Yeah.
We should ask one more Happy Days question.
Go ahead.
I'm thinking of a good one. I don't
Okay,
know.
good.
You got one?
Was there ever anything that they wanted the Fonz to do that you personally went like, I don't think I would be comfortable doing that, or the character itself wouldn't do that, because it became synonymous with you.
Yes, right.
More so than the writers, I think, even at that point.
Right.
So was there anything that?
No, the writers, Gary Marshall had writers that 21-year-olds all the way up to 77-year-olds in the room. They worked really hard. One of the first days I ever met Ron Howard. Now, he's 18, I'm 27. We're on stage 19 on Paramount Lot. I look at it, I'm from New York, I'm looking at the script and I'm going, I can't do this, and I start to punch the script. I mean, this joke really sucks. I can't do this. He took me around the shoulder, led me to the back of the soundstage, and he said, you know, Henry, I think the writers are trying as hard as they can. Let's not hit the script. I said, Ron, I'm never going to hit the script again as long as I live. And his wisdom, there is an old soul in Ron Howard.
And he had been a veteran of
Since
television
3,
at that
since
point.
He was
yeah,
3.
yeah.
Jeez.
But the way he said it, I didn't take offense. I just heard him, and he's been my brother ever since.
We've had him on the show too, and he's just another guy that just is a nice guy.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
Powerful.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, we all know that.
And
but
to get like that without screwing people over,
He
is
had great
pretty amazing.
parents. His father was the first sharecropper to leave the farm in Oklahoma and went to New York to be on Broadway. So his mom and dad were actors, and they never allowed bad behavior from either Ron or Clint Howard. They would discipline them on the set to be respectful, do your work, be concentrated. So they learned very well.
Just really nice.
They're telling us he has to go. He has
Really?
other press.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he has to leave.
He's a busy man.
He has other press.
Busy man.
Let's promote.
Well, what a great morning. Thank you.
No, we're so happy.
Great way to start
Henry.
the day.
I want to promote Henry's books too. One that's been out for a while, but it's called "I've Never Met an Idiot on the River." It's
an adult book.
An adult book about fishing and this photography, and the book he's really pushing today is called Ghost Buddy. It's good for your, how old would you say?
I say 7 to 14.
7 to 14, and the woman called in.
And it's funny.
It's a funny book for someone who's 7 to 14. So if you got a 10-year-old kid,
Jim,
perfect.
It'll make you laugh.
It probably would. I enjoy
Look at that sunset.
Scat humor.
I really quick because we don't have time
Hold on,
today.
I'll get
Yeah,
this.
go ahead, Jim.
The signing. Books,
He's showing us
Bites,
pictures. I just wanted to comment. Go ahead.
Books, Bites, and Beyond. It's in Glen Rock, New Jersey. It's today from 4 to 5. There will be a good amount of people there, so get there early and buy your book and get it signed. Henry's a nice guy.
Really fast. I always thought fly fishing was a joke, and then a comedian friend of ours took me, and I'm hooked.
Who?
Bob Kelly.
Bob Kelly.
Right.
Obviously, you've never met him on the river.
I've never met Bob.
Your pictures look
or
like
you would
they're
have had
from.
to
You know what?
change
I say the
title.
same thing. I really did. I went once and I was hooked.
You're hooked, right?
It is like a washing machine for your brain.
Your pictures look like they're from Montana, I'm
Yes,
assuming?
that's exactly
All
right.
Yeah, we go to Roscoe, New York, which is a little
Oh,
different.
right. I know Roscoe.
Well, it's
Yo,
one of the best
where's
places in
Roscoe?
the world. Have you ever fished up there?
No, I've never fished up there, but in 6 days I'm going to Argentina. The same man that introduced me to fly fishing, Skip Brittenham III, my lawyer, is taking me to fish in Argentina. So if the fish I catch in Montana are 4 pounds, in Argentina, they're 23 pounds.
Man.
Wowie
You
zowie.
have a friend that's going to take you to Argentina?
Yeah, I pay
We don't
the-
have friends like that.
His friend's a lawyer.
He invited me. I have to pay the
we
flight.
just don't have friends like that.
Stand
I
back.
get to go to Roscoe with Bob Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's great. I'm so happy you do that.
Once
It
a
is
year.
beautiful,
so far.
isn't it?
But I love it. I haven't caught anything officially. I was dragging my pole once and I caught a fish by accident.
I promise you, take yourself to Montana,
Yeah.
big sky country. You get a great guide, and it's indescribable.
To die for.
To die for.
All right.
So we have to.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
Henry,
you so
thanks so
much.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show's Best of O&A. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's the best of O and A.
The great Brian Regan stopping by, a really good friend of the radio show. It's been some changes, Brian.
Oh, all right.
My pal Anthony pretty much losing his mind. He's now single.
Oh, Wyatt, I'm losing my mind. Oh, don't look so shocked.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What? Why?
Why am I sorry?
Because he's
That's like a normal thing you're supposed to say after something like that, right? That's like,
But is it? Because sometimes it's like, sometimes it's like, it's probably all for the best.
But Anthony, long-term relationship is now over, and we find out that he was at a lesbian bar over the weekend.
wow. Congratulations.
And now a lesbian.
And we were all, like, we didn't do much with it when he just casually says this during the last break, because we all know Anthony, and we're like, what is going on that all of a sudden you went from being a recluse to going to a lesbian bar? Like, what is going on? And we don't know how to, like, handle this one.
That's what happens.
Drugs.
It's just all
That's
this.
the normal thing. I've broken up before. You go to a lesbian bar.
Right. That's the first thing you do.
It's the first thing you do.
It's like when you get fired, you go to the corner pub and drink a little bit.
That's right. After a breakup, you hit the local lesbian bar.
Go to the local lesbian bar. Yeah, that's the one right down the street.
Yeah, you don't want to go cross town. You hit the local one. You do the one around the corner.
You go to the local lesbian bar and hopefully don't see her with her face buried in a pair of dungarees.
Yeah, right. So no, it's just you have a little fun on the weekends.
So I think
you go out.
I think for the first time, Jimmy and I were pretty much speechless. We're like,
was out
what?
with some people.
What?
Out with some people who knew some people. So
little fun on the weekends. I've had fun on the weekends. I didn't end up there.
Yeah.
Well,
I
hey,
played
man.
a little golf, went to Hooters for a couple pitchers. That's my definition of fun.
Played some Scrabble. You should play Scrabble.
Maybe I'll give that a whirl this weekend.
This weekend, play some
Or
Scrabble.
something, some Scrabble.
You'll have just as much fun.
I need a 4-letter word for lesbian.
Oh, damn. I don't have a U.
Well, you do have a D.
And just it's one of those things. I just think it's one of those things that you should just kind of experience. Walk in, see how they are amongst their own, kind of a thing. It was like a little lesbian safari.
How about you, I don't know, start out a little slower?
How do you start out slower?
Go to an Irish pub first.
I've been to plenty of Irish pubs. I've never been to a lesbian bar. It's kind of cool,
I like this new Anthony.
Walk around. I'll tell you though, like I was saying, they look like guys. It's the oddest goddamn thing. And then they're with some that look like girls. And then there's me, just looking around going, hey, how you doing? I got one of these.
Were they cool? Like, make you feel welcome and all that?
Yeah, very nice, very welcome. It wasn't like the bartender
Did they
threw
have
the drink at me.
Like when you go to a birthday party and they have the big, the welcome thing up, like hanging? Did they have that up
Yeah,
there?
welcome guys with penises.
Welcome, reason we're like this.
Yeah, right. It's just like reassuring to them. They let one guy in and they go, see?
I just assumed that they must have looked at me at some point and thought, because of who I was with at the time, they must have thought like, wow, she really found a girl that really can look like a guy. Like, grew a beard and a mustache and everything.
Who's the scrawny broad in the hat? Bring her over. Bring over that scrawny broad doing impressions.
Yeah. I'm a lesbian twink.
Oh, she sounds just like Tyson. She sounds just like the guy from the Home Shopping Network. She's really talented.
Wow.
Yeah, very. So that was fun.
There's been some changes since the last time you've been here.
Fun.
And then on Friday's show, I was doing baby diaper mustache. So everything is
a little different.
Yeah, kind of.
Everything is quite normal on the Opie and Anthony show. Yeah.
Someone's saying you
Brian,
just
here.
don't order the Bloody Mary at a lesbian bar.
Take a look at. See, take a look at that. That's quite normal, right?
Oh, there it is. Wow.
Great.
Yeah.
Looks nice. Got your hoodie on?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I went into evil mode, so I had to have a hoodie on.
He's got his rubber gloves on, and he has what was wrapped up in a baby diaper that he has then smeared as a mustache.
You sure you want to still do this radio show?
Like, what's going on?
I know you want to be legit. You might want to look somewhere else finally.
You ain't kidding. There's been some changes.
Yeah, we've kind of lost our mind.
Check out these photos, Brian. Damn.
I think it's gotten to the point where, like, wow, we don't really know what else to do with this radio show, so let's start digging into diapers. And
yeah,
it was like a little tiny mustache. You looked like Schindler.
Now, I'm kind of naive. What's the point of the mustache?
That is a very good question, Brian.
Probably the one most asked.
Like if I was like Tim Russert and this was a Meet the Press interview, I would go, "What's the deal with the mustache?"
Yeah.
Well, we were bored. Mm-hmm. Didn't have much else to do on that show. Well, I did it as a long. Well, I did it as a goof, thinking that I would never have to do this. And then I got caught with my pants down.
Because he's never supposed to leave enough time for someone to actually bring in a diaper. So he's supposed to get on the air and go, all right, look, it's a baby diaper day. I'm just going to put it out there. If you bring one up before 11, and usually this is 11:45.
Yeah, they'll float those ideas at 11:45.
Yeah, right, that was the bit.
Yeah, but he did it an hour and a half before the show was going to be over.
The bit was that we would never do the bit. And the frustration that would build with the listeners because they really want to see this happen. But these guys behind the scenes were in cahoots with each other, and they got Rich Voss, Rich Voss, to come up with his baby's diaper from a couple days ago. He actually dug into a garbage pail. So So hence the baby diaper mustache, which is the YouTube sensation
Oh,
today. Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
Okay.
you got some.
Opie wants to reopen the McMartin preschool now. Once you get a taste for blood.
You got some babies, right?
Got some babies, yeah.
Would you ever do baby diaper mustache?
I don't know that I would
No?
quite go that far. I think I would hit the local lesbian bar.
Right.
Okay.
You got to do that first and
I
think
do
things
that,
over.
Have some fun.
Good.
And then when no, I haven't gone that direction yet.
I see there's been changes with you as well, Brian. I see you have some very very nice glasses
Yeah.
on. Very, very sharp, very Hollywoodish, very stylish.
Yeah, very stylish.
Very
fancy schmancy.
Very Europeanish. Very
That's the brand name is Fancy Schmancy.
fancy schmancy.
Big FS on the side.
You're always more daring, I think, like when you're buying a shirt or something like that. Aren't you like more daring when you're in the clothing store?
Yeah.
You see something that's like a little bit like you're pushing the envelope.
A little different than you normally wear.
Yeah, and you go, yeah, you know what? I'm a cool guy. I can get away with that
Look
shirt.
fashionable.
And then you get out in public and you're like, what the hell is the matter with me? You know? Well, that's the deal with these glasses.
You think you look good?
First, you're right. Then the first time I was in an airport and looked in a mirror in a restroom, I'm like, oh my God, I look like a jerk.
But I see you're still wearing them.
Yeah,
so
well, yeah.
you don't mind looking
Then I
like-
realized maybe I am a jerk. So they fit, you know?
I think you look stylish until you walk down the street and people yell, "Hey, queer!" and throw tomatoes.
The subtle hint.
Oh, man.
Nice glasses, douche.
Someone is asking, what does Brian think of news reporters changing their accent?
Hey. Hey. That's a good question, man.
That's part of my new accent.
Well, you know, the thing is, I grew up in Miami where you would see that, and that was normal to have a newscaster who had a Spanish accent down there. But what I didn't understand is when I first went out on the road, and you'd be like in Ohio, you know, and the newscaster's obviously from the Midwest, and he still throws the Spanish accent. I never got that, you know. Well, apparently this just in, some fighting has broken out down in Nicaragua. You know, all of a sudden he's Julio Iglesias. We'll be sending a reporter down to Managua, Nicaragua. Okay. Aren't you the frequent flyer? Racking up the miles. But you know what I don't get is, like, that's politically correct to do that with Spanish. You know, anybody can have a Spanish accent for one word. You can't do that with the Asian stories, you know. Well, the U.S. diplomat is being sent to Beijing. That might affect the situation in Hong Kong. It's Beijing and Hong Kong. Hey, honey, come watch this guy. He's about to lose his job. Come hither into the viewing quarters. You're never going to see this guy again. He's done. He's over now. Never again with this man. Why though? Why Spanish and not, you know? I don't. That's not fair.
Never.
It's the only
never
accent
even thought of that.
Yeah, exaggerate on
That
the
you
news
can
there.
do that with.
That's right.
Nicaragua.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Spanglish.
Let's say hi to Colin in Florida. Colin, what's up? We're talking to Brian Regan.
Hey, I actually got started on O&A on Napster and have Brian's first appearance. It's classic. It's a bunch of people calling and complaining. Where is the where's
the music?
Where's this music? Why are people talking?
Where are the previous hosts?
That was the famous. This is not what I'm used to.
Yeah, this is not what I'm used to. That was a lot of fun, man.
They were used to a lot of old rock and roll songs, and we came in to mess everything up.
You can't change anything.
No,
you can't change anything. You can have like the biggest piece of garbage artwork up on a wall and take it down and put up a Mona Lisa, and people are going to complain. Yeah, because it's different. That's not what I saw yesterday. This is not like yesterday. I don't want today. I want yesterday. Because yesterday I know, and today is new. That's the way people are. It's scary. Don't switch anything up, man. Look how well we handled the metric system.
Yeah, that worked out well. We tried for
a
moment or two.
Scared the daylights out of everybody, man.
Yeah.
No one wanted that. They really poured it on in school, too, like that. This is coming. There's no stopping it, so start learning it.
We only have 5 years,
yeah,
so you
and
better start learning
everything
now.
is going to switch over, and you're not going to know what how much milk to buy.
Oh, man, they were scaring everybody. You know, what I think they should have done, because they gave it, 5 years?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Mm-hmm. They should have given it 1 day. I swear. Just change all the signs, take down the miles, put up kilometers. By the end of the day, you know what that means.
You better, yeah.
You know, you go 240 kilometers. I don't know, what does that mean? And then you drive it and you go, okay, that's what that means.
Yeah. Now I know.
You don't do 5 years.
Too
because
lazy.
that gave people, after 5 years, going, I don't want to change.
Yeah.
I don't want to change.
Or you wait till 5 years is just about up, and then finally
and start cramming for that metric.
We're
test.
all about cramming, so you're right. Just throw it upon us.
Just change it.
Sure.
It's different now. Just wake up, and that's the first news report that morning. You know that system you're used to? We ain't doing that no more. Get used to it.
Let's say hi to Glenn in Jersey. Glenn, what's up?
What's going on, boys?
Hey.
Hey, I've listened to you guys since NEW. Brian Regan is the only comedian or guest who comes in, and you guys and the fans have to set up bits for him. It's the funniest freaking thing.
Well, that just started out as a joke back in the day.
Yeah,
and
people feel compelled to do that.
And they decide never to drop it.
Yeah.
Because we would try to set up Brian and make it sound like we're being natural. So, Brian, did you have Pop-Tarts this morning?
Yeah. Oh, well, my stuff is so bizarre that how would you naturally ask any question that has to do with anything I talk about?
Right.
Yeah, when you're delayed at the on the runway, do you ever think it's because they're in the cockpit divvying up?
Brian, have you ever noticed anything weird in the Fig Newtons section of the supermarket?
Because of you, I look at labels now. And like that, what'd you say? Like a serving size is 2 cookies is one of your famous lines. So I look at stuff now and for fat content, like, oh, good news, only 120 calories. What? But that's only 9 almonds or whatever. They screw with that, whatever. I'm trying to do nothing here. Let's say hi to Joe in Brooklyn. Joe, what's up?
Well, you gave a little health break. That was nice.
Now we know more about almonds. Well, that's good.
I didn't notice serving sizes before I went and saw you, see? So besides laughing, I was very educated
so you're,
on what an
you're
actual
teaching
serving
people.
size is. Yes.
Wow.
Can I say my favorite part of the Pop-Tart bit is how do I get this goodness in me? It's such a great line.
Let's go to Joe in Brooklyn. Joe, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
What's up, Yami?
Good evening.
Brian Regan, bro, you are the funniest guy ever.
Thank you, man.
Wow, look at that.
Down, bro. I've been listening to you since WNEW, and you are the best.
You were very kind, man. Thank you.
And I just got to say about that jerk off in Cleveland.
Oh,
Maxwell, yes.
Oh, Maxwell, yeah.
Not funny.
Not funny.
Another radio war going on, apparently.
We like a good radio war,
You know how
Brian.
those are, Brian? Constantly in battle.
You're always feuding, man.
Always lobbing some shells in.
Why don't
Hatfields and McCoys here.
Why don't you comedians have wars with each other? Why don't you take on a comedian and go at him?
Because we got to end up working together.
Yeah.
They're not going to throw you in the same studio with these guys. We got to show up and be on the same bill, and you don't want to be on record having said something.
All of a sudden, backstage, you're like, awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Said some
Into a
bad things
fight.
about you.
Start throwing fists.
Last time I saw Brian, he had an amazing tour bus that I was not invited on to take a look at.
Oh, wow. What happened there?
Why?
Maybe it's because of your
I was like,
penchant for diapers.
I didn't realize you wanted to check it out.
I didn't know you were in tour bus.
Well,
that was very impressive.
Yeah,
Brand
there's
new
all
tour
kinds
bus
of-
with Brian Regan.
And they come with the drugs and the broads.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Wondered how
When
they
you get
got them.
They have, yeah.
You don't have to pick them up at the venue.
The drugs and the broads.
Oh, see, that takes away from the myth. I always thought
Yeah.
you had to work something.
No.
What would Brian Regan do on a tour bus, though?
Nilla wafers and chocolate milk.
Yeah.
and naps
and a nice Disney film.
Yeah, fun books.
I'm gonna get a little wild.
Right in the back. I'm gonna watch a Disney film in my
What are you guys
boxers.
talking about? We got Etch-a-Sketches, we got Slinkies, none of that lame stuff.
6-pack of near beer in case the tits get on.
That's right, man. We got wine coolers. Come on.
It's probably a filth bag boss. It probably has cuffs, spiked alcohol, roofies.
I know Brian gets done with his act. Everybody, even people of all ages, races, sexual orientation, leaving the show with smiles on their faces because Brian was so funny. And then Brian gets back in the bus and just like, all right, where are the bitches? Where are the bitches? I want to torture some bitches.
Yeah, well, show's over at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Now it's Brian time.
Brian time. See in his bedroom, he's got condoms and a mallet.
Where's the hardware store? I need more duct tape.
Figure out the mallet part.
It's in case she gets lippy. Yeah, you croqueter.
Where can I get chloroform in Cleveland?
Yes. I need a hanky and some staples. What? I love Rachel.
Yeah, well, some people think, you can't possibly be like you are on stage all the time.
Yeah, well, that would be hard.
Even though there has been a noticeable change, which on anyone else you wouldn't even notice, but with you, I'd almost call it bitter. This bitterness on stage. Your act's a little more angry.
Yeah, well, I like to play around with different things up there, you know what I mean? I don't want to just be the doofus all the time.
You'll talk about certain people, like, I love when you talk about going to the butterfly pavilion.
Yeah.
And I believe in your act, you're a little mean to the person that runs the butterfly pavilion. I think that's mean-spirited. Wait, what's coming from you?
What's that all about?
Well, my attitude is hell with him.
Yeah.
And his butterflies.
And his stupid butterflies.
Well, they ask you, when you walk in with your kids, and you're in, like, happy family mode, and the guy's like, if you have any butterfly questions, I'll be happy to answer them. And you got your kids, so they're expecting you to ask questions, so you got to brainstorm, and it ain't fun. The guys be hovering around behind you, you're like, does this one like to eat? He does. Okay. Do you ever take a break? No, you don't. Okay. I was thinking, though, could there be a better job than working in a butterfly pavilion? What could possibly go awry? So how was work there? Don't even get me started. I've had it up to here with those butterflies. I had this yellow one landing lightly on flowers. And this purple one fluttering around and around. Like I don't know what he's up to. I can't take the politics.
Crazy. Hey, we got a question before we go to break. We're late for a break, but Chuck's standing by here from Westchester. We're talking to Brian Regan. What do you got, Chuck?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Regan, I love you.
Thanks, man.
I just wanted to know if you remember the most uncomfortable thing I've ever heard was you, Joey Ramone, and the two Dominics try.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was wild.
Was that your most uncomfortable
I don't know.
moment on the Opie and Anthony show?
There have been a few. They're tied. That was up there. That was in the top 20.
Yeah, Brian's been there for some weird stuff, man.
That was one of the top 20 uncomfortable moments on the O&A show.
That's why I think there's something in that brain of his, because I'm like, there's no way he's ever going to come back on our show, and he's been back time and time again.
Ah, man. I love being on this show, man.
That was the best of Opie and Anthony. Best of Opie and Anthony. Follow O&A online at O&A Show on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.